This girl was looking at herself in the mirror with concern. She felt that her appearance didn't resemble that of a noble princess at all, because not only could she not guarantee basic living necessities, but she was also wearing a maid's outfit. However, wearing the maid's outfit was her choice. She thought if she could continue to pretend to be a maid, it would be fine to live on like that. Her name was Vivian, the least favored 16th princess of the empire. Due to her lack of favor, no one in the palace recognized her. Even her maids had all left. 3 years ago, she was the only one left in her palace. Her existence was forgotten, so she shed her luxurious gowns and put on a maid's outfit, living freely under the identity of Lucia. She had been preparing for her 19th birthday, because when she was 12, she would have some very strange dreams every night. Everything in the dreams was too real, and they all came true in real life without exception. In her dreams, she foresaw an unacceptable future. When she turned 19, the king would die. She would be sold to the greedy Count Merton and live a miserable married life. When she realized her inability to change fate, she once despaired and resented this world. She decided to starve herself to death. But after a few days, she thought if she starved to death here, it would take a long time to be discovered, so she mustered up the courage to live on. She stepped out of the palace as a maid. Looking at the clear sky, she couldn't help but sigh. If she were the country's only princess, she wouldn't dare leave the palace even in her dreams. Lucia thought, although no one knew her identity as a princess, it was quite nice to be able to freely enter and leave the palace disguised as a maid. She walked on the bustling street. People were cheering for Duke Turun's triumphant return. Turun was the most popular nobleman among the people. He was like a god of war, known as the lion of the battlefield. Lucia had a sudden idea. If she could sign a marriage contract with him in advance, wouldn't she be able to change this tragic fate? Because she had foreseen in her dream that Duke Turun's fiancée was neither a noble's daughter nor a wealthy heiress, but a naive and lovely girl next door. After Duke Turun married her, he neither took concubines nor had lovers. People thought he had fallen in love, but soon after, rumors spread that Duke Turun only needed a wife in name. Although she understood that the Duke only needed a nominal wife, given Duke Turun's status, even the crown prince couldn't summon her casually, let alone herself, an unfavored princess. How could she possibly talk to him? At this moment, Lucia suddenly thought Duke Turun had just won a battle, so there must be a celebration banquet tonight. Lucia arrived at the banquet hall. She peeked in and immediately spotted Duke Turun, who was a head taller than others. He was incredibly dazzling, but the Duke was surrounded by a group of fangirls, making it impossible to approach him. Lucia looked at the Duke with a love-struck expression, secretly delighting that he was quite handsome. But now wasn't the time to be infatuated. She needed to find a way to approach the Duke. Just then, the Duke keenly noticed someone staring at him and turned his head towards Lucia. Their eyes met. Lucia shyly turned away to hide. The Duke also noticed that Lucia seemed to have something to say to him, but was hesitant to approach. So he left the bustling hall and came to a window. But Lucia still dared not approach, yet kept staring at him. Lucia's eager gaze was something the Duke had never seen before. What puzzled the Duke was that until the end of the first day of the banquet, Lucia didn't say anything. Out of curiosity, the Duke attended the banquet for 3 consecutive days. However, Lucia's gaze and attire remained unchanged. She just silently stared at him. The Duke was very curious about when she would finally talk to him. This girl was the least favored 16th princess in the kingdom, but she wanted to sign a marriage contract with the highly esteemed Duke Turun, because through her dreams, she had foreseen a future she couldn't accept. At the age of 19, she would marry a greedy count and live a miserable married life. To change her future tragic marriage, she planned to boldly propose a contract marriage to the Duke at a banquet. Lucia had been observing the Duke with a love-struck expression for 4 whole days at the banquet, but couldn't find an opportunity to talk to him alone. Today was already the last day of the banquet. She silently encouraged herself, determined to talk to him no matter what today. But how to approach the Duke? She had no idea. Lucia paced back and forth anxiously, wondering how she could get close to the Duke. In fact, the Duke had already noticed Lucia. Her eager gaze was something the Duke had never seen before. He was also very curious about what Lucia wanted from him. The Duke glanced at Lucia, who was in the corner with her head in her hands, looking very troubled. He was puzzled, wondering if he didn't need to use the restroom. Then he left the banquet hall. Lucia saw the Duke was about to leave. This was a heaven-sent opportunity. She lifted her skirt and hurriedly followed him. She followed him all the way to a small grove. Lucia was very confused about what he was doing there. Just as Lucia was hesitating whether to stop the Duke, a young lady called out to the Duke. She quickly hid behind a tree. The girl was about to call the Duke by name, but was immediately interrupted by the Duke's cold voice. "Miss Lawrence, you have no right to address me by name now." Lucia, eavesdropping behind the tree, broke out in a cold sweat. This was too cold and heartless. It turned out Miss Lawrence was the Duke's former lover. She thought the Duke truly loved her, so she expressed her affection for him. Unexpectedly, her sincere confession was met with a special gift. A yellow rose symbolizing a breakup. Lawrence cried and said, "You're too cruel. Why are you treating me like this?" However, the Duke stated that he had never loved anyone. Unless it was in bed, he wouldn't waste any feelings on her. Hearing this, Lucia's pupils dilated in shock. The Duke also threatened, "If you try to provoke me, you can't afford the price. Life is the most precious thing." Watching Lawrence leave in tears, the Duke sighed. Lucia was terrified. This was too heartless. To intimidate a former lover like this. She suddenly realized that she might have misjudged him. Just as Lucia was hesitating whether to run away, the Duke suddenly spoke, "You've been eavesdropping for so long. You should come out now." Hearing this, Lucia's heart raced with nervousness. But it was too late to escape now. With no choice, she reluctantly stepped out. "Your Grace, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to eavesdrop." The Duke looked at the somewhat flustered Lucia and said this distance wasn't suitable for conversation. Lucia broke out in a cold sweat, feeling at a loss. The Duke looked at the trembling Lucia before him, thinking she resembled a small animal. "All right, just say what you have to say. You're quite cute." Lucia nervously stammered, unable to speak for a long time. "You've been staring at me for 5 days. Don't you have something to say to me?" Exposed, Lucia blushed and lowered her head in shame. But Lucia was still hesitant. "Don't be afraid. Speak boldly," encouraged by the Duke. Lucia mustered her courage. "Your Grace, I want to sign a contract with you. This contract can change your life." A princess with no presence and who was not favored actually wanted to propose a contract marriage to Duke Turan, the highest-ranking noble in the kingdom, and even said this contract could change the Duke's life. The Duke crossed his arms, somewhat puzzled. Given his status, what kind of contract could it be? The Duke asked Lucia to introduce herself first. However, Lucia said she couldn't reveal that now, including her identity and the contents of the contract. Lucia suggested discussing it at the Duke's mansion. The Duke was silent for a moment, but he still agreed readily. The Duke wanted to know the exact time, but Lucia replied that she would contact the Duke when the time came. At Lucia's unreasonable request, the Duke showed a wicked smile, his face gradually darkening. "No specific time, and you dare to make me wait for your contact." The Duke suddenly became furious, frightening Lucia into a cold sweat. Although Lucia was inwardly screaming how scary, she still forced a smile and explained, "This contract is very beneficial to you. It's worth waiting a little bit for." The Duke thought Lucia was quite courageous but hoped she could keep her word. Hearing this, Lucia finally breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, the Duke left with a harsh warning, stating that he wasn't a magnanimous person and hoped Lucia wouldn't deceive him. Then he turned and left. Back home, Lucia tossed and turned in bed. She hadn't expected the Duke to be such a cold-blooded person. She regretted having expectations of him. Lucia recalled the scene of the Duke threatening his former lover with her life. She had been terrified while watching it. Now she had only mentioned the contract. When he learns it's about a contract marriage, just imagining the scene made Lucia feel terrified. The more Lucia thought about it, the more scared she felt. She didn't know how to make a decision. At this moment, Lucia thought of her best friend, who was also her only friend, Lerman. Now only he could help her make a decision. So she went to Lerman's house to seek his help. Lucia told Lerman that she was currently at a crossroads that would affect her life choices. One path was to make no changes to live life as it comes. The outcome was obvious, but it was full of thorns and there was no turning back. The other path was completely unpredictable. It might be even worse, but it was a gamble on life. "Lerman, if it were you, how would you choose?" Without hesitation, Lerman decisively answered Lucia, "Of course, I'd gamble." Such a decisive answer surprised Lucia greatly. Lerman casually raised his teacup and gulped it down in one go. Then he explained that life is inherently unpredictable. If you know one path is difficult and has no return, of course you should avoid it, even if the unknown path might be more dangerous. But crisis also means opportunity. Lucia fell silent for a moment. At this point, Lerman suddenly clenched his fist to cheer for Lucia. Life is about taking risks. This made Lucia burst into laughter. Lucia thanked Lerman. She decided to take a chance for herself. She would go to the Duke's mansion alone to propose a contract marriage to Duke Turan. A fallen princess was actually going to propose to the kingdom's notorious playboy. Lucia arrived at the entrance of the Duke's mansion, but found no guards at the spacious gate. She even doubted if she had come to the wrong place. At this moment, a huge figure appeared behind her. Lucia turned around in panic and let out a scream in fright. She looked up carefully at the giant before her. This man was burly with a head of wings. Lucia finally realized that she had seen this person in her dreams before. His name was Croton, a loyal servant of Duke Turan, secretly known as the Mad Dog. Croton was very puzzled. Looking at your attire, you don't seem to be a servant here. What are you doing here? Lucia explained to him that she was here to see the Duke, and that she had already made an appointment with the Duke. She hoped he could help relay the message. But Croton looked disdainful. He bent down close to Lucia and said flippantly, "Come on, tell me who you really are." Lucia was so frightened by this sudden move that she couldn't speak. Croton stared at Lucia, guessing her identity. "You don't look like a noble either. Are you a small merchant?" Being stared at so intently by Croton made Lucia's cheeks flush with embarrassment. Lucia patted her chest with one hand, confidently stating that although she was dressed simply today, her status was more than sufficient to meet the Duke. Croton showed a wicked smile. Then he turned and told Lucia to follow him. Croton arrived at the Duke's office and hugged the Duke, but the Duke pushed him away with a merciless iron hand. He even told him to get lost. Croton reported to the Duke with a grin, "There's a guest outside." However, the Duke said he hadn't scheduled any visitors today. Croton seemed a bit disappointed. He leaned on the desk and described to the Duke that guest is quite interesting. She looks ordinary, but claims to be of noble birth. Coming here alone to brag, it's really amusing. After the introduction, Croton curiously asked the Duke, "Don't you really want to know why she's here to see you, my lord?" Seeing the Duke still unmoved, Croton continued to explain that the guest was a lady who claimed to have made an appointment with him at the celebration banquet. The Duke finally reacted and stood up eagerly. Meanwhile, Lucia was sitting in the living room, feeling very anxious. But it was too late to regret now. At this moment, the Duke appeared. He came to Lucia. Lucia introduced herself as the 16th princess to the Duke. Then she directly proposed marriage to the Duke. The Duke looked puzzled, and the atmosphere became very awkward. Seeing the Duke's thoughtful expression, Lucia was very nervous. Does he not believe me? Should I have dressed up more before meeting him? At this moment, the Duke suddenly asked a question, startling Lucia. "Your Highness, if I remember correctly, you wanted to propose a contract to me, right?" Lucia explained to the Duke that this contract referred to a contract marriage, which could bring him many benefits. The fallen Princess Lucia, in order to change her fate, actually wanted to sign a contract marriage agreement with the kingdom's notorious heartless Duke. However, her biggest bargaining chip was the promise that she would never fall in love with the Duke and that she couldn't bear children, because she knew the Duke had a son who was his only designated heir. After hearing this, the Duke showed no reaction and calmly took a sip of tea instead. The Duke put down his teacup. He told Lucia to continue. Lucia raised her finger, explaining to the Duke, "If your son is to inherit the title, you must have a legal marriage. First, I have no family ties. Second, I'm the 16th princess of His Majesty, but the royal family has no presence at all, so the dowry won't be much." Lucia went on and on about her advantages. The Duke, however, rolled his eyes, thinking this was too thoroughly prepared. Lucia also stated that she wouldn't interfere with the Duke's private life, and that they could divorce at any time after marriage. She also mentioned her inability to bear children, assuring it wouldn't cause any trouble for the inheritance of the title. However, the Duke was very confused about Lucia's motives. He expressed his desire to have a serious talk with Lucia. The Duke first pointed out that the Turan family wasn't poor, so it was impossible that they couldn't afford to take care of the wife's family. There was also no need to save on the dowry. Secondly, it was the tradition of the Turan family to absolutely forbid divorce. Regarding private life, the Duke suddenly angrily questioned Lucia. "In your eyes, am I the kind of dissolute nobleman who would still flirt around and have affairs after getting married?" Lucia was thunderstruck, her heart shattering. Wasn't he? Covering her lips, Lucia was somewhat in disbelief. "Can you guarantee to be faithful to your wife and never fall in love with another woman in this lifetime?" Seeing the Duke fall silent, Lucia retorted, "Can't answer. Can you?" At this moment, the Duke suddenly glared at Lucia. "Whether I can guarantee or not, it's none of your business." However, Lucia didn't back down. "Can I just ask?" The two stared at each other, sparks flying. After calming down, Lucia was very dejected. This was all she had to offer. She didn't know what conditions could move the Duke. At this moment, Lucia recalled the Duke's words about refusing to save his lover. She had a sudden inspiration and told the Duke that she had one more condition. She would absolutely never fall in love with him. The Duke was shocked upon hearing this. Lucia's eyes gleamed with expectation as she asked the Duke, "How's this condition?" "I absolutely won't fall in love with you." This woman, in order to marry the Duke, proposed that she didn't care if the Duke had other lovers outside, or even if the Duke would divorce her. The most outrageous thing was that she even sincerely promised that she would never fall in love with the Duke. Hearing this, the Duke's pupils dilated. After a moment of stunned silence, he burst into laughter. Lucia was very confused. What's so funny about this? Seeing that the Duke had calmed down, but still hadn't given her an answer, Lucia disappointedly prepared to leave. At this moment, the Duke called out to her. The Duke suddenly appeared before her, grasped her chin, and leaned close to Lucia. It turned out the Duke just wanted to test if Lucia would resist intimate contact if they were to marry. Seeing that Lucia didn't resist, the Duke then closed the door and left, saying he would arrange a carriage to send her back. Lucia's mind went blank due to the Duke's sudden departure. Only after he left did she react, her cheeks blushing coyly. Then she collapsed on the ground due to weak legs. She shyly covered her face, realizing she had overlooked this crucial part of marriage. Meanwhile, the Duke was drafting the contract marriage agreement. Although he thought such things were meaningless, he had to get married for that boy to inherit his title. Speaking of marriage, he thought of Lucia's sincere expression and her shy appearance after being kissed. The Duke couldn't help but smile foolishly. He felt that Lucia was actually quite cute. Moreover, the conditions she proposed didn't cause him any loss. However, before that, he must thoroughly investigate Lucia's identity. So he called his subordinate Pabian and asked him to investigate Lucia. A month later, Pabian handed the Duke a mere few pages of Lucia's background information. The Duke flipped through the material, somewhat puzzled why there was so little. Pabian was usually very reliable. The information showed that the most reliable thing was her princess identity, but she would disguise herself as a maid and leave the palace on the same day every week. The Duke thought for a moment. Lucia's day to leave the palace was tomorrow, so he asked Pabian to bring her over. The Duke wondered how casual he could be about whether to marry Lucia or not. He decided to flip a coin to decide. If it landed heads up, he would decisively marry her. Tails, he wouldn't. But the moment he tossed the coin, he regretted it. He thought marrying Lucia wasn't such a big deal. So he put away the coin and sat waiting for Lucia's arrival. Pabian found Lucia and brought her to the Duke. Pabian reported to the Duke, "The princess has been brought." The Duke, however, concernedly asked if she had hesitated. When he learned that Lucia hadn't hesitated and had come alone, the Duke showed a sly smile. He thought Lucia was quite brave to dare to come alone. At this moment, Lucia was sitting in the hall, leisurely enjoying some desserts. The crispy and sweet taste made Lucia praise the butler endlessly, exclaiming that it was absolutely delicious. The butler was quite speechless. He had never seen anyone so at ease in the Duke's house. Lucia thought that if she could become the Duchess, she could enjoy such delicious pastries and red tea every day. These benefits were simply too good. At this moment, the Duke's voice came, telling the butler to leave first. However, Lucia was in a panic because she had just taken a big bite of the dessert. In front of the Duke, Lucia could only cover her mouth and chew desperately, hoping to swallow it quickly. But then an accident occurred. She choked, so she hurriedly picked up the hot red tea on the table. With tears in her eyes, she gulped it down. The Duke watched her silently, with a speechless expression. Lucia's cheeks gradually turned red. She felt this was too embarrassing. After taking a big sip of red tea, Lucia finally swallowed it. The Duke looked at Lucia and sighed. He handed the marriage contract to Lucia. asking her to sign these two contracts. Lucia looked at them. One was a waiver of infringement, and the other was a naturalization consent form. At this time, the Duke began to examine Lucia. He thought that although Lucia's appearance was ordinary and her figure was average, the color of her eyes was quite special, like pumpkins. However, after reading through the contracts, Lucia found that none of the marriage conditions she proposed last time were included. Lucia asked the Duke why they weren't written. "Don't you want freedom in your private life? Is it okay if I cling to you if I fall in love with you?" The Duke's veins popped out, feeling utterly speechless. He had to verbally promise. Having received the Duke's promise, Lucia picked up the pen and was about to sign. At this moment, the Duke was so surprised that he sat up straight. "I've stated my conditions. Don't you have any conditions of your own?" The dumbfounded Lucia was a bit confused. "Can I also propose conditions?" She repeatedly confirmed with the Duke. The Duke was a bit impatient, telling her if she didn't sign today, the offer would expire. Lucia thought for a moment. She wanted to ask the Duke one last question. "Why don't you accept your lover's love?" This question made the Duke fall into silence. Seeing no reaction from the Duke, Lucia started to imagine. Perhaps the Duke had been rejected when proposing before. Did I remind him of a painful marriage? Thinking of this, Lucia covered her mouth with her hand, feeling a bit restless. If that's really the case, would he be devastated? The Duke was very depressed, not knowing what Lucia's train of thought was this time. Actually, the Duke just felt bored because it was the first time someone had asked him this. However, he did think that women were too troublesome, always wanting to get answers. Lucia rolled her eyes. She had overthought it. He was just selfish. Lucia thought. Perhaps only when the Duke is hurt by someone he loves will he wake up. The Duke told Lucia to propose 2 conditions for the contract marriage. However, Lucia wanted neither money nor status. She wanted the Duke to promise not to initiate intimate actions towards her. The second was that she believed liking someone was beyond brain control, so if she couldn't keep her heart, she hoped the Duke could give her a yellow rose representing a breakup. However, the Duke was very disdainful. He thought these conditions were too simple and asked Lucia to propose something more realistic. Lucia thought for a while. If she became the Duchess, she probably wouldn't have to worry about her livelihood. Besides that, she didn't seem to need any other money. The Duke was utterly speechless. As a noble princess, she actually worried about basic necessities. He really wanted to see what was inside Lucia's head. At just 18, she seemed to have lived half a lifetime. Lucia showed an innocent smile, believing her 2 requests were not excessive. However, the Duke thought these were not just reasonable, but laughably simple. So, he readily agreed to Lucia's contract marriage conditions. After Lucia signed, the Duke asked Lucia if she needed notarization. Lucia, with her sparkling big eyes, said it wasn't necessary. With the contract completed, Lucia officially became the Duke's fiancée. The Duke told her to return to the palace before dark. He ordered her, in a commanding tone, to never disguise herself as a maid and sneak out of the palace again. Lucia was thunderstruck. She didn't understand why the Duke suddenly used such a commanding tone to speak to her. She had a million questions. However, the Duke said, "I've always been not very polite when talking to my woman." Hearing this, Lucia's cheeks turned slightly red, and she spoke incoherently. "When did I become your woman? We haven't even confirmed the marriage yet." The Duke told her that in the tradition of the Turan family, there was no divorce. Lucia felt a bit dazed and terrified. However, Lucia still had one question. She didn't understand why he was so impolite to his fiancée. But the Duke simply stated that it was just his preference. Lucia looked at the man before her. At first, she thought the Duke was scary. Later, she considered him a playboy. She didn't know what the Duke's true personality was like. She felt a bit uneasy. Sure enough, the Duke brought up again that Lucia was not allowed to leave the palace at will. Lucia was at a loss. She didn't know how to persuade the Duke, because she wanted to meet her friend Lerman outside the palace once before getting married. At this moment, the Duke told her that he didn't let Lucia leave the palace just to keep their secret engagement. He didn't want others to find out. It wasn't that she couldn't leave the palace for life. Lucia's face lit up with joy. "So you mean I can leave the palace after we're married, right?" The Duke was startled by Lucia's sudden change. However, he reminded Lucia not to reveal anything about their contract marriage. Lucia quickly responded, "Of course, I didn't expect you to be so open-minded." The Duke was speechless again. Just last time she had described him as narrow-minded and a womanizer. The noble princess herself was actually washing clothes with her feet in a washtub. What's more embarrassing was that this scene was witnessed by the Duke who had just arrived. Since getting engaged to the Duke, Lucia felt these days were boring. So she thought of washing clothes to find something to do. She stood in the washtub wearing her dress, happily stomping around. Indeed, this was much better than being alone with her thoughts. At this moment, a lady-in-waiting discovered Lucia. Lucia was very disdainful, wondering why a lady-in-waiting would come to her palace. However, the lady-in-waiting thought she was just a maid and asked her if the princess was inside. Hearing this, Lucia was dumbfounded. With her current attire, even if she said she was the princess, the lady probably wouldn't believe her. Seeing Lucia's hesitation to answer, she began to question, "Are you mute? There's an important guest here to see the princess. Hurry up and lead the way." Lucia was very confused. "I'm a fallen princess who's not favored. Who would come to see me? There must be some mistake." At this moment, the Duke suddenly appeared. He looked at Lucia and said, "Your Highness, your hobby is quite unique." Lucia was startled. Then the Duke turned to scold the lady-in-waiting. "As a palace maid, you don't even recognize the princess. Do you not want to live?" Lucia was thunderstruck. She didn't know why the Duke would suddenly come to her palace, nor did she understand what he was here for. The Duke asked Lucia to come out of the washtub first before talking. Lucia then realized she was still standing in the washtub. Her cheeks immediately turned bright red. Just as she was about to step out of the washtub, her foot got caught. With a splash, Lucia performed a kneeling bow to the Duke. Lucia was devastated. This was too embarrassing. The key was that because she had just hurt her foot, she couldn't get up from the ground. At this moment, the Duke reached out his hand. Lucia looked at the Duke with a hungry expression. Then she was pulled up holding the Duke's hand. However, the Duke noticed that Lucia was still barefoot, so he bent down, intending to pick Lucia up. The Duke suddenly bending close to her startled Lucia. Her cheeks quickly warmed up. Then the Duke directly picked her up in a princess carry. This sudden action made Lucia let out a scream. Lucia reminded the Duke, "I'll get your clothes wet." But the Duke simply ignored Lucia and carried her straight towards the palace. Lucia closed her eyes tightly, her heart pounding. This was too close. However, seeing Lucia's shy appearance, the Duke chuckled. After returning to the palace, the Duke put Lucia down. At this time, the maids immediately surrounded her, preparing to change her clothes. Lucia was speechless. This change of attitude was too fast. They didn't even recognize her face just now, but suddenly appeared when the Duke arrived. After changing clothes, Lucia came before the Duke. Seeing the tea prepared by the maids, she didn't know where such high-grade tea came from. Her palace didn't have such good tea at all. She glanced at the Duke. Then, swirling the teacup, she felt emotional. How long had it been since she last drank tea prepared by maids? The Duke said he had important matters to discuss with her. He asked Lucia to dismiss the lady-in-waiting and replace her with a maid she trusted. At this moment, Lucia hesitated for a while. Then she stammered and told the Duke, I don't have any maids." The Duke was stunned for a moment. Then he invited Lucia to go for a walk outside. As the noble princess, she not only didn't have a single maid by her side, but even cooking, laundry, and cleaning were all done by Lucia herself. Learning the truth, the Duke was shocked. However, Lucia didn't think much of it. She thought these tasks weren't difficult. After all, it was just taking care of herself. The Duke finally understood. So this was what Pabian meant when he said there were no permanent maids around her. He had previously thought Lucia had a strange personality and frequently changed maids. He didn't expect Lucia's background to be so miserable. Born as a noble princess, yet living alone. The Duke stopped walking. Looking at Lucia's back, he recalled the scene of their first meeting. At that time, Lucia wore an ordinary gown, which stood out in the lavish ballroom. He had never even seen her wear jewelry. Even noblewomen of lower ranks would change their gowns daily during parties. But Lucia didn't. The Duke finally understood why Lucia came to propose marriage alone, and offered such meager conditions, as well as the desperate look in her eyes when she looked at him. At this point, the Duke suddenly felt a bit sorry for Lucia. At this moment, Lucia turned around and reminded him, "Didn't you have something important to discuss with me?" It turned out that His Majesty had already approved their marriage. Once the exact date was set, the wedding would be held, and the wedding date wouldn't be more than a month away. Hearing this, Lucia's pupils dilated in shock. She didn't expect the wedding date to come so quickly. After informing Lucia of this matter, the Duke turned to inquire about the maid's situation. At this time, Lucia stopped the Duke, saying it wasn't necessary. She believed that if the Duke intervened, the maids would only receive a minor punishment. Besides, she had grown accustomed to living freely on her own. Lucia even said that not having maids to take care of her might be a good thing. If I were an obedient princess confined to the palace, I probably wouldn't have dared to come to you to discuss marriage even in my dreams. Being able to set the wedding dates so quickly, you must be somewhat satisfied with this marriage, right? After hearing Lucia's description, the Duke looked at her expressionlessly. The next second, the Duke suddenly leaned down and kissed Lucia on the lips. Lucia hurriedly broke free, then covered her mouth, blushing. The Duke, however, smiled with satisfaction. He believed that Lucia would certainly be able to fulfill the role of the lady of the house. The Duke told Lucia that after the wedding, they would set off for the Turan family's territory in the north. So the Duke wanted to keep the wedding simple. As it happened, Lucia had never met her father and didn't want to walk down the aisle holding his hand. So she readily agreed with the Duke. But she suddenly remembered something more important. "Your Grace, I have a small request." Lucia took out an envelope and handed it to the Duke. "You want me to deliver this letter to your friend outside the palace?" Lucia nodded with sparkling eyes, full of expectation. The Duke thought it would be something difficult to handle. Unknowingly, the Duke also noticed that Lucia was no longer afraid of him. The Duke planned to give Lucia an island containing diamond mines as a wedding gift. Hearing this, the butler's jaw dropped in shock. This was too extravagant. Although the wedding gift was valuable, the Duke told the butler not to hold a wedding ceremony. Keep everything simple. The butler felt it was absurd. A national war hero and a princess getting married without a ceremony. But then he thought again. He believed that someone like the Duke, as the master of the Turan family, a true dictator, might only need to get married. Marrying the princess was just using her as a tool. He also felt that the princess was particularly pitiful, marrying such a selfish and heartless man. He thought the princess would soon be addicted to drinking, using vanity and extravagance to fill the emptiness inside. He believed that no matter how miserable the Duchess became in the future, the Duke wouldn't care about her in the slightest. It must be said, the butler's imagination was incredibly rich. I can already imagine the scene of him being proven wrong. Meanwhile, the news of the Duke marrying Lucia spread. Lucia finally lived the life a princess should have. Maids helped her dress and groom in the morning when she woke up, but she wasn't happy. Because Lucia was very uncomfortable with the maid's flattering attitude. She wore gorgeous dresses, had exquisite feasts every day, and no longer had to clean or do laundry. All this happened overnight. His Majesty even gave her a new palace called the Rose Palace. It was said that in spring, roses would bloom all over the courtyard, just like her name. Unfortunately, Lucia wouldn't be able to wait for spring. After the wedding, she would follow the Duke to the northern territory of the Turan family. At noon, the butler informed Lucia that His Majesty was feeling unwell and wanted to see her. Lucia was shocked. She didn't understand why her father wanted to see her. She had never been summoned before. She smiled at the butler who delivered the message, wishing him a speedy recovery. The butler was completely puzzled. Lucia likewise declined His Majesty's summons, citing her own poor health and inability to walk. The butler tried to persuade Lucia, but she directly asked him to leave, because she knew that His Majesty didn't want to see his daughter, but merely the fiancée of Duke Turan. Lucia picked up her teacup, unable to help but marvel at how powerful the title of Duke Turan's fiancée truly was. Today was Lucia and the Duke's wedding day. Lucia wore a beautiful wedding dress, and the Duke was also dressed formally. But the wedding only lasted one morning, because they only symbolically obtained a marriage certificate. In the carriage back to the Duke's mansion, Lucia stole a glance at the Duke. The Duke was intently reviewing various documents. Lucia touched her lips, lamenting that as husband and wife, they had even neglected the kiss, symbolizing their union. At this moment, the Duke suddenly spoke up. Lucia, who was lost in thought, was startled. Lucia could only awkwardly cover her mouth and laugh. But inside, her heart was racing, and her face was flushed red, because she had just been staring at the Duke's lips, and she feared the Duke had misunderstood. However, The Duke only asked if she was willing to accompany him to the Northern Territory tomorrow. He thought Lucia had no need to follow him to that harsh land, especially for 2 years. Lucia pondered for a moment. If she stayed in the royal city, her every move would be watched, and she couldn't disguise herself as a maid to leave the palace anymore. Moreover, announcing separation right after becoming husband and wife seemed inappropriate. But then she thought that this marriage was of no use to the Duke. Lucia clutched her dress, unsure how to decide. Finally, she answered that she was willing to go north with the Duke and asked, "If you wish for me to stay in the royal city, I will stay." The Duke told her to be mentally prepared. After all, it was just a mutually beneficial arrangement. They finally arrived at the Duke's mansion. The butler was already standing at the entrance, welcoming the new mistress of the house. As soon as they met, Lucia realized he was the Duke's butler. She secretly felt relieved that she hadn't been rude last time. Lucia greeted him with sparkling eyes and even cheerfully complimented him on how delicious the pastries were last time. The butler was a bit confused by how polite the madam was being to him. "Madam, you really don't need to be so polite. You can speak more casually." Lucia covered her mouth. She thought it was because her tone didn't match the rules of the Duke's household. However, the butler calmly replied, "Madam, you are the rule of the Turan family." Lucia was shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. She hadn't realized how noble her status was. At this moment, Lucia suddenly clutched her head, experiencing her old headache problem. So she asked the butler to take her back to her room to rest. After an unknown amount of time, Lucia opened her eyes to the maid's call. It turned out it was dinner time. Lucia rubbed her eyes. Sleeping for so long made her feel refreshed. The maid was about to take her to the dining room. At this point, Lucia asked the maid if the Duke would be dining with her. However, the maid told her that the Duke was busy with official duties and often had simple meals in his office. Lucia was thunderstruck. That meant she would have to face a room full of maids alone. After dinner, the butler took Lucia on a tour of the mansion. However, before long, she was completely dumbfounded. She realized it was impossible to tour the entire place in one day. Not only that, but the butler also told her that the Duke had originally purchased over 100 mansions, but in the end only kept this one. The others were all demolished. Lucia was shocked. It seemed the Turan family was wealthier than she had imagined. The butler answered Lucia's questions along the way, helping her learn a lot about the Duke's mansion. So she thanked the butler. The butler told her there was no need to be polite. But when he turned around, he praised himself. "I'm truly an excellent butler." In the evening, Lucia changed into sexy sleepwear to rest. At this time, the maid brought fresh flowers and essential oils to apply on Lucia's skin to make it smoother. Lucia watched as the maid carefully applied the oils. She hesitated, wondering whether to tell her that the Duke wouldn't be coming back tonight. However, she was afraid this might dampen the maid's enthusiasm. After it was done, Lucia lay on the bed with her arms spread. She thought of the Duke again, thinking that although they had agreed not to fall in love, it was hard to resist just based on his looks. So it might be better to keep her distance at night. But then she thought that if it was just about looks, she wasn't bad looking herself. But when she looked down at her flat chest, she immediately blushed with embarrassment. She suddenly stood up, deciding to tour the bedroom to distract herself from these thoughts. She turned around and surprisingly found red wine in the bedroom. So she happily prepared to have a drink to celebrate her successful marriage. In no time, a whole bottle was emptied. Lucia was completely drunk. She felt hot and thirsty. She looked around. After all, she was alone in the room, so she directly stripped off all her clothes and threw them on the floor. She also stretched lazily. She felt much more comfortable without the constraint of clothes. Just as she was about to have another drink, at that moment, with a click, the door opened. It was none other than the Duke. Their eyes met. Lucia was dumbfounded. This woman, on her wedding night, was not only drunk, but due to a moment of impulse, had stripped herself naked. The most embarrassing part was that this scene was witnessed by the Duke. Lucia was completely stunned. She never imagined the Duke would come. As the dazed Lucia came to her senses, the wine glass in her hand suddenly slipped and shattered. The Duke, fearing she might cut herself on the glass shards, told her not to move. Then he approached Lucia. Lucia covered her mouth and instinctively took a step back. The Duke, however, directly embraced her in his arms, not forgetting to look down at Lucia's petite body. This made Lucia feel even more embarrassed. The Duke placed her on the bed. Lucia hurriedly grabbed the blanket to cover herself. The Duke asked if she was hurt. At this point, Lucia just wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Seeing Lucia's shy demeanor, the Duke suddenly sat down and leaned in, saying, I've already seen everything. What's the point of covering up now? Lucia was completely bewildered. She didn't know why the Duke had suddenly appeared. However, the Duke stated, "This is my room, after all." Lucia looked aggrieved and said, "The butler brought me here, but he didn't say it was your room." Speaking of the butler, the Duke suddenly remembered. He seemed to have mentioned this to him. "But you seem to enjoy sleeping naked, huh?" Lucia hurriedly explained that she was just a bit hot. The Duke's gaze fell on the empty wine bottle on the floor. "You've been drinking." Discovered by the Duke, Lucia inwardly burst into tears, feeling her image had completely crumbled. The Duke, however, showed a mischievous smile. "Even if it's an accident arranged by the butler, a woman getting drunk and waiting naked in the room for me, is it really just a coincidence?" Hearing this, Lucia felt offended. She was very angry. "I've already said I didn't know this was your room, and I didn't think you'd come. And even if I did it on purpose, I'm now the only one who has the right to do so. Respect is mutual, Your Grace." The Duke was stunned. They both fell into silence. Lucia began to regret her words again. Although he deserved a lesson, was she being too impulsive now? Unexpectedly, the Duke continued to approach Lucia. Lucia closed her eyes tightly. However, to her surprise, the Duke only apologized to her. "If my words made you uncomfortable, then I apologize." Lucia was dumbfounded. She could hardly believe it. Seeing Lucia's delayed reaction, the Duke continued, "Do you want me to kneel down?" Lucia was stunned again. After coming to her senses, she hurriedly shook her head. "I'm just a bit surprised. I thought you wouldn't apologize to anyone." Hearing this, the Duke felt a bit hurt. "In your eyes, how bad is my image? Is it because you've heard too many rumors about me?" However, Lucia replied that when she judges a person, she never believes rumors, only follows her own inner feelings. "In my eyes, you're just a cold and domineering man." At this moment, the Duke suddenly moved closer to Lucia, then lifted the blanket covering her body. "It's our wedding night. You just said you're the only woman who has the right to be here." Lucia blushed furiously at the Duke's flirtation. Averting her gaze, she said, "We're just a contractual couple. I'm neither beautiful nor sexy. There's no need for this, right? Besides, we're going to the territory tomorrow." The Duke replied, "If you're unwilling, I won't continue. From a legal standpoint, I can't refuse." The Duke looked puzzled. This woman was actually discussing law with him in this situation. The Duke sighed softly. "Princess, once we start, you can't call for a stop midway." Then he directly pushed Lucia down. The Duke slowly leaned in, preparing to get intimate with Lucia. At this moment, Lucia panicked and pushed him away with her hands, resistantly calling out, "Your Grace." However, the Duke said, "Don't call me Your Grace. Call me by my name." Lucia was stunned. Seeing Lucia's lack of response, the Duke began to doubt. "You don't know my name, do you?" Hearing this, Lucia hurriedly and nervously defended herself. "How can I not know?" However, when she wanted to say it out loud, she became too shy to do so. Instead, the Duke, while unbuttoning his clothes, directly called out her real name, Vivian. Lucia appeared very embarrassed, as it had been a long time since anyone had called her by that name. The Duke told her, "You'll hear this name often from now on. My Vivian, Your Highness." Lucia blushed intensely at his flirtation. The Duke chuckled and leaned in again for a kiss. This time, Lucia didn't resist but closed her eyes tightly. The following scene is probably not to everyone's liking, so we'll skip it. Early the next morning, Lucia felt her body was very heavy. She slowly opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was the Duke sleeping beside her. This surprised her. A moment later, she remembered she was married now. She wasn't used to having someone else in bed with her. Looking at the Duke's sleeping face, her cheeks began to turn red again. She lifted the blanket, deciding to find some water to drink. However, the moment her feet touched the ground, she fell to her knees with a thud. She was shocked to find that her legs had no strength at all. The aching sensation made her feel as if she had been beaten all over. Moreover, she realized that although she hadn't been wearing clothes last night, she was now dressed. Not only that, but the sweat was gone too, as if she had taken a bath. Lucia found this increasingly strange. She felt a sense of bewilderment, as if she had been tricked somehow. At this moment, the Duke woke up. He noticed her mumbling something on the floor. The next second, he appeared in front of Lucia, startling her. However, the Duke showed his caring side by picking her up like a baby. Lucia looked around, confused. The Duke teased, "You're not mistaken. It's your husband carrying you." Hearing this, Lucia's face temperature instantly soared. The Duke couldn't understand why she had fallen out of such a large bed. Lucia hurriedly explained that she just wanted a drink of water, but her legs were weak, causing her to fall. Understanding now, The Duke carried her through the messy living room. Then he poured a glass of water and handed it to Lucia. Lucia took the glass and thanked the Duke blankly. At this moment, the Duke suddenly teased, "Next time, don't drop the glass." Being mocked by the Duke again, Lucia could only gulp down the water to hide her embarrassment. After she finished, the Duke put her back on the bed, telling her to sleep more. At this moment, Lucia suddenly reached out, wanting to brush the Duke's messy hair. However, Lucia didn't know that her current expression was too much for the Duke to handle. The Duke's pupils dilated. Losing control, he leaned down and kissed Lucia directly on the lips. "We've reached another scene that people might not like, so we'll skip it." The Duke got up and said he would call a doctor when it was daylight. This frightened Lucia. She didn't know how to face a doctor in this situation, so she hurriedly refused. Seeing how tired Lucia was, the Duke had no choice but to postpone their departure for the territory, letting her rest more. The Duke was so naughty. Right after being intimate, he made Lucia blush and her heart race again. To let Lucia rest well, the Duke decided to delay their journey to the Northern Territory. However, as he tucked Lucia in and was about to get up and leave, Lucia called out to him, "Your Grace, it's still early. Won't you sleep a bit more?" The Duke suddenly shouted, "I told you, don't call me Your Grace anymore." Instead, he called out Lucia's princess name. Vivian Lucia was startled. The Duke sighed helplessly. "Rather than calling my name, you should first get used to not being startled when I call your name." Lucia had no choice, because few people called her by her princess name, Vivian, so she was still not used to it even now. The Duke was equally helpless, saying it's impossible not to call her name. Lucia immediately retorted, "Aren't there other ways to address me?" Mentioning other forms of address, the Duke pondered for a moment. Then he suddenly said, "Madam Wife." Lucia was dumbfounded. However, the Duke continued, moving closer to Lucia, "Darling, my little sweetheart." After realizing what he said, Lucia's face temperature skyrocketed. The Duke smiled, not intending to let her off so easily. He sat back down on the bed. "Or should I call you my sunshine? Or soulmate? Which do you prefer?" Lucia was so shocked by these strange terms of endearment that her jaw dropped. Gaiman suggested it might be better to just call her by name. "I agree. My Vivian, my wife." The Duke was being too much. Although Lucia had foreseen in her dreams that the Duke would have no other lovers after marriage, she still couldn't help but think that the Duke must have hidden someone else outside. The Duke gently patted Lucia and comforted her to go to sleep quickly. But Lucia still wanted to ask more questions. At this point, the Duke suddenly scolded her loudly, telling her to go to sleep. The Duke's excited expression successfully made Lucia laugh. The Duke sighed. He gently brushed Lucia's hair and asked tenderly, "So, is there anything you want to know?" They talked for a long time, and Lucia finally started to feel sleepy. In the end, she apologized to the Duke. "I'm sorry, I was too noisy," and fell asleep. Looking at Lucia's sleeping face, the Duke leaned down and kissed her cheek, then whispered, "Actually, I don't mind at all." In the council hall, an urgent message arrived from the Northern Territory. The Duke had to leave immediately. Before departing, he didn't forget to tell the butler to make sure to call a female doctor to accompany the lady. Hearing this, the butler was internally distressed, thinking, "Where am I supposed to find a female doctor?" As the Duke mounted his horse, he reminded the butler, "She's the mistress of the Turon family. Take good care of her for me." After the butler agreed, the Duke hurriedly departed. The butler thought that the Duke's mention of the mistress might have just been casual talk. Due to the exhaustion from the wedding night, Lucia woke up feeling sore all over. She tried to get up but fell back down due to the pain. She had no choice but to ask the maid to prepare some simple food that she could eat in bed. The maid agreed and informed her that the Duke had already left for the territory and the butler would come to report to her soon. After the meal, the butler met with Lucia. "My lady, how are you feeling? The master asked me to inquire if you need a doctor." Such an embarrassing matter made Lucia blush instantly. She hurriedly waved her hand in refusal. But what surprised the butler was that the Duke had left without a word on their wedding night. Yet the lady didn't seem angry or sad at all. The butler told her that although they were scheduled to leave tomorrow, it would only happen with her approval. Lucia looked expectant and said, "If it's set for tomorrow, then let's leave tomorrow." The butler explained the route to her. Although the two places were far apart, it would take about 4 days using the transporter. Lucia was confused. This was the first time she had heard of a transporter. The butler continued to explain. The transporter was an artifact left by the extinct Magic Empire, capable of teleportation over certain distances. Our empire became a strong nation thanks to the transporter. After the butler's explanation, Lucia understood. But when she tried to get up, she found she couldn't stand at all. Lucia was very embarrassed. Seeing the lady motionless, the butler was about to ask if she needed a doctor. At this moment, Lucia took the initiative and said, "Let's call a doctor after all." Meanwhile, the maid led an elderly female doctor to the lady's room. The doctor had actually arrived at the Duke's mansion earlier, but had to wait a long time before being allowed to diagnose. She thought this patient must be a difficult noblewoman, but treating a noble was a rare opportunity, even if it was a noblewoman with a terrible temper. She wanted to make the most of it. When the door opened, to her surprise, the patient was just a young girl. This made her feel at ease. During the consultation, she found Lucia to be a very lovely mistress. After the consultation, she told the butler that the lady was just suffering from muscle overexertion. As long as she took the prescribed medicine and rested well, she would be fine. The butler smiled and asked expectantly, "So, do you agree to be her personal doctor?" And that's how this elderly female doctor became Lucia's personal caretaker. The next day, Lucia changed into comfortable clothes, finally ready to depart for the territory. Before leaving, the captain of the guard promised the lady that they would safely escort her to the territory. But if they encountered danger on the way, Lucia was told to stay close to Knight Herba. Lucia was puzzled. Why follow Knight Herba instead of the captain of the knights? The captain patted Herba and explained, "Because he's the strongest among us." This confused Lucia even more. She knew that when knights formed teams, the leader was chosen based on strength, not age. The captain hesitated, not knowing how to explain. At this point, Knight Herba stood up. It turned out he was neither a noble nor from a knight family, but just a commoner. Lucia still didn't understand. So why is that? Herba felt ashamed, thinking the lady would mind his commoner status. But to his surprise, not only did Lucia not mind, she directly announced that Herba would be the captain. Strength has nothing to do with status. I don't want to break the knight's rules. This made Herba's young face even more embarrassed. After several days of travel, Lucia finally arrived at the Turan family's territory. There was an unwritten rule in Rocky City that even the king couldn't interfere with the territory's affairs. Therefore, some people called the Turan Duke's family the King of the North. However, the Turan family never had any thoughts of independence. They never interfered with the capital's affairs, only wanting to maintain their position as the Northern Lord. But 7 years ago, the previous Duke of Turan suddenly passed away, and the Northern Territory faced a major change. At that time, the 18-year-old Duke of Turan, carrying a giant sword on his back, inherited the title. However, contrary to his age, his performance on the battlefield was like a hurricane, striking fear into the enemy's hearts. The whole country praised him highly, but the nobles in the kingdom believed that the Duke of Turan was just an inexperienced young warrior. Why should he rule the north? The nobles all thought that the Turan family had declined, and the newly appointed duke was just a brute. So they jointly wrote a petition to the king, hoping to remove the Turan family from the position of great lord. Just as the leading Earl Braun was feeling smug, the Duke of Turan appeared before him, holding his giant sword and covered in blood. Only then did he realize that this black-haired, red-eyed new duke was not just some inexperienced youth. The duke threw the noble's impeachment document in front of him. Earl Braun's eyes were filled with fear, and he immediately knelt down begging for mercy. Clearly, the duke had no intention of letting him off. From then on, no one dared to challenge the Duke of Turan's position. When Lucia first arrived at the Turan family palace, she wanted to meet the elders of the duke's household. However, the butler told her that there were no such people in the household. The duke was the only blood relative in the family. Lucia was a bit surprised because she knew the duke actually had a son. She was about to ask, but the butler stopped. She thought maybe the butler didn't know about the duke's son either. She decided to ask about it another time. Lying in the bathtub, Lucia recalled that she still didn't understand the duke. It didn't seem like having a son was a big secret. Lucia thought there must be something else to it. Thinking this way, she actually found it a bit exciting. After bathing, the butler briefly introduced her to the important parts. From the butler, she learned there was a garden behind the dining room. Lucia's eyes sparkled with excitement, but the butler advised her not to have high expectations. Indeed, when she saw the garden, she was dumbfounded. It was just a grassland. It turned out this was built when the previous duchess was alive. Because it was too large and there was no mistress afterward, it had been neglected. Just as they were about to turn back, Lucia stopped the butler. "You said the duke is the only blood relative of the Turan family, but he clearly has a son. The butler's heart skipped a beat, instantly becoming flustered. He didn't expect the lady to know everything already. Lucia burst into laughter. You didn't think the Duke wouldn't have told me, did you? He's not that kind of person. The butler was completely stunned. In his eyes, the Duke was exactly that kind of person. Lucia had thought she would be able to see the sun as soon as she arrived, but the butler told her that the young master wasn't in Rocky City now, but was attending a boarding school. Hearing this, Lucia suddenly became serious. He didn't go to boarding school because of me, did he? Seeing the lady's panicked expression, the butler quickly explained that the Duke had decided this long ago. Lucia was a bit confused. If it was decided so early, how old is the child now? The butler smiled and told her, 8 years old. Lucia was shocked. Did the Duke have a child when he was only 17 or 18? Then she learned from the butler that since the young master went to boarding school, the Duke had never visited him at school. Lucia was stunned by the butler's words. She had previously thought the Duke loved this child very much, and even married her to allow him to inherit the title. This is the happy life of a foodie. The thoughtful butler prepared very sumptuous meals for Lucia every day, along with various snacks. This made her very satisfied, though she was a bit worried about becoming fat. Besides the butler, everyone in the Duke's household was very kind to her. Lucia thought this might be because she had just become the Duchess, and they were worried she might have a hard time, so they put extra effort into the food. However, in reality, Lucia didn't feel uncomfortable at all. Instead, she particularly enjoyed this life. Just as the butler was pouring tea for her, Lucia suddenly asked, "Was it you who sent the yellow roses symbolizing a breakup to the Duke's lover?" Hearing this, the butler was stunned for a moment. The teacup fell to the ground. After coming to his senses, he hurriedly cleaned up the mess. Fortunately, the tea didn't spill on the lady. Lucia continued to ask, whose idea was it to send the roses? The Duke isn't the type to think of such delicate gestures. The butler nervously stammered, unable to speak for a long time. The gossip-loving Lucia eagerly awaited the butler's answer. It turned out that this was all the butler's own doing, because he knew that yellow roses symbolized breaking up. So that's how it was. Lucia thought the butler must be a very romantic person. Actually, the butler's sister-in-law owned a flower shop, so he knew some flower meanings. Lucia was surprised. You have a brother. It turned out that he and his brother were not only twins, but his brother was also the Duke's aide, Fabian. Lucia then realized that they did indeed look very similar. Lucia found it incredible. In that case, there are many twins in the Duke's household. The head chef is also a twin, and among the maids too. The butler suddenly mentioned, actually, the Duke also has a twin brother. Lucia was a bit confused. The butler then realized he had let something slip. He immediately became nervous and started sweating profusely. It turned out that the Duke's twin brother had passed away long ago. This was something no one would easily bring up. The butler advised Lucia not to mention it casually in front of the Duke. Lucia sighed, then immediately became excited again. Then let's continue talking about the roses. Who was the last person you sent them to? The butler felt like crying. He felt that the lady was investigating the Duke's romantic history. He also inexplicably found the lady terrifying. He believed he was experiencing the greatest crisis of his career as a butler. However, what he didn't know was that Lucia simply enjoyed gossiping. The butler hurriedly begged the lady not to continue the conversation. Lucia was a bit bewildered. Why do you look so scared? The next moment, Lucia smiled. Then let's talk about the maids. In the future, don't assign me fixed maids. Let them take turns serving me every few days. The butler was puzzled. My lady, are you unsatisfied with the current maids? Or have they done something wrong? Lucia thought that if the same few people always served her, conflicts might arise. She was afraid this would lead to unpleasantness. The butler's cheeks turned slightly red. At that moment, he felt that the lady was like a radiant angel, not only decisive but also wise and kind. He had thought that he would only follow the Duke for his entire life, but now it seemed he had found another person to serve. Do you know how tragic the Duke's childhood was? He originally had a twin brother, but their father believed that they would fight to the death for the title in the future. So, he decided to sell one son to mercenaries as a slave, while raising the other as the heir. The one chosen was Hugh, while the one abandoned was the current Duke, Shiyu. But as time passed, the former Duke thought that Hugh, who was raised as the heir, was too kind-hearted. Meanwhile, Shiyu, who had been sold to mercenaries as a slave, had become famous. So he decided to call him back and have them switch identities. That was the first time they were tied together. Hugh was very naive. He clung to Shiyu every day, fussing over their similar names for a long time. But Shiyu told him that their names meant demon and devil respectively. However, Hugh didn't care. He was very happy to suddenly have a brother who looked just like him. Shiyu sighed, thinking Hugh was a simple-minded fellow. He told Hugh seriously, "You know, one of us is destined to die." Hugh was silent for a moment, then said something that shocked Shiyu, "I will protect you." Before Shiyu could react, Hugh immediately became cheerful again and took Shiyu's hand. "You can protect me too, right?" The beastly father used Hugh to threaten Shiyu, promising that as long as Shiyu obediently acted as the heir, Hugh would be safe. Shiyu had no choice but to compromise. He accepted the education, pretending to be Hugh in public, changing his crude speech, and presenting himself with the noble demeanor of a duke. The former duke tied the two brothers to the same rope, easily controlling them. When Hugh realized this, the tragedy began. Hugh knew that as long as he existed, as long as this duke who used them still existed, his brother could never be free. So Hugh killed the duke for Shiyu's sake and ended his own life, leaving Shiyu alone to face the cold, cruel world. After that, he took the title of duke in Hugh's name. In the dim hall, the duke was covered in blood, holding his giant sword. He had just killed everyone there. Fabian followed behind the duke, very dissatisfied with the duke's actions. The duke sat down and coldly stated that there were no exceptions. Meanwhile, Lucia discovered a high tower. The tower was tightly locked. She was puzzled because it seemed to be the only place in the duke's mansion that couldn't be entered. So she ordered a maid to find the key to this place. But the maid turned pale. She advised Lucia not to go in. Lucia looked confused. The maid told her with a fearful expression that the West Tower was haunted by ghosts. Hearing about cute ghosts, Lucia's eyes widened, becoming even more excited. She hurriedly asked the maid who had said this. The maid trembled all over, answering seriously, "Everyone in Rocky City knows about this. I'm absolutely not making it up." Lucia thought, if there were ghosts here, there must be a reason. However, the maid didn't know the specific reason either. She only knew that her parents and friends had told her so. Seeing that she couldn't get any answers from the maid. Just then, the butler appeared. So she quickly ran to the butler's side, smiling and asking if she could ask him a question. The lady's sudden approach surprised the butler. He suddenly felt that the lady's next question might be a bit. "Is it true that there are ghosts in the West Tower?" The butler was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. The lady's question was indeed extraordinary. He told Lucia that although there were such rumors, he had never seen them himself. However, the rumors always said that everyone who had seen the West Tower had died unnaturally, so it became a forbidden area. Hearing the butler's explanation, Lucia became even more curious. She continued to ask about the specific reason what had happened in the West Tower. The butler hesitated. He wasn't sure whether to tell the lady the truth. But after a moment of hesitation, he still revealed the truth. Because someone had died in the West Tower, and it wasn't just a simple accident, but a murder. Lucia covered her mouth in surprise. But the next second, she immediately became very excited. She felt like this plot was just like a detective novel. It turned out that those who died in the West Tower were the former Duke and Duchess. This was originally a secret of the Duke's family. The butler thought Lucia had the right to know, so he told her. And the person who killed the former Duke was the current Duke's twin brother. After the former Duke and Duchess passed away, the current Duke inherited the title. Lucia was shocked. The Duke's twin brother had actually killed his own parents. However, the butler told her that although the former Duke was their biological father, the Duchess was not their biological mother. Their mother had passed away shortly after they were born. Lucia suddenly felt heartbroken. She hadn't expected that the Duke had experienced such terrible things in the past. That night, Lucia sat by the window reading a book. She couldn't concentrate at all. Her mind was full of thoughts about the Duke. She didn't know where he might be now. In the blink of an eye, Lucia hadn't seen the Duke for a month. She began to worry if something might have happened to him. Just then, along with the sound of rain, a buzzing noise came from outside the window. At this moment, the butler's expression became tense. This was the first time Lucia had seen the butler so nervous. It turned out the Duke had returned. Hearing this, Lucia was startled and stood up abruptly. However, the butler told her not to go out to greet him. Lucia immediately sat down again, disappointed. It was because when the Duke returned from battle, he would become very sensitive. The butler was afraid Lucia might be frightened. The Duke suddenly pinned Lucia against the bookshelf, then held her slender waist and kissed her. They only separated when both were out of breath. After a month, the Duke had finally returned. Lucia excitedly wanted to go out to greet him, but was stopped by the butler. The butler looked tense. He told the lady that whenever the Duke returned from the battlefield, he would become particularly sensitive. He was afraid the lady might be frightened. Lucia could only sit down with a disappointed look, gazing out the window. She just remembered that the Duke was a man known as the Lion of the battlefield. Several days passed, and Lucia was still dining alone. Since the Duke's return, he had been in meetings, even eating in the conference room. Lucia had a pitiful expression. Although she hadn't expected to be close to the Duke, she thought she should at least be informed about what was happening. Lucia put down her knife and fork, feeling very depressed. Seeing that the lady seemed unhappy, the butler asked if today's meal wasn't to her liking. The butler's sudden question startled Lucia. She hurriedly waved her hand in denial, saying she just wasn't feeling well today. Then she pushed back her chair and left. The butler was incredulous. The lady had never left food on her plate before. He didn't know what was wrong with her. Lucia went to the study. It was incredibly large and arranged very neatly, a paradise for someone with OCD. However, the only thing that displeased her was that there was no stepladder for her. Lucia stood on tiptoe, her hands trembling. She just couldn't reach the book she wanted to see. Just then, a large figure appeared behind Lucia. He pulled out the book for her and wrapped his other arm around her slender waist. Lucia looked back and was stunned. It was actually the Duke. The Duke calmly handed the book to Lucia. Lucia only then realized that the Duke was holding her, so she blushed and let out a small scream. Then she took the book, held it to her chest, leaned back against the bookshelf, and thanked the Duke. Lucia's heart was pounding nonstop, but inwardly, she was crying in despair. Although they were just a married couple by contract, interacting was still awkward. She didn't know what to say now. At this moment, the Duke wanted to explain why it took him so long to come see her. Lucia, who was worried about what to say, quickly responded, saying everything the Duke was about to say. After some more awkward conversation, the Duke suddenly asked if she had eaten very little at dinner, wondering if the food wasn't good. Lucia's cheeks turned red, and she avoided eye contact as she replied. She said she just didn't have much appetite today. However, the Duke had a fierce expression. He thought someone must have upset Lucia. Lucia hurriedly denied it, saying everyone had been very nice to her. Lucia kept avoiding eye contact. The Duke lifted Lucia's hair to his nose, showing a besotted expression, then asked her to look at him. Lucia looked up at the Duke. The Duke was puzzled why she seemed so uncomfortable when with him. He asked if she felt uneasy. However, Lucia said she wasn't uneasy, just a bit at a loss. The Duke continued to ask why. Lucia started to complain. She felt she was still awkward, while the Duke seemed very calm. And they hadn't seen each other for a month. The Duke smirked. "So, are you complaining that I haven't seen you for a month?" Lucia blushed furiously and hurriedly denied it loudly. However, the Duke just smiled, gazing at her intently. Then he lifted her chin, brushed her hair back, and leaned in to kiss her directly. The Duke held Lucia's slender waist and kissed her for a long time. They only separated when both were out of breath. But the Duke wasn't satisfied. He picked her up directly. This sudden action left Lucia at a loss. The Duke carried her to the bedroom in the study and put her down. Lucia looked terrified, thinking he wouldn't do it here, would he? Lucia never imagined that the Duke, not content with just the study, would carry her to the bed in the bedroom. While she was still surprised that there was a bedroom in the study, the Duke gently caressed her face. The next second, he leaned down and kissed her again. Lucia's mind was in chaos. He wouldn't do embarrassing things here, would he? Thinking this, Lucia hurriedly pushed the Duke away. However, the Duke pounced on her again like a hungry wolf. Lucia was helpless. She had to cover the Duke's mouth with her hand, then used a delaying tactic, saying she needed to take a bath first. However, the Duke told her he had already bathed. Hearing this, Lucia crossed her arms over her chest, even more embarrassed, and hurriedly explained that she meant she needed to bathe. The Duke said it didn't matter whether she bathed or not, then continued to move closer. Seeing the Duke approaching, Lucia's mind went blank. She suddenly shouted that she really cared about it. Only then did the Duke stop. Lucia opened her eyes wide, looking like she was about to cry as she spoke. The Duke was silent for a moment, then pulled Lucia up from the bed. With a whoosh, Lucia ran off and disappeared. After Lucia left, the Duke patted his head, feeling very confused. According to the original plan, he should still be carrying out official duties in the Northern Territory, but he had canceled half a year's schedule and returned directly to Rowan. While on his mission, Lucia's image kept appearing in his mind. He tried hard not to think of her, but found it impossible. He was always troubled by why he kept thinking of Lucia. And what confused him even more was, he usually hated when people entered his study without permission, but strangely, he wasn't bothered at all when Lucia appeared here. He even almost lost control in front of her. The Duke slumped on the couch. He didn't know what was wrong with him. Just then, there was a knock on the door. It was the butler. The butler nervously explained that he was the one who let the lady into the study. Just as he thought the Duke would punish him, the Duke asked, "Didn't you say she's the mistress of the Duke's mansion?" The butler was stunned. It seemed he had been hasty. The Duke didn't mind after all, so he smiled broadly and told the Duke that everyone really liked the lady. He went on praising Lucia, saying she had the demeanor of a true mistress, didn't treat the servants casually, and wasn't unreasonable. The Duke was truly surprised. Lucia had gained so many fans in just a month. Meanwhile, Lucia was lying in the bathtub with a resigned look, because she was about to be washed clean and then taken to the Duke's bedroom. The maids were efficiently dividing the tasks, happily helping her prepare. Lucia was confused. Why was everyone so excited? One of the maids couldn't stop praising Lucia's skin. Speaking of skin, Lucia humbly lowered her head. She thought that even if her skin was good, she was neither sexy nor beautiful. But the silver lining was that she had foreseen in a dream that after the Duke got married, he never brought other women to important occasions again. Although he was very cold towards his wife, he could still treat her with respect. Lucia thought perhaps the Duke would treat her the same way. This woman was lying in the bathtub with a resigned expression, because she was about to be washed clean by the maids and then taken to the Duke's bedroom. Lucia made a dazzling entrance wearing a bathrobe. The maids all blushed and excitedly showed their ant-like smiles. Meanwhile, the Duke was swirling a glass of red wine, waiting for Lucia. The maids consciously covered their uncontrollable smiles and snuck away. Lucia hadn't yet realized what was happening. Looking at the empty room, Lucia's face suddenly turned red. She covered her cheeks with both hands, thinking, this will probably spread throughout the entire castle by tomorrow. She calmed herself down. Then she approached the Duke. The Duke said nothing and directly handed her a glass of red wine. Lucia took the wine. She thought that drinking some wine might help ease her nervous mood, so she gulped it down in one go. The Duke was stunned. After finishing, Lucia wore a pained expression. The wine tasted terrible, both sour and astringent. The Duke smirked and continued to pour her more wine. Lucia also held out her glass, indicating she wanted more. When the glass was half full, the Duke suddenly wrapped his arm around Lucia's neck, pulling her close. They looked into each other's eyes for a moment, and the next second, they were kissing. During the kiss, the Duke took the wine glass from Lucia's hand and asked, "Do you like drinking wine?" Lucia replied that she only drinks on special occasions. Looking at Lucia, the Duke smiled foolishly. The next second, they started kissing again, but this time, the Duke noticed that Lucia's entire body was trembling nervously. He comforted her, saying, "Don't be afraid." But Lucia still couldn't stop shaking. The Duke had no choice but to pick her up and place her on the bed. He let Lucia lie in the crook of his arm. Then he held her tightly with his other hand. He comforted her, asking, "Do you feel better now?" This gentle gesture made Lucia feel much better. But the Duke didn't make any further moves. Lying in his arms, Lucia felt both shy and confused. He didn't seem to have any intention of doing that. In Lucia's view, the status of the mistress of the house could only be secured by constantly receiving her husband's affection. Was the Duke coming to the bedroom today just to make others think that the Duke and Duchess had a harmonious relationship? Or was he not doing anything because he was being considerate of her lack of experience? Or was it because she had just refused him earlier? Lucia clenched her hands, not knowing what she was thinking about. At this moment, the Duke suddenly spoke. "Hey, you're not really going to sleep, are you? I didn't come here to put you to bed." Lucia was startled. The Duke continued to ask, "Are you tired?" Lucia replied, "I'm not tired, but you must be very tired, right? You had a meeting as soon as you came back." The Duke suddenly took Lucia's hand and kissed it. Then he showed a foolish expression and said, "I'm not tired, but I want to hold you. Don't you want to?" Lucia's face turned red instantly at these bold words. The Duke suddenly changed positions, pressing down on Lucia. Then, with slightly red cheeks, he repeated, "I want to hold you. Is that okay?" Lucia looked helpless. The Duke's yearning gaze made her feel like she was some incomparable beauty. It felt quite nice. The Duke then said he wouldn't be like last time. However, Lucia turned her head away angrily, saying she didn't believe him. "You lied to me last time." The Duke took Lucia's hand and placed it on his cheek, then earnestly begged Lucia to give him a chance to make up for his mistake. He also said, "I now know that your body is weak." The Duke's eager puppy-like demeanor made Lucia very conflicted. After a moment, Lucia Lucia smiled. What follows is a scene that some readers might not enjoy, so as usual we'll skip it. In the blink of an eye, the sun rose. Lucia opened her eyes. She suddenly forgot when she had fallen asleep. As she was wondering what time it was, the Duke suddenly hugged her from behind. Lucia was startled and called out, "Duke." However, the Duke moved closer to Lucia, asking her to call him by his name. We've reached another familiar scene, so we'll skip it again. When Lucia woke up again, it was already very late. After getting dressed, she ate breakfast alone and rested for a while. Soon it was lunchtime. In the afternoon, she went out for a walk and then read for a while. Before she knew it, it was dinner time. Although the Duke wouldn't join Lucia for breakfast and lunch, he would always be there for dinner. After bathing, they would spend a tiring night together. When they woke up, it would be the next morning. For nearly a month, the Duke appeared every day. Because of this, the maids who were already enthusiastic about him became even more so. Lucia also understood that this was what a stable, yet decadent day looked like. Probably because she experienced these things every day, Lucia no longer felt shy about it. Since the Duke's return, Lucia often slept until afternoon due to exhaustion. Although she could directly tell the Duke if she didn't like it, even though it was tiring, she didn't dislike it. Being able to become the esteemed Duchess now was a life she never dared to imagine. Lucia looked at the overgrown garden outside the window, feeling very desolate. She hesitated whether to tidy it up. After all, in her dream marriage life, if she didn't work, she wouldn't have food to eat. Therefore, this leisurely life was too unfamiliar to her. Although she had heard before that some noble ladies would pass time through embroidery or flower arranging, having grown up alone in the palace, she only knew basic survival skills besides reading and walking. Just as Lucia was feeling melancholic, the butler called out "Madam," bringing her back to reality. Then the butler handed Lucia an envelope. Lucia took the envelope puzzledly, opened it to find a household budget list. The butler thoughtfully explained beside her, "The household budget doesn't include employment fees and basic expenses for maintaining the castle. And this is a new budget specially made for the madam." Hearing the butler's words, Lucia was very confused. As far as she knew, the household budget was for the mistress to maintain the castle's operation. But the butler told her that it might be like that in the future. But this year this money was for the madam to use freely, as long as it didn't exceed the amount. Hearing these words from the butler, Lucia was very surprised. In other words, this money was nominally a household budget, but in reality, it was her personal property. Lucia put away the envelope. She thought this money was also a motivation for her work, and she needed to produce decent results. In the evening, Lucia sat at her dressing table and asked the Duke behind her if she could tidy up the backyard garden. The Duke picked up the petite Lucia in one swoop. He said the garden belongs to the mistress. You can do whatever you want with it. Lucia told the Duke that she might need a lot of people at the beginning, so she might hire many people during this period. Hearing this, the Duke thought the budget wasn't enough, so he immediately said he would increase Lucia's budget. Lucia hurriedly explained that this wasn't what she meant. This money was several zeros more than her miserable marriage in her dream. Moreover, the head of the household would decide the amount of the household budget based on the quality of the marital relationship. Thinking about this, Lucia felt that the Duke must be quite satisfied with her. The Duke then squatted down, hands on either side of Lucia, looking up at her. He reiterated that you are my lawful wife. Whether you cut down all the trees in the garden or flatten it into a pond, it's up to you. The Duke had made it so clear, but the dazed Lucia still didn't know how much authority she actually had. The Duke pushed Lucia down. Then he looked at Lucia beside him lovingly, asking how much she wanted. Lucia was very surprised to hear the Duke asking for her opinion, but it was because she hadn't properly learned these things that she didn't know and had to ask the Duke. She didn't know what she should do as the esteemed Duchess to live up to this status. Hearing Lucia's words, the Duke felt very guilty, thinking he should have thought of this issue earlier. Lucia didn't have close elders before, so naturally, she had no opportunity to learn. Then the Duke promised that he would help Lucia find a teacher to guide her. Hearing these words, Lucia happily held the Duke's hand, expressing her gratitude. Such a kawaii expression made the Duke's pupils suddenly dilate. The next second, before Lucia could react, he directly kissed her. Lucia surprisingly called out the Duke's name. The Duke then asked Lucia if she had adapted to life here, and said that after resolving the territory issues, they would return to the capital. Hearing about returning to the capital, Lucia looked shocked. In her dream, she had foreseen that the king would pass away next year, and her brother, the crown prince, would ascend to the throne, and the duke would form the closest alliance with him, so they would inevitably return to the capital. The duke noticed Lucia was lost in thought. The duke directly lifted her chin. "You still have the mind to think about other things now." Before Lucia could refuse, the duke pounced on her, starting the plot that everyone dislikes. Lucia never imagined that the duke had now become unscrupulous, not only wanting to be intimate in the dining room, but also not letting go even when walking in the garden. At that time, they were having dinner together. The duke told Lucia that tomorrow, Countess Calzin would come to the duke's mansion as her etiquette teacher. Learning this news, Lucia was very excited. The duke went on to explain that the countess was a tough character. She was known as the godmother of the northern social circle. She lost her husband very early, but didn't remarry, instead supporting the entire count's family on her own. She was proficient in etiquette, highly cultured, and many noble ladies were queuing up to learn from her. Learning how amazing her teacher was, Lucia was very surprised, but she was also worried if it was too sudden to invite her over like this. At this moment, the duke glanced at the butler. The butler was stunned for a moment. Then, understanding the situation, he led all the servants out of the dining room. Lucia was puzzled, not knowing what the duke was up to. The spacious dining room was left with just the two of them. At this point, the duke started to boast. He dramatically told Lucia that the countess was a very stubborn person. Even when his son begged her for 3 months and 10 days, she didn't even blink. The naive Lucia, still unaware that she was about to be tricked, asked the duke how he persuaded the countess. The duke smiled slightly. With an expression that said, "Praise me," he told Lucia that it took a lot of effort to accomplish this. Lucia shyly said thank you, but she wasn't sure if it was her imagination. She seemed to see a smug expression on the duke's face. The duke looked at Lucia expectantly. "Are you just going to thank me with words?" Hearing this, Lucia was quite speechless. She didn't expect the duke to be such a childish person. She had no choice but to get up from her chair with a blushing face and plant a kiss on the duke's lips. However, the duke gave a mischievous smile, indicating that this wasn't enough. He then directly lifted Lucia onto the dining table, kissing her passionately again and wrapping his arms around her slender waist. Lucia suddenly realized what was happening and pushed the duke away. She asked nervously, "You're not going to do embarrassing things here, are you?" However, the duke moved closer to Lucia again, asking, "Is it not allowed here?" Lucia shamefully expressed that it definitely wasn't allowed. The duke smirked. "If you can give me a reasonable explanation, I'll let you go." Lucia never imagined the duke would be so bold. She could only loudly rebuke, "It's not allowed in a place where we eat." Seeing Lucia's panicked expression, the duke couldn't help but laugh. "Then is it allowed in other places, like the corridor or the garden?" Lucia panicked even more, immediately saying no. She was worried about being seen by others. The duke suggested they could just send everyone in the castle away. The dazed Lucia was actually seriously considering it. "If no one knows, maybe it's okay. It's the same as in the bedroom anyway, and we are married after all." The duke never expected that he was just joking, but this woman was seriously considering it. Seeing Lucia's dazed expression, the duke had to close his eyes and warn himself to be serious. After thinking it through, Lucia still felt that it couldn't be done here no matter what. "Since my lovely wife doesn't want to, let's forget about it." Then the duke pulled Lucia off the dining table and asked if she wanted to go for a walk together. Crisis averted, Lucia happily agreed. Seeing the woman's radiant smile, the duke actually felt a bit shy. He thought, if he had known she would be this happy, he should have accompanied her for walks earlier. The two came outside. Lucia earnestly described her plans for the garden. The duke felt that every time he heard her chattering voice, his mood would improve. He wished Lucia would talk to him more. As they walked, they came to a big tree. Lucia pointed at the tree and told the duke that she drank tea under this tree every day. The duke replied mischievously, "If it's the first time here, it must be very different." Lucia blushed and got angry at the duke's suggestive words. At this moment, the duke grabbed her hand. He pinned her against the tree, then embraced her back and kissed her. To prevent everyone's mouths from floating into outer space, we'll skip the next part of the plot. In the evening, the duke took Lucia out for a walk. Just as the two were passionately embracing under the tree in the night, the adjutant Fabian who had gone to the capital on business, returned. His twin brother, the butler, gave him a hug to welcome him home. Fabian, fighting off his drowsiness, said he needed to see the Duke to report to him. But the butler told him he didn't know when the master would return. He had gone for a walk with the Duchess. Hearing this, Fabian was completely stunned. He never imagined that the Duke, such an unfeeling man, would accompany his wife for a walk. However, to the butler, this wasn't surprising at all. After all, they had a good relationship. They ate together almost every day. Hearing this, the just-arrived Fabian was even more shocked, refreshing his understanding of the Duke. Fabian couldn't understand when the master's taste had become so poor. As a die-hard fan of the Duchess, hearing someone disparage her made the butler immediately flare up. He warned Fabian with a gloomy face to shut up. However, Fabian hadn't noticed anything wrong yet. The next second, the butler landed a heavy punch, knocking him to the ground, and reiterated, "I told you to shut up. Stop talking nonsense." Fabian, knocked down, said he was just speaking casually. After all, the Duke never stayed with the same woman more than 3 times. The only one who lasted over a year was Countess Lucy. After saying this, he got up and went to bed yawning. The next morning, on a sunny day, Madame Michel arrived at the Duke's mansion on time. Lucia looked at the slightly older, but very refined and powerful woman before her with admiration. But at this moment, Michelle was carefully examining Lucia. She wanted to know just how capable a person must be to start learning how to be a lady only after getting married. She couldn't help but recall how the Duke had invited, or rather, forced her by letter. If she hadn't agreed, the overbearing and arrogant Duke of Turin wouldn't have let her off. Coming back to her senses, Michelle saw Lucia lifting her skirt and gracefully curtsying to her. "It's my honor to meet you. I hope it's not too presumptuous to have suddenly invited you here." Michelle was taken aback upon hearing this. She then replied, "It's my great honor to be your teacher." Hearing this, Lucia was very happy. "I was worried that I might be too incompetent and cause you trouble." Then Lucia invited Michelle to the living room. Lucia's politeness was something Michelle had never expected. She had originally thought that due to Lucia's princess status, she might be somewhat arrogant. After they sat down, Lucia expressed somewhat shamefully, "Because I haven't studied properly before, if there's any inappropriate behavior or speech, please tell me directly." Looking at such a polite Lucia, Michelle showed a gratified smile. It seemed Lucia was about to gain another fan. Michelle told Lucia, "You're already doing very well in terms of etiquette. The essence of etiquette is to care for others' feelings. Learning to treat people sincerely, you already possess these 2 points. There's no need to learn more." Receiving Madame Michel's praise made Lucia blush a little. Michelle thought, since Lucia had been married for 2 months, it was about time to start socializing. So she decided to start teaching Lucia with the simplest tea parties. Through conversation, Madame Michel taught Lucia many things. Her elegant speech and skilled teaching methods made it not boring at all. The whole process made Lucia marvel at how Madame Michel could even drink tea so gracefully. Madame Michel, known for her strictness, not only praised Lucia highly, but even worried that Lucia might be too lonely by herself. So, she offered to introduce her niece to her. Madame Michel explained, touching her cheek, that although her niece had an outgoing and pure personality, easy to get along with, she was a bit prone to causing trouble. Lucia was very curious about what kind of trouble she had caused. Madame Michel told her somewhat embarrassedly. Not long ago, her friend's fiancé cheated, so she dug a pit, filled it with horse manure, and then pushed the person in. Lucia was stunned after hearing this. She thought this person sounded quite interesting. She couldn't wait to meet her. Seeing that Lucia didn't mind, Madame Michel smiled. She would be a great confidant for you. She loves helping people solve their love troubles. But Lucia was puzzled. She was already married and didn't have any love troubles. However, Madame Michel told her, marriage is not the end, but the beginning. She then asked Lucia how long she had been dating the Duke before marriage. Hearing the word dating, Lucia was a bit surprised. Then she told Madame Michel that she had met the Duke only 3 times before marriage. Hearing this answer, Madame Michel tried hard to steady her shaking body and heart. She thought, could it be that she married the Duke without knowing anything? Then she asked Lucia what kind of person the Duke was. In Michel's view, Lucia had only been married for just over 2 months and was still in the period of being full of fantasies about married life. Plus, with so few meetings, this princess surely didn't understand her husband. However, to her great surprise, Lucia's mind flashed to the image of the Duke combing her hair. Then she answered, he's a willful person, though not too severely so. But he's decisive in his actions. Once he makes a decision, He won't easily change it. He's a cold-hearted person. Hearing this answer, Madame Michel was full of questions. She sighed, "It seems I was being redundant. You understand your husband very well. This is a good thing. It proves you haven't lost yourself. You're doing great in this aspect." Although she learned that Lucia knew her husband well, she didn't know how close Lucia and the Duke actually were. So she asked a rather impolite question. "How many times a week does the Duke visit your bedroom?" Hearing this question, Lucia instantly turned red. Then, covering her face, she stammered, "He comes every day." Learning this information, Madame Michel smiled, thinking to herself that she had worried unnecessarily. It was the Duke who was hopelessly in love. In the blink of an eye, the first lesson ended. Lucia thanked Madame Michel, saying the class had been very beneficial. But Madame Michel said, "I believe you'll do well at the tea party in a week." Lucia, however, felt immense pressure. That evening, Lucia recalled what Madame Michel had told her in class. As the lady of the Duke's mansion, she should host at least 2 tea parties a month and invite more than 10 people. She felt quite depressed. Lucia thought she should get used to it quickly, so she sat up straight and cheered herself on. At this moment, the maid's voice interrupted her thoughts. Lucia looked at the maid before her in confusion. The maid's cheeks were slightly red as she stammered, "Madam, are you perhaps pregnant?" Since Lucia hadn't had her period for 2 months, the young maid hopefully thought that the madam might be pregnant. She even asked if they should call a doctor to check. However, Lucia directly refused the young maid, expressing with slight disappointment that there was no such thing. "Don't worry about it." But the young maid couldn't help but continue to ask, "Wouldn't it be better to call a doctor anyway?" Before the young maid could finish, Lucia angrily interrupted her. "That's absolutely impossible." The young maid was frightened. She had never seen the madam so angry before. The next morning, the Duke was handling official business in his study. The butler came in with a cup of coffee and informed the Duke that the madam was preparing for tomorrow's tea party. The Duke smiled and said he had heard about it. "As it's the madam's first event, would you like to send a congratulatory gift?" Hearing the butler's words, the Duke put down his pen and started thinking, resting his head on his hand. The butler added, "If you do, the madam will surely be very happy." The Duke imagined Lucia's beaming smile, thanking him, and couldn't help but smile foolishly. But the next second, his heart suddenly sank. What gift should he give? The Duke thought for a moment. Although he had intentionally given Lucia a larger household budget, he had never actually given her a gift. He didn't even know what Lucia liked. The Duke's appearance of racking his brains made the butler very pleased. After all, he had never seen the Duke troubled over giving someone a gift before. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. The butler opened it and was very surprised. He turned and told the Duke that Dr. Philip had arrived. Hearing this name, the Duke's face suddenly darkened, and a pair of blood-red eyes appeared. The butler was immediately drenched in cold sweat from the killing intent emanating from the Duke. Dr. Philip had served the Turon family for generations, and he was also the personal physician of the former Duke. However, he suddenly disappeared while the Duke was away from the territory. The Duke now instructed the butler to let him in and ordered that no one else enter this floor. After the butler left, he felt that things were indeed not that simple. Accompanied by a series of footsteps, Philip appeared before the Duke. The Duke, with his eyes crimson, rudely stated, "I heard you went on a trip. It would have been better if you had died on the way." He then told him to say his greetings and get out quickly, never to appear before him again. Philip replied, "Young master is truly kind-hearted, actually sparing the life of this old man." The Duke sneered. However, in the next second, he suddenly became murderous. "Don't get it wrong. I'm not killing you because I owe you a life, because that fool said he wanted to protect his lifesaver." After a moment of silence, Philip believed that young Master Hugo was kind-hearted by nature. His sacrifice should have been, more than anyone else's, in hopes that the Duke could sit in this room. You all have Turon family blood, so the most suitable one should become the master of Turon. When will you finally accept the fact that you are the master of the Turon family? The Duke stated that it would never be possible, and that he would immediately pass the position to Damien as soon as he came of age. Philip didn't expect the Duke to be so resistant to this position. In his view, young Master Hugo had exchanged this position with his blood, making it even more noble. The Duke chuckled, knowing that Philip was very clever. If that day he hadn't been lying at his feet without a word, but instead talking nonsense like now, he probably would have died early. After all, that day he killed everyone except this old man, because the Duke found those people disgusting. Even Philip, the only one who survived, he couldn't tolerate. He even thought that as long as Philip died, there would be no more stench. At this moment, Philip was still recklessly continuing to argue. He believed that the former duke had also been forced to do things for the sake of the family. Hearing this, the duke angrily slammed the table. He couldn't help but recall how his father had threatened to use Hugo to make him obediently become the heir. And Hugo, knowing that as long as he existed, as long as this duke who used him existed, his brother would never be free. So he killed the duke with his own hands, then ended his own life in front of his brother. Recalling all this, the duke gritted his teeth in anger. Someone who wouldn't even kill an insect was forced by that old man to do such a thing. He felt this wasn't Hugo's mystery at all, but because of his father's ugly rebellion. Philip had thought that as the duke grew up, he would understand all this. But he found he had thought too much. He couldn't help but wonder if the noble bloodline of the Turan family was to be buried here. Then Philip remembered hearing that the duke had married, but his wife couldn't bear children. Did he know about this himself? The duke angrily ordered Philip with killing intent, "Do not approach my wife." The butler learned from a maid that the madam hadn't had her period for 2 months. So he went to the garden and called out to Lucia, who was taking a walk. Lucia looked disappointedly at the young maid. She hadn't expected the maid to tell after all. Lucia reiterated to the butler that she wasn't pregnant and that there was nothing wrong with her health. She added that the duke was aware of all this. However, in the butler's view, if there was something wrong with the madam's health, he couldn't bear the responsibility. So he asked for Lucia's permission to confirm this with the duke. Lucia's mind was in a muddle. Although she had told the duke she couldn't bear children when they signed the marriage contract, the duke had only asked how to prove it and then let the matter drop. Lucia was a bit worried. If she told the duke the specific reason now, she feared he would be very surprised. Lucia told the butler that the duke indeed knew about this, but she could tell him again. However, the butler seriously stated that he couldn't be sure if the madam would explain to the duke. Seeing the butler's serious expression, Lucia felt quite helpless. She had no choice but to agree to mention this to the duke again in the butler's presence. With the matter finally resolved, the butler smiled and apologized to the madam. Lucia was also understanding of the butler, believing this was part of his job. Then Lucia looked sharply at the butler and the maid behind him. She felt the maid's tattling behavior was undoubtedly monitoring her, so she decided to dismiss her today. The butler was somewhat surprised. He had thought the madam was an extremely gentle person, but didn't expect her to be as decisive and cold as the duke. The butler smiled with satisfaction, feeling pleased. They truly were a perfect match. Meanwhile, the duke, who had just finished warning Philip, recalled the secret of the Turan family. Long ago, people didn't know when the Turan family appeared or why they chose to settle in the desolate north. Despite having great power, they were still willing to serve as subjects, living a quiet life. The true purpose of the Turan family was known only to generations of the family and very few others. That was to continue the noble bloodline of the Turan family. To achieve this goal, they had to choose the safest place to survive, and the desolate north was their best choice. Now only he and this old man before him knew about these things, because all others who knew had been killed by the duke. If Philip hadn't secretly saved Hugo's life without the former duke knowing, he probably wouldn't have survived until now. At this moment, Philip stated that young Master Damien needed a wife, otherwise the Turan bloodline couldn't continue. Before Philip could finish, the duke angrily told him to shut up. He felt these words made him. He furiously stated that even barbarians wouldn't marry their own sisters. But Philip stubbornly believed that this matter couldn't be judged by ordinary standards. The noble bloodline of the Turan family must be continued. The duke held his forehead, telling Philip to stop talking nonsense. He warned him never to appear in his sight again, or he would kill him. Seeing that he couldn't persuade the duke, Philip nodded helplessly and left. Then the duke instructed the butler to never let Dr. Philip approach the madam. He worried that the old man might encourage Lucia to find a lover for him under the pretext of continuing the bloodline. He didn't want to see sadness appear in Lucia's pumpkin-colored eyes. The duke also told the butler to try not to let them meet. Suddenly, the butler remembered that a few days ago, the madam had asked him about the reason for sealing the West Tower. The duke was somewhat surprised to hear this. The butler apologetically said that he had told the madam everything he knew. The duke thought for a moment, feeling that Lucia would find out about this sooner or later anyway. He was more concerned about Lucia's reaction after knowing. The butler replied that the madam was somewhat shocked, but more than surprised. She was worried about you hearing this. Upon hearing these words, the duke's pupils suddenly dilated, as if his heart had been struck by something. After calming down, the duke got up to leave, saying he needed to go out and might return very late. After the duke left, the butler finally realized, what about the madam's gift? In the blink of an eye, the day of Lucia's first tea party arrived. The atmosphere, which she had thought would be very tense, now seemed quite harmonious. It was completely different from the always tense social circles in the capital. Lucia raised her teacup, thinking it might be because of her status as the Turan madam that everyone was saying only pleasant things. Just then, with a creak, the butler entered. "Madam, I'm sorry to interrupt your pleasant time. The master has sent a gift to celebrate your first time hosting a social event." Lucia was surprised. She hadn't expected the Duke to send her a gift. The noble ladies attending the party all expressed their envy. Then the butler instructed the servants to bring in the flowers. Instantly, the terrace became a sea of flowers. Everyone exclaimed how beautiful it was. Lucia looked at the flowers in her arms, her heart beating uncontrollably. Only, these flowers seemed a bit green. Then Lucia smiled. She hadn't expected the Duke to send her a gift. The butler also explained with a smile that the master hoped this gift would match today's theme. Hearing this, Lucia was especially surprised. She then said she would personally thank the Duke. In the blink of an eye, the tea party ended in a pleasant atmosphere. The butler nearby remarked that the returning noble ladies all seemed very pleased. It appeared everyone was very satisfied with this tea party. Lucia immediately responded to Jerome, "You've worked hard too. But I have something I want to ask you." Because every time Lucia asked a question, it would scare him half to death. So when the butler heard this, he immediately rolled his eyes in fright. He had originally thought the madam had been asking fewer questions lately. It seems he had thought too much. Lucia directly said something shocking, stating that those flowers weren't sent by the Duke, were they? The butler instantly lost his composure, nervously flustered. He never imagined the madam would discover this. Seeing the butler's surprised expression, Lucia couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Originally, Lucia had believed it. If it weren't for the Duke's blessing, Lucia might have been fooled by the butler. Because in her view, the Duke would absolutely not say such words. He wasn't a person who paid attention to details. Hearing the madam's words, the butler instantly broke into a cold sweat, stammering, not knowing how to explain. But Lucia said it was all right, and even thanked him for the gift. This made Jerome even more nervous. He hurriedly explained that the master really wanted to send her a gift, but didn't know what to send, so he had made the choice for the Duke. Lucia asked the butler if this was true. The butler anxiously affirmed it was absolutely true. Lucia pretended to think seriously, examining the butler. By now, the butler was so nervous that sweat was involuntarily sliding from the corners of his eyes. The next second, Lucia burst into laughter, saying, "I understand. I'll thank the Duke. You may leave now." She wanted to stay in this sea of flowers for a while. Meanwhile, after the Duke finished his meeting, the butler immediately told him that the madam was at the terrace. Speaking of the terrace, the Duke suddenly remembered that Lucia was hosting a tea party today. He had completely forgotten about the gift. He thought that since the day wasn't over yet, it might not be too late to send a gift now. But the butler told him that the party had already ended, since he hadn't instructed what gift to send to the madam. The butler had taken the liberty of sending some fresh flowers. The Duke finally breathed a sigh of relief, praising the butler for doing a great job and promising to give him a raise. The Duke arrived at the terrace and found Lucia sitting quietly at the table with her eyes closed. Lucia in the sunset was absolutely beautiful, as if time had stopped. He leaned his head against the doorframe, watching Lucia. He didn't know what Lucia was thinking. Just then, Lucia suddenly opened her eyes and noticed the Duke's arrival. So she gave him a bright smile. At this moment, the Duke was stunned, feeling as if his heart was about to melt. The next second, Lucia ran towards the Duke and hugged him tightly. The Duke was completely dumbfounded. He never imagined Lucia would make such an adorable gesture. Lucia never imagined that the Duke would not only speak such provocative words, but also shamelessly want to get intimate on the terrace. After the tea party ended, Lucia immediately rushed to the Duke. The Duke also held Lucia tightly, then gently placed a kiss on the top of her head. They looked into each other's eyes, and the next second they kissed. This heartwarming scene, did it make you smile? The Duke asked Lucia if she had enjoyed the tea party. Lucia replied that she had a great time and thanked the Duke for the gift. Just as the Duke was about to lean in for another kiss, suddenly, the red roses on the table caught his attention. He suddenly thought of the yellow roses incident. This made him very anxious. The Duke nervously held Lucia tightly. He recalled that previously, on the day Lucia signed the contract with him, she said, "If I fail to keep my heart, please send me yellow roses to signify a breakup." Thinking of this, the Duke suddenly picked up Lucia and pressed her head against his shoulder. Lucia was startled. The Duke looked around the entire terrace and found no yellow roses. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief and sit down. Then he asked Lucia why she liked flowers so much. Lucia hesitated for a moment, then diplomatically replied that rather than saying she liked flowers, it was more that she liked the gift from him. The Duke secretly felt relieved that she hadn't remembered the yellow roses incident. Actually, giving yellow roses to the other person was a breakup method researched by the butler, because the flower language of yellow roses represents separation. Although the yellow roses issue was resolved, the Duke remembered the two additional requirements when signing the contract at that time. The first condition Lucia agreed to was that she would absolutely not interfere with the Duke's private life. The second was Lucia's promise that she would never fall in love with the Duke in the future. The Duke never imagined that he would now be in such a predicament trying to win his wife's heart. He felt that he must have been crazy at the time to unnecessarily agree to these two conditions. Just thinking about how Lucia had once sincerely said to him, "I will absolutely never fall in love with you," he suddenly felt like he was suffocating. The Duke leaned on Lucia's shoulder, feeling very regretful. He muttered quietly, calling himself a fool. But then the Duke thought again. At that time, these two conditions were only verbal promises, not legally binding. The Duke felt that he had been quite foresighted back then. Convinced by his own logic, the Duke no longer dwelled on the contract's content. He smiled and whispered in Lucia's ear, "Since you say you're very satisfied with this gift, shouldn't you show your gratitude in return?" Hearing the Duke's words, Lucia was speechless. "Doesn't your conscience hurt? The gift was clearly sent by Jerome. How can someone be so thick-skinned?" But Lucia still asked the Duke what he wanted. The Duke asked in return, "Will you agree to whatever I say?" Lucia replied, "Of course, as long as it's within my abilities." Hearing this, the Duke slowly leaned closer to Lucia's ear and whispered something softly. The volume was too low for me to hear exactly what he said. Anyway, after Lucia heard it, she instantly blushed with embarrassment and immediately said it was not possible. The next second, the Duke instantly turned into a puppy-like figure, pleading, "Is it really not possible?" Lucia was momentarily confused but quickly came to her senses and again said it was not possible. The Duke kissed her neck again and then gazed at Lucia lovingly. "When did I become so untrustworthy?" However, Lucia was a bit angry. She snorted proudly, telling the Duke to search his conscience and think about the reason. Before Lucia could finish speaking, the Duke picked her up. He turned her to face him directly. Lucia blushed shyly, panicking and saying, "What if someone comes?" The Duke held her back, telling her not to worry. The butler wouldn't be so tactless. Lucia sighed helplessly. "Are your questions always just symbolic?" However, the Duke continued with more suggestive words. Lucia couldn't bear to listen anymore. She warned the Duke that if he dared to say one more word, she would seriously refuse. The Duke just smiled. The next second, they were intertwined. "It's time for the plot that everyone dislikes. As usual, we'll skip it." What exactly happened that made Lucia and the butler blush so much? The butler called Dr. Anna to examine Lucia. After some questioning, Dr. Anna believed that Lucia was probably not pregnant, but she learned from the butler that the madam seemed a bit tired recently. Anna said she would prescribe some tonic first. However, the next second, her sharp eyes seemed to notice something. So she stared at Lucia intently and advised meaningfully, "The human body isn't made of steel after all. Everything should be done in moderation. Butler, please inform the Duke about this." At first, both of them were confused, but Dr. Anna continued to explain, "The madam is at her most energetic age, yet needs to take tonics. That aspect also needs occasional rest." The usually composed butler couldn't help but blush upon hearing this. Lucia's face turned even redder, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. But as a doctor with professional ethics, Anna asked, "Madam must be very tired too, right? Please tell the Duke about this." Lucia clasped her hands tightly, stammering and hesitating, unable to speak for a long time. She imagined telling the doctor that she liked it very much and that the Duke came to her bedroom every night. Dr. Anna's eyes would probably shatter right then. The butler would also give her a strange look. Lucia whimpered, thinking she must be crazy to even consider saying such thoughts out loud. Dr. Anna didn't forget to remind the butler to tell the Duke to exercise restraint. The butler, red-faced, said he would, then coughed awkwardly twice and asked what frequency should be maintained. Dr. Anna made a gesture, telling him they needed to rest one day every 5 days. After the examination, Lucia went to the balcony alone. Speaking of pregnancy, She recalled a wild grass that grew throughout the empire called three-leaf mugwort. Because it was ubiquitous and had mild hemostatic effects, it became a backup medicine for commoners. When she was 15 and first started menstruating, she didn't know why she was bleeding. No one had told her, and the bleeding plunged her into endless fear. She felt like she was going to die, so she thought of this ubiquitous three-leaf mugwort. Miraculously, it worked. Later, every time she had her period, she would eat three-leaf mugwort. After using it for half a year, she never had her period again. At that time, she didn't know what this meant. It wasn't until she had a dream that could predict the future that she learned about her infertility. Just when Lucia was about to give up, she met a mysterious wanderer in her dream. Louis told her that although three-leaf mugwort was considered a poisonous herb by people, it could actually purify the body when consumed. The only side effect might be the absence of menstruation. He also gave Lucia his ancestral secret recipe, saying that as long as she persisted in taking the medicine he provided, her menstruation would return. He sincerely blessed Lucia, hoping she could have a beautiful child and become a happy mother. Back in reality, although Lucia knew the treatment method and could start at any time, she remembered her promise to the Duke that she couldn't get pregnant. She had said that back then because she thought they would eventually divorce. After all, the Duke only needed a nominal mistress. Now it seemed the Duke might not agree to divorce her. Lucia clenched her fists tightly. She believed that since she had prepared herself for a life without children when she got married, she should bear it all. But Lucia recalled the blessing from that Yui and felt a bit sad. That person had gone to great lengths to tell her the secret recipe. However, it seemed that her blessing, whether in the dream or reality, could not be realized. What was that person's name again? Lucia struggled to remember. Finally, after much thought, she remembered that the Yui was actually Philip, the doctor's butler. Risking his life to convey the doctor's message to the Duke, told him not to frequently visit the madam's bedroom and that it's best to let the madam rest every 5 days. After hearing this, the Duke didn't understand why the doctor would say such things. The butler hurriedly explained that it was for the madam's health. Hearing the word health, the Duke was stunned. Then he reluctantly said he understood. After the butler left, the Duke held his forehead in frustration. Lucia was so delicate, yet he had been tormenting her day and night for over a month. But when he thought about the butler telling him to rest every 5 days, he clenched his fists, feeling extremely depressed. At night, Lucia snuggled in the Duke's arms. The strong heartbeat made her feel secure. The Duke told her that starting tomorrow, he would be leaving Royan for a few days. He planned to inspect the territory once or twice a month. Lucia looked unwilling. She thought this shouldn't be done by the Lord, but the Duke told her it was to maintain order. He then kissed her on the cheek. Lucia was a bit worried. She asked the Duke how long he needed to go. The Duke replied it would take 3 or 4 days. Lucia felt very low at the thought of not seeing this man for 3 or 4 days. She suddenly realized that she had unconsciously become accustomed to having the Duke by her side. Although she hoped the Duke would return quickly, she worried that saying so might annoy him. Thinking of this, Lucia couldn't help but hug the Duke tightly. At this moment, the Duke mentioned that he had a gift for her at the tea party to be held in 2 days, because he felt the gift from the last tea party wasn't good enough. Hearing that the Duke wanted to give her a gift, Lucia's heart suddenly raced, pounding wildly. She looked at the Duke with anticipation. "Can I ask what it is?" To her surprise, the Duke immediately revealed it was a necklace. This straightforward approach left Lucia stunned. There was no surprise at all. Then, changing the subject, the Duke instructed Lucia not to wander around during his absence. He told her to stay put and be good as usual. Lucia was surprised. Although she had no intention of going out, why did the Duke specifically emphasize this point? Lucia asked why with a puzzled face. The Duke panicked. He hadn't expected Lucia to ask for a reason. The Duke stammered for a while. Finally, caressing Lucia's face, he coaxed and persuaded her. "I don't want you to leave my domain while I'm away, because when I'm not here, the mistress needs to guard the castle." The next second, Lucia suddenly understood. So that's how it was. Then she smiled innocently and asked the Duke if there was anything else he wanted to say. Thinking that he wouldn't be able to see such a smile for several days, the Duke unconsciously lifted Lucia's chin and kissed her. We'll skip directly to the next morning. Philip watched from afar as the Duke and his entourage left. Just as he was about to enter the inner city, he was stopped by a suddenly appearing knight. The knight stated that as long as Philip didn't enter the inner city, his movements wouldn't be restricted. Philip was furious at this behavior, but the knight said they were just following orders. He told Philip that if he refused to comply, they would have to force him to leave. Seeing the arrow pointed at his neck, Philip had no choice but to turn and leave reluctantly. It turns out that Lucia and the Duke were a perfect match made in heaven. Because of the Turon family's special bloodline, if they wanted an ordinary woman to conceive, she had to consume 3-leaf mugwort continuously for over a year, starting from her first menstruation, then unite with the Turon heir, and then take the antidote researched by the Philip family to restore her body to its original state, until menstruation resumes. Then it can be restored. And now, only Philip knows this method. Philip doesn't know who the Duchess is, or why she causes such a strong reaction in the Duke. But ever since he became alone, there's only hatred left in the Duke's eyes. He believes the Duke will eventually lead the family to ruin, and he understands that continuing the Turon family bloodline is just his own obsession. But he can't give up because it's the only meaning to his existence. Meanwhile, Lucia was somewhat surprised to see the jewel-encrusted box on the table. The butler excitedly told the madam that this was a gift prepared by the master for her. Just a few days ago, the Duke was holding a pile of drawings, carefully selecting a gift. The butler, watching the Duke's conflicted expression, couldn't believe that the master would put so much thought into choosing a gift. However, the Duke seemed to be enjoying it. Finally, after pondering for several days, the Duke selected a drawing and handed it to the butler. The butler took the drawing, but found that the necklace on it had already been auctioned off to a foreign royal family. Hearing this, the Duke told the butler to find the royal family and buy it back at 2 or 3 times the price. The Duke wanted to give her a gift special enough to remain in her memory. Lucia put on the necklace the Duke had given her. The exquisite necklace made Lucia look incredibly beautiful. Even the butler couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. But as Lucia looked at the diamond-encrusted necklace around her neck, she was somewhat incredulous. After all, it was worlds apart from the simple necklace she had imagined. Lucia could hardly believe it. Was this necklace really meant for her? The butler told her that the Duke had intended to give it to her personally, but couldn't due to time constraints. But Lucia felt the necklace was too extravagant, even making her feel burdened. The butler quickly explained that it wasn't extravagant at all for the Duke. Lucia thought that perhaps such an expensive gift was as trivial to him as buying an ordinary comb. Lucia looked at the heavy necklace on the table. She didn't know what deep meaning the Duke had in giving her this gift. Lucia's mind was in a muddle. She wondered if the Duke might be rewarding her because he enjoyed their intimate moments. She thought if that were the case, she would be very sad. She stroked the gorgeous jewels on the jewelry box. Lucia thought this might also be the Duke's habit. After all, he had many lovers before. Gift-giving might have become routine for him, but she felt this assumption was also hurtful. So Lucia helplessly covered her face, calmed herself down, and tried not to think about it anymore. Perhaps this necklace didn't have any special meaning. Lucia recalled her married life with the Duke. It was completely different from what she had expected. Originally, she thought she would live miserably, but unexpectedly, every day was filled with various joys and happiness. But then she remembered that she had agreed with the Duke not to fall in love with him. Yet now, every intimate moment with the Duke made her heart waver. Lucia was afraid she would become unable to leave the Duke. In the end, Lucia didn't wear this necklace to any public occasion. Today's tea party had a special guest. It was Katie, the grandniece of Mrs. Michelle. She confidently introduced herself to Lucia, saying that her grandmother often mentioned her. Lucia then remembered that Mrs. Michelle had once highly praised her grandniece. Katie was somewhat incredulous. She didn't believe her grandmother would say such things, because in her eyes, her grandmother always furrowed her brows and looked fierce every time she saw her. Seeing Katie's dumbfounded expression, Lucia explained with a smile that Mrs. Michelle was actually very proud to have her as a grandniece. This made Katie even more confused, because her grandmother had warned her, "A troublemaker like you, I don't know if the Duchess can tolerate. If the Duchess is willing to be friends with you, you must thank her on your knees with utmost respect." Hearing Katie's animated complaints, Lucia couldn't help but laugh. Katie didn't expect the Duchess to be so approachable, so she extended her hand and told Lucia to just call her by name from now on. This stunned Lucia. She didn't expect a noble lady to be so forthright as to offer a handshake. The air suddenly froze. Katie also realized she had been a bit too forward. She awkwardly withdrew her hand, explaining that she just couldn't break this bad habit. Lucia chuckled and then extended her own hand. She felt that Katie was indeed as Mrs. Michelle had described, lively, straightforward, and radiating a dazzling light. After Katie left, Lucia felt a bit reluctant. She realized that Katie was her first friend of the same age. It was a pity to part like this. Lucia silently cheered herself on, thinking that she must invite her to the next tea party. That way, they could chat more. The next morning, a maid came to report that Miss Milton had arrived. Thinking that Katie had come, Lucia excitedly stood up and quickly asked the maid where she was. Seeing Katie again, Lucia was very happy. Katie chattered away, complaining nonstop to her. Lucia had been worried about when she would see Katie again, but she didn't expect her to come to Rohan often to visit her. As they met more, the two quickly became close friends who could talk about anything. The Duke, who had been away inspecting the territory, finally returned. After a passionate reunion, Lucia snuggled in the Duke's arms and talked about Miss Milton, who had visited the castle in the afternoon, saying she had said some interesting things. Hearing this name, the Duke remembered that Earl Milton was a loyal vassal of the Duke's family. Because of his upright character and unanimous praise for his children's education, he hadn't questioned their friendship. The Duke thought that as long as it made her happy, it was a good thing. Then he asked Lucia what she had said. Lucia replied that Katie had asked her if the Duke didn't allow her to go out, and if he disliked her going out. The Duke was immediately shocked. Although he indeed disliked Lucia going out, he hadn't expected Miss Milton to be so perceptive. Lucia, completely unaware, still naively believed that the Duke wasn't that kind of person. Then Lucia asked the Duke expectantly, "Can I learn to ride a horse?" She told me horseback riding is very fun and good exercise. The Duke imagined Lucia in riding attire and didn't want other men to see her like that. Seeing the Duke hesitate, Lucia looked at him with big, watery eyes and a pitiful expression. How could the Duke resist? He remembered that this was Lucia's first request since their marriage. If he refused, Lucia would surely be disappointed. But then he thought there didn't seem to be a riding ground exclusively for women. So he decided to take this opportunity to build one. After considering this, the Duke told Lucia that she should practice riding safely within the castle until she learned. In his mind, he thought it would take at least a week to learn, which he could use to build the riding ground. He also needed to find a female instructor for Lucia. The naive Lucia, hearing the Duke's permission, hugged him joyfully and thanked him. She remembered that earlier, Katie had thought she was forbidden to go out by the Duke. Now it seemed the Duke wasn't that kind of person at all. Katie, whom she hadn't seen for a few days, was very surprised. She praised Lucia's rapidly improving horse riding skills and mentioned that the women-only riding ground would open tomorrow, where she could surely show off her skills. Hearing Katie's generous praise, Lucia felt a bit embarrassed, but she believed her rapid progress was largely thanks to the white horse the Duke had given her. Even when her commands were confused, the horse could keep up. Katie also thought it was a fine horse that suited Lucia well. After all, a gift from Duke Turan couldn't be anything but good. However, what puzzled Katie was that there was no precedent for a women-only riding ground in the entire country, yet it appeared just when Lucia was learning to ride. The timing seemed too coincidental. Just then, Lucia's voice interrupted her thoughts. Lucia invited her to have dinner together. Katie agreed and didn't think much more about it. The Duke's possessiveness was so strong that whenever Lucia wanted to go out and play, he would order that men be prohibited from entering the places she would be. That night, as Lucia snuggled in the Duke's arms, she mentioned a particularly large lake east of Rohan. The Duke thought Lucia wanted to go out, so he offered to take her to see it. But Lucia propped herself up and asked the Duke, "I heard many nobles have their own small boats. Don't you have one?" The Duke didn't, because in his view, that was just a pastime for idle people. But seeing Lucia's expectant face, he thought he might need to buy a boat. Then Lucia lay on the Duke and said, "Well, Miss Katie invited me to go boating. Can I go?" The Duke was startled. Her again. He told Lucia it might not be safe. But Lucia pleaded with the Duke expectantly. "Miss Katie assured me that their boat is very sturdy and they've never had any boating accidents." Lucia's alluring gaze made it impossible for the Duke to refuse. He could only ask when she was going. Lucia happily replied in 4 days. The next day, Katie's father told her that the city had issued a new decree. To improve public morals, boating on the lake would be restricted. On specified days, only women would be allowed to enjoy the lake. Hearing her father's words, Katie was shocked. The boating restriction day was in 3 days, exactly when she and Lucia had planned to go. Leaving the study, Katie found it very strange. She thought this couldn't be a coincidence. She fearfully wondered if Lucia was being held captive. But then she remembered Lucia's beaming smile and felt it was unlikely. Suddenly, she had a flash of insight and smirked, as if she had discovered something. Sure enough, over the next few days, Katie tried every way to invite Lucia out to play. The naive Lucia would then tell the Duke and seek his permission. The possessive Duke suffered greatly from this. One day, Lucia happily told the Duke that Miss Katie had visited. The Duke instinctively tensed up. Lucia continued, saying she had heard about a fox hunting game and really wanted to see it. The Duke, while adjusting his clothes, continued with his old excuse, telling Lucia he was worried about dangerous wild animals. Lucia, however, thought there weren't any dangerous animals in that small forest. From Lucia's description, the Duke roughly guessed the place she was talking about. Stroking his chin, he thought that if it was just that area, it could be enclosed and controlled. However, he needed to confirm if it would be safe enough with only women present. Seeing the Duke's hesitation, Lucia opened her sparkling big eyes and asked expectantly, "Is it not allowed?" The Duke simply couldn't refuse such a look. After pondering for a moment, he agreed. The next second, Lucia's face lit up with a brilliant smile. She threw herself into the Duke's arms. The Duke held her tightly, but in his heart, a raging fire of anger ignited. It was that damn Miss Katie again. On another familiar night, Lucia snuggled in the Duke's arms, telling him she wanted to go to Miss Katie's birthday celebration. Then, with expectant eyes, she blinked at the Duke. How could the Duke resist? He reluctantly agreed to his lovely wife's request. The only consolation was that compared to previous requests, a birthday party wasn't so bad. But the next moment, Lucia mentioned that after the party, there would be a pajama party, and she wanted to stay overnight before returning. The Duke immediately put on a pained expression. He knew things weren't that simple. So he sternly rebuked Lucia. "You're a married woman. Do you still want to stay out?" Hearing this, Lucia was very disappointed and said she would return right after the party. Now the Duke felt even worse. He had only wanted Lucia to plead with him a little, but she gave up immediately. He wished Lucia would ask him for gifts and jewels. Even the necklace he gave her, she thought too luxurious and never wore. With no other option, the Duke reluctantly agreed. Lucia, still angry, said, "Are you so happy to leave your husband alone at home?" But Lucia countered by mentioning that the Duke also goes out for days to inspect the territory. However, in the Duke's view, that was work and different from the situation. Lucia pouted dissatisfied, accusing the Duke of being unreasonable. Seeing his wife so adorable, the Duke couldn't help but smile. Then he suddenly kissed her. The Duke told Lucia that while it's good to be friends with the Milton family's daughter, she shouldn't learn any strange things from her. After saying this, he began the scene that everyone dislikes. In the morning, Lucia was in the garden as usual, enjoying the fragrance of flowers. The Duke stood at the window, gazing at her lovingly. At this time, the butler came to the study with coffee. He found the Duke on the balcony again. Whenever the Duchess personally tended to the flowers in the garden, the Duke would gaze at her adoringly. Since marrying the Duchess, the butler noticed that the Duke seemed like a completely different person. He once thought the Duke's marriage was just a whim, but now it seemed otherwise. He didn't know if the Duke himself had noticed, but whenever he was with the Duchess, his eyes couldn't take in anything else around him. He would just stare at her intently. It was so obvious to others, yet the Duchess seemed unaware. But the butler also sensed that the relationship between them was quite delicate. Although they seemed affectionate, there seemed to be an invisible wall between them. The butler placed the coffee on the table. He felt that the matter of the Duchess's health could no longer be concealed. So he approached the balcony. With a troubled expression, he hesitated for a while before telling the Duke that the Duchess hadn't had her monthly cycle and wasn't pregnant either. Moreover, she refused to undergo more detailed examinations. The Duke was shocked, his pupils dilating in surprise. He suddenly remembered that when Lucia signed the marriage contract, she had mentioned she couldn't have children. At the time, he hadn't paid much attention to it. The Duke felt as if he had been hit with a blunt object, feeling somewhat suffocated. Coming to his senses, the Duke demanded to know what the attending physician was doing. The butler replied that because the symptom wasn't obvious, the doctor couldn't diagnose it if the Duchess didn't say anything. Then, with a fierce expression, the Duke ordered the butler to call for the doctor immediately. After the butler left, the Duke seemed to have lost all his strength. He leaned on the railing. A sorrowful look appeared in his red eyes. He clenched his fist and muttered, "Damn it." The Duke thought of Lucia again. She was his ideal wife that he had longed for. Not troublesome, not demanding, and never complaining. But he felt this wasn't normal. He thought he knew Lucia well, but now he realized he had no idea what she was thinking most of the time. On the surface, They seemed to get along lovingly, but Lucia seemed to have never truly opened her heart to him. Lucia greeted him with smiles, and he thought she had given him everything. Suddenly, the Duke seemed to remember something. He immediately called for the butler and instructed him to bring all of Lucia's expense details for his review. The Duke held the thin stack of papers in his hand, somewhat in disbelief. As he looked at the expenses on the paper, his distinctly red eyes were filled with shock. The Duke tightly gripped the papers in his hand. Apart from the costs of maintaining the garden and minimal expenses for tea parties, there were no personal expenditures for Lucia. The butler informed the Duke that the Duchess would alter and wear the dresses left by the previous Duchess, and her jewelry was inherited from the Turan family. Hearing the butler's words, the Duke became angry, though he didn't know why. This was exactly the kind of marriage he had once hoped for. He had wanted his wife to be like a puppet, docile and obedient. After all, he only needed a wife in name, which was why he had agreed to the deal with Lucia and signed the contract. This was mutually beneficial for both parties. Lucia had told him that all she needed was the title of Duchess. The Duke had naturally assumed that Lucia would be obsessed with wealth, but reality told him that Lucia didn't care about these things at all. This shouldn't have been a loss for him, and he should have felt happy about it. But at this moment, he felt troubled and didn't know why he had become like this. In fact, Lucia's appearances in the garden were just an excuse, because she just wanted to steal more glances at the Duke. The Duke was so busy that Lucia could only see him at dinner time. Although they lived under the same roof, it always felt somewhat out of reach. Lucia thought helplessly that the Duke was truly a diligent lord. Once, Lucia accidentally discovered the balcony where the Duke was, right above the garden. Although the Duke was busy with government affairs, he would occasionally appear on the balcony. She was so surprised by her discovery that she covered her mouth. The next second, Lucia appeared in the garden. She thought she could use the excuse of tending to the garden to secretly look at the Duke. Others would only think she was there to look at the flowers. Thinking of this, Lucia couldn't help but steal a glance at the balcony. Then she quickly turned around, her heart racing, because she found the Duke standing on the balcony. Lucia shyly covered her face. She felt happy even if the Duke wasn't actually looking at her. But at this moment, Lucia was conflicted. She really wanted to look at the Duke again, but was afraid he would discover her little secret. Yet, having found this excuse to come here, she felt it would be a waste not to look at him at all. After pondering for a moment, Lucia thought of pretending to turn around casually. But when she turned around, Lucia was disappointed to find that the Duke was no longer on the balcony. Lucia knew the Duke was very busy, so he couldn't possibly watch the garden all day. But every time she looked at the empty balcony, she couldn't help feeling disappointed. Lucia also understood that the Duke had fulfilled his duties as a husband. He had dinner with her almost every day and conversed with her. He also came to her bedroom at night. Lucia felt a bit sad. She knew she shouldn't be too greedy, but she couldn't help wanting more. At this moment, the appearance of a maid interrupted Lucia's thoughts. The maid asked Lucia to follow her inside. Lucia was puzzled, then realized that only the Duke could have asked for her to come in. Lucia opened the door and saw her attending physician Anna. She realized that the butler had already told the Duke about her inability to conceive. Although she would have to be honest with the Duke sooner or later, Lucia hadn't expected the Duke to call for the attending physician. Seeing Lucia standing at the door without moving, the Duke got up and came to her, intending to lead her in. But Lucia, as if startled, instinctively took a step back. The Duke didn't know what was wrong. Lucia seemed very reluctant. Then the Duke considerately extended his hand to Lucia. After a moment's hesitation, Lucia finally placed her hand in his. The Duke led Lucia to sit beside him. Anna asked Lucia a series of questions. When Anna asked if she had eaten anything she shouldn't have, Lucia fell silent. She felt Anna's questioning was as if she had a serious illness. But at this moment, the Duke urged Lucia to explain the situation to the doctor. Lucia looked at the Duke with some fear, his eyes cold. Then she turned her head and said it was because she took the wrong medicine when she left home. Dr. Anna continued to ask why she took the medicine, how much she took, and what the name of the medicine was. Lucia knew that even if she told Dr. Anna that she had taken mugwort, she couldn't cure her. Moreover, she didn't want to tell her. So after hesitating for a moment, she said she didn't know because she was too young at the time and couldn't remember clearly. At this point, Dr. Anna was already nervously breaking out in a cold sweat. The Duke glanced at Lucia. noticing that something seemed off about her. Then he ordered everyone else to leave. The Duke then looked at Lucia. He wanted to have a proper talk with her. The Duke had called the doctor to examine Lucia, but he found that Lucia hadn't told the whole story. He wanted to talk to Lucia alone. He asked Lucia why she lied. Lucia stared blankly at the Duke. This gentle voice made her feel like the familiar Duke had returned. She told the Duke she hadn't lied, but the Duke said that hiding something is also lying. Lucia was surprised to find that the Duke seemed to have mind-reading abilities, guessing her inner thoughts. The Duke held Lucia tightly. "You're not good at lying. It's all written on your face." At this moment, Lucia suddenly broke free from the Duke's embrace. She apologized to the Duke. "I'm sorry for making you worry." The Duke explained that he wasn't blaming her for this, but Lucia told the Duke not to worry, as she wouldn't get better anyway. Hearing this, the Duke was confused. He held Lucia's hand and asked what she meant. "How can I not worry if you're not well?" Lucia asked in return. "I told you from the beginning that I couldn't have children. You didn't care then, and didn't ask why. Why do you want to know now?" The Duke invited Lucia to sit down. "Do you want to talk about the past again?" Talking about the past made Lucia feel very sad. When signing the contract back then, the Duke didn't care at all about her inability to have children. The Duke told Lucia that he was concerned about her health, which was why he wanted her to talk to the doctor and receive treatment. But Lucia was struggling and in pain inside, because she understood that the Duke's gentle caresses and caring words contained not a hint of love. Yet these had already stirred up huge waves in her heart. Lucia felt that since the Duke didn't like her, he might as well be cold towards her. That way, she would have a reason to hate him. Lucia told the Duke that she didn't want to receive treatment, because if she got better, it would be difficult for the Duke. The Duke didn't understand and continued to ask why. At this point, Lucia suddenly lost control of her emotions. She loudly questioned the Duke, "Don't you not want to have children with me?" But the Duke knew that it wasn't that he didn't want children. It was just that he had learned from torturing Philip that if he wanted an ordinary woman without Turan bloodline to bear his offspring, he would have to consume the blood of the child's father with Turan lineage for over a year and spend his first day with an ordinary woman. He knew he couldn't make Lucia pregnant, and he had never intended to leave any descendants, because he didn't want his bloodline to continue. But to make Lucia understand all this, he would have to tell her many secrets. The Duke looked at the sorrowful Lucia, not knowing how to begin explaining to her. Seeing the Duke's lack of response, Lucia gave a helpless fake smile. "It seems you don't care at all whether I can get pregnant." At this moment, the Duke wanted to tell Lucia the real reason why he didn't care, but he immediately covered his mouth. The Duke rubbed his forehead, finally realizing that what Lucia wanted was care. At this time, Lucia's heart suddenly shattered. She recalled the scene of the Duke breaking up with his former lover. She feared that if the Duke knew her inner secret, he would distance himself from her. Lucia hoped she could continue living like this, with a luxurious life and a husband more considerate in actions than in words. Even if she couldn't win his heart, just being able to stay by the Duke's side was enough. Lucia understood that she had fallen too deep. She didn't want to become the Duke's ex. So she explained to the Duke that she had never forgotten the promise made when they married. The Duke thought helplessly, why did he make such a promise to Lucia back then? Suddenly, the Duke pulled Lucia into his arms. He realized he had never seen Lucia angry before. In his impression, Lucia always greeted him with a smile, but he wished he could see more sides of Lucia. The Duke looked at Lucia sincerely. He hoped Lucia could open up to him. The Duke still hoped Lucia would accept treatment, but Lucia was still hesitant. She asked the Duke with hopeful eyes, "If I get better, can we have children?" The Duke remembered Lucia once said she couldn't have children. Because she had said it so casually at the time, it made him think she didn't care. Now it seemed that Lucia actually cared a lot about this matter. The Duke gripped Lucia's shoulders tightly. He thought that because of his bloodline, Lucia wouldn't be able to get pregnant anyway. If he agreed, Lucia would probably be very happy. But then he thought again and felt he couldn't deceive her. In the end, the Duke let go of her hands. He told Lucia that he didn't need an heir. Lucia thought the Duke must be afraid that if she had a child, it would compete for inheritance rights. She looked at the Duke with pleading eyes, promising that she could agree to give up inheritance rights. But the Duke said it wasn't because of that. He simply didn't want to leave behind any bloodline. Hearing this, Lucia urgently asked, "Don't you already have a child?" Speaking of that boy, the Duke knew he couldn't say too much. And now, only Philip knew that Damien wasn't his biological son. He needed to keep these secrets. Lucia disappointedly left the Duke's embrace. She felt she had thought too much. At this moment, Lucia suddenly asked with some concern, "You won't divorce me, will you?" Hearing this, the Duke instantly lost his composure. He stood up and firmly told Lucia that divorce was out of the question, because from the beginning, they had agreed that divorce was not allowed. Lucia looked at the Duke somewhat bewildered. Then she sadly said she understood. She thought the no-divorce rule was just a tradition of the Turan family. The Duke told Lucia that he wanted to continue living like this, but Lucia hoped to have someone to accompany her when she was alone. She believed the Duke didn't love her at all. The Duke just wanted to find a wife who wouldn't love him. Heartbroken, Lucia lashed out, telling the Duke, "I won't love you either." At this moment, Lucia just wanted to make the Duke sad and hurt. She felt that since the Duke didn't care about her, she had to make him upset too. But the Duke had already been deeply hurt. Lucia looked at the Duke in bewilderment. She had thought the Duke would be cold towards her too. But in that instant, the Duke's face was filled with indescribable helplessness. The Duke lowered his head in heartbreak, closing his eyes. The next second when the Duke raised his head, he had already concealed all his emotions, returning to his usual cold demeanor. Lucia regretfully covered her mouth. She had only wanted to vent her long-suppressed emotions. But just now, she seemed to have seen the real Duke beneath the cold facade. Lucia wanted to go and hug him. Just as she reached out her hand, the Duke coldly stated that from the beginning, the outcome had already been determined. In the evening, Lucia had no appetite for the delicious food before her. The butler said if it wasn't to the madam's liking, he could prepare something else immediately. Lucia waved her hand, saying it wasn't necessary. Then she glanced at the empty main seat. The butler noticed the madam's gaze. He immediately explained that the master had been busy with official duties lately. Lucia dejectedly instructed the butler to take good care of the Duke. Then she cut a piece of steak and put it in her mouth. She had been eating dinner alone for a week now. Lucia heard that the Duke had been in his office all day, but she knew he was actually avoiding her. Suddenly, Lucia felt a sharp pain in her head. The knife and fork in her hands fell to the ground as a result. The butler looked at the madam with concern. Lucia said she just had a bit of a headache and would be fine after taking some medicine. Then she stood up and told the butler she was full and would go upstairs. The butler glanced at the steak on the table and noticed the madam had barely touched it. Lucia returned to the bedroom. She tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. Looking at the tightly closed door, she remembered how in the past, no matter how late the Duke worked, he would always quietly come in and hold her. But now, just a week without the Duke coming, she felt like 1,000 years had passed. Lucia stroked the place where the Duke used to sleep. She didn't know what she would do if a week turned into a month or a year. Although it was a marriage with a purpose, all those sweet little details from before were now too agonizing. Lucia looked at the door that wouldn't open, thinking she had prepared herself for a lifetime of loneliness. But the Duke had been so gentle and considerate to her, and now he suddenly wanted to cut ties. She recalled the Duke's loving gaze when he looked at her, remembering all their beautiful moments together. Lucia angrily thought it was all that man's fault. But the next second, she suddenly burst into tears, blaming herself for being greedy. She had given up on having children from the beginning and married him to change her future. Not long ago, everything was still fine. Lucia couldn't control her sobs. She knew she had messed things up. On the other side, the Duke looked at the pouring rain outside the window, feeling very irritated. Since their argument, Lucia had been strolling in the courtyard every day, and the Duke would time it perfectly to secretly watch her from the window. But on rainy days like this, he couldn't see Lucia. Thinking of this, the Duke irritably ran his fingers through his hair. He wanted to go see Lucia right now. But then he remembered Lucia's expression on the day they argued, so he had to restrain his impulse, although he had been avoiding Lucia these past few days. But in fact, it hadn't even been 2 days before he started secretly glancing at Lucia when she was in the courtyard. The Duke clenched his fists, feeling he was truly pathetic, actually experiencing a sense that each day felt like a year. To avoid Lucia, he could only work frantically, but nothing seemed to go smoothly. The Duke picked up his pen and started working. He just wanted to prove that he wouldn't be affected by anyone, and certainly couldn't be swayed by a woman. But Lucia's image kept appearing in his mind. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Secretary Yashin brought in a stack of documents and placed them on the Duke's desk. The Duke looked helplessly at the small mountain before him. Just as the secretary was about to quietly slip out, the Duke called him back. "When does that boy have a holiday?" The secretary knew that that boy the Duke referred to was young Master Damien. He told the Duke that Damien didn't have holidays, but he could apply for leave. The Duke said to let him come out then. Yashin smiled bitterly and reported to the Duke that it was very difficult to let Damien out as the school term had just started. The Duke coldly replied, "Since when did you learn to talk back?" Feeling the Duke's gaze, Yashin nervously swallowed and said he would take care of it immediately. The Duke instructed him to prepare the household registration documents. Yashin thought the master must have already discussed with the madam about registering the young Duke in the household. But he couldn't help thinking that if the madam also had a child, there would inevitably be a succession battle. Damien, as the Duke's illegitimate son, was not allowed to be mentioned. At just 6 years old, he was sent to boarding school by the Duke. Just as he was about to open the door to leave, Elio knocked on the study door outside, saying he had something to report. Elio handed the letter in his hand to the Duke. After reading it, the Duke let out a fierce laugh. Then he notified Elio to mobilize troops. The Duke thought it had been a long time since he went hunting. The Duke showed a sinister smile, saying he hadn't been hunting for a long time. This terrified Secretary Yashin beside him. After all, what the Duke hunted were people. A few years ago, he had been on the battlefield with the Duke. Only then did he realize that the master didn't even blink when killing people. It was just like a devil. And what was even more frightening was that the master could hide his emotions and instantly turn into an elegant nobleman. Yashin asked the Duke if he would be gone for long, as the young master might return during this time. After pondering for a moment, the Duke directly ordered Yashin to bring Damien back. He instructed him to warn that boy to be respectful to his mother. He didn't want to hear any gossip when he returned. Yashin tremblingly guaranteed that such a situation would never occur. After Yashin left, the Duke leaned back in his chair and recalled. According to the news from the academy, although Damien wasn't as kind as his father, he didn't show any signs of cruelty either. He knew that even though Damien was only 8 years old, he was still of Turan blood, and the innocent Lucia was like a little rabbit in front of him. The Duke was a bit worried that Lucia might be mistreated when he wasn't around. He recalled that he had been controlled by the previous Duke because he had developed feelings for his brother Shio. The Duke warned himself that such a thing should only happen once. He must harden his heart, strengthen his will, and not have any special attachments. So he sat down again and picked up his pen to start working. But in his mind, the scene of Lucia saying she didn't love him kept appearing. At this moment, the butler came in to ask how to arrange dinner for the Duke. The Duke told him not to prepare anything as he was leaving immediately. The butler suggested that it was already late and the Duke should depart tomorrow. The Duke directly refused and then asked the butler to inform the madam. The butler looked at the Duke with complex emotions, asking if the madam had committed some grave error. The Duke, however, straightened up at these words. On the other side, Lucia looked at Dr. Anna at the door in surprise. Dr. Anna, with tears streaming down her face, begged Lucia to accept the examination. She asked Lucia to save her. It turned out that the Duke would call her over every night to inquire about the treatment progress. Lucia remembered that the Duke had said it was up to her whether to undergo treatment or not, but now he was having Anna come over every day. Seeing Anna's desperate look, Lucia had no choice but to let her in. Hearing the madam's words, Anna thanked her profusely as if she had found a savior. Lucia was quite exasperated, thinking whether she should go to the office and slap him, to let him know she wasn't easy to bully either. Lucia decided to tell Dr. Anna everything. After understanding the situation, Anna dejectedly said that she didn't know how to treat it either. Then she promised Lucia that she would definitely try her best to find a solution. At this moment in the office, the butler was earnestly pleading for the madam. If the madam has done something wrong, please be magnanimous, your grace. You haven't spoken to the madam for several days now. The Duke impatiently warned the butler that he was overstepping, but the butler walked up to the Duke and continued, urging him to cherish the madam. The madam came alone to the unfamiliar north. If even you avoid her, she'll truly be isolated and helpless. The Duke angrily rebuked him to shut up. He clenched his fists and warned the butler, suggesting he should speak for himself. The butler thought the master had misunderstood and hurriedly explained that this wasn't the madam's request. The next second, a cup flew past the butler and shattered on the ground. The Duke warned the butler again to shut up. Then he turned and left the study. After the Duke left, the butler fell to his knees. He was very remorseful, feeling he couldn't face the madam anymore. This had only made the misunderstanding worse. In this episode, the misunderstanding was finally resolved. The Duke not only explained the reason, but also sincerely apologized to Lucia. Lucia couldn't help but burst into tears, overwhelmed with emotion. The Duke covered his face, recalling what the butler had just said. If even you avoid the madam, she'll truly be isolated and helpless. Time went back to the day they argued. When Lucia learned that the Duke refused to have children, the light in her eyes disappeared. No matter what the Duke said, she just agreed lifelessly. The Duke angrily pushed Lucia down on the sofa. He loudly questioned, "Do you know what I mean? Just answer me." But Lucia closed her eyes. The Duke looked at the docile Duchess before him, like a puppet. This was the perfect wife he had always dreamed of, but he didn't know why he felt so miserable now. The Duke's pupils suddenly shook. He realized he had fallen in love with the woman before him. Unable to accept this, he suddenly stood up, fearing he would be swayed by Lucia. It turned out that without realizing it, Lucia had already captured his heart. The Duke paced anxiously around the room, telling himself this absolutely couldn't happen. He turned around and once again demanded Lucia to accept treatment. Lucia said if she accepted treatment, she might get pregnant. But the Duke told her it was impossible to have children. Lucia continued to ask what if she did get pregnant. The Duke covered his face and blurted out, "Then the child definitely wouldn't be mine." After saying this, the Duke suddenly realized he had misspoken. He panicked and prepared to explain to Lucia. But Lucia had already been deeply hurt by then. Lucia directly interrupted the Duke. "Do you mean you won't acknowledge the child's identity, or are you asserting that I'm unfaithful?" At this moment, the Duke knew he needed to quickly comfort Lucia and explain and apologize to her. But the words caught in his throat, and he couldn't say them. In the end, he just threw out a whatever and fled, leaving Lucia alone and heartbroken. Back to the present. The Duke recalled what the butler had just said. Has the madam committed some grave error? The Duke suddenly realized that it was he who had made the mistake. Without realizing it, the Duke had walked to the garden. Just as he was about to go back, he saw Lucia's silhouette. The Duke hesitated for a moment. Then, as if making a decision, he clenched his fists and walked towards Lucia. Lucia also turned around and saw the Duke. Their eyes met. Seeing the Duke again, Lucia suddenly felt like crying. But the next second, she smiled at the Duke. The Duke was stunned. In that moment, he felt that everything except Lucia had lost its color, and the gloom and irritation that had been tormenting him instantly vanished. The Duke finally understood that what he truly feared wasn't being swayed by her, but losing this smile. Lucia told the Duke that the flowers in the garden were about to bloom. "I heard you've been very busy lately." The Duke replied, "I've finished what needed to be done, but there are other matters I need to go out and handle recently." The Duke suddenly noticed that Lucia's attendants weren't around her. Lucia happily told the Duke that she thought it would be nice to have some tea here now that the rain had stopped. It seemed more atmospheric. She then asked the Duke if he would like to join her for tea if he had no other business. Then the two of them went to the greenhouse together. The Duke gazed at Lucia with sorrowful eyes. Meanwhile, Lucia pretended to be happy, avoiding eye contact. The Duke involuntarily held Lucia's small hand. He asked Lucia what she had been doing lately. Lucia thought the Duke was acting strange and joked, "We're talking as if we haven't seen each other in a long time." In reality, it's only been a few days. Hearing this, the Duke felt a storm raging in his heart. After all, these few short days had felt like an eternity to him. He thought about how he had been restless these past few days, while Lucia seemed unperturbed. It made him feel awful, yet he didn't want Lucia to suffer as he had. The Duke gently caressed Lucia's cheek. He never imagined that someone as delicate as Lucia could cause him such distress. The Duke looked at Lucia and then sincerely apologized for his careless words. He told Lucia, "I've never seen you as an unfaithful woman. It's just that the Turon family bloodline is rare, and it's extremely difficult to conceive. You're unlikely to have children. I didn't want you to have expectations and then be disappointed. As a result, I accidentally misspoke. I'm sorry for hurting you with those awful words." The Duke once again held Lucia's hand tightly. Lucia wanted to tell the Duke it was all right, but tears started rolling down her cheeks uncontrollably. Lucia covered her mouth. She didn't know what was happening to her. She meant to smile, but the tears kept flowing more and more. Lucia frantically wiped the tears from her face. She couldn't hold back anymore and began to sob loudly, covering her face. The Duke became even more flustered. He knelt before Lucia and apologized again. I'm sorry, it's my fault. Seeing Lucia cry uncontrollably, the Duke panicked. He hurriedly came before Lucia and sincerely apologized again. I'm sorry, it's my fault. Until just now, Lucia had felt as if she were in hell. She had even thought about slapping the Duke when she saw him. But the moment she actually saw the Duke, all the accumulated dissatisfaction seemed to dissolve like rock in water. She remembered a similar situation had occurred before. It was when she first saw the Duke. In the sea of people, only the Duke caught her eye. It was as if they were the only two people in the world. Lucia clearly knew she loved the Duke. Tom went back to when they had just met earlier. At that time, Lucia was still very afraid. If the Duke knew her true feelings, he might distance himself from her. So she told herself to hide this love, to never let him discover it, to act as if nothing had changed, to smile as usual. Lucia covered her lips, looking at the somewhat bewildered man before her. She had already forgiven him, but she still couldn't help wanting to. It wasn't because the Duke had hurt her so deeply. It was because of the Duke's gentle tone now. The hand caressing her cheek, it all made her very happy. Lucia hugged the Duke tightly. She wanted to return to how they were a few months ago. Lucia took a deep breath, her eyes brimming with tears. She found that after clarifying her feelings, her heart felt much more at ease. Lucia stole a glance at the Duke. Now she finally understood. The Duke must like her. She thought that no matter how flirtatious the Duke had been before, she was now his lawful wife. She decided to love him with all her might on an equal footing. Even if it took a lifetime, it didn't matter. Thinking of this, Lucia suddenly pushed the Duke away. Then, with tears in her eyes, she asked the Duke if he understood. The Duke hurriedly nodded obediently. The next second, Lucia said, I forgive you. But there are two conditions. The Duke felt a bit uneasy. There are conditions. He asked Lucia what they were. Lucia, with tears still on her face, told the Duke, first, you must give me a reconciliation kiss. The Duke was surprised. He didn't expect this kind of condition. He was certainly willing to accept. The next second, they embraced and kissed. For the second condition, Lucia said she wanted to change the contract. The original contract stated that she couldn't interfere with the Duke's private life. Now Lucia demanded that the Duke couldn't have other lovers. The Duke felt quite helpless. He hadn't even looked at other women since getting married. But in Lucia's eyes, he seemed to be an unworthy person, and he couldn't refute it. The Duke took Lucia's hand and gently kissed the back of it. He softly replied, whatever you say. After making the agreement, Lucia finally smiled. At this moment, a subordinate came to inform the Duke it was time to depart. The Duke looked at Lucia. Although he now understood his feelings for her, there were still many secrets. He needed time to decide how much to reveal to Lucia. This trip would give him time to think. Secretary Yashin was ordered to pick up young Master Damien from school today. After introducing himself, they quickly got into the carriage for the return journey. In the bumpy carriage, Yashin looked at the cold young master and thought, if he had to endure this awkward atmosphere all the way to Royan, it would be unbearable. So Yashin deliberately coughed twice. Then he smiled and asked the young master how he was doing at school. Damien just glanced at him, then coldly turned his head back to the window. Yashin was at a loss for words. Indeed, blood ties couldn't be faked. The young master's appearance and aura were like they were carved from the same mold as the Duke. No paternity test was needed. Just as he was marveling at how mature the young master was for his age, Damien suddenly turned his head and sharply questioned, you don't seem to have the rank to pick me up, do you? Yashin was stunned. He hadn't expected that the 8-year-old young Master Damien not only remembered him, but even recalled his position so clearly. He couldn't help but marvel at how extraordinary the Turan family bloodline was. Yashin nervously swallowed and explained that he was following the Duke's orders to pick him up, as the Duke's household had recently welcomed a new mistress. Hearing this, Damien remembered that although he had been boarding at school for a long time, he had always been diligently receiving family news according to the Duke's wishes. He had naturally heard about this matter. Yashin thought that since the young master and the mistress were now in a mother-son relationship, the Duke probably wanted them to get to know each other. When Damien heard the phrase mother-son relationship, he realized he might have overestimated this secretary, because in his eyes, the Duke was not a considerate person. Damien was puzzled. Doesn't the Duke have any other instructions? At this point, Yashin's eyes wandered, and he stammered that the Duke hoped the young master would show proper etiquette to his mother and be respectful. However, Damien saw this as the Duke's warning for him to behave. He understood that as an illegitimate child, if he wanted to reveal his identity publicly, he would inevitably need the Duchess's assistance. Thinking of this, Damien suddenly asked, is she beautiful? Yashin was puzzled why the young master suddenly asked this question, but he still replied honestly that he hadn't seen her many times, so he wasn't sure. Damien thought that whether someone was good-looking or not could be determined at a glance. It seemed she probably wasn't very attractive. Then he continued looking out of the carriage. He believed that his new mother wouldn't welcome him at all, so he planned to stay in his room and not come out. He was prepared to endure any torment. After all, it wouldn't last more than a week. He could bear it. In the blink of an eye, the Duke had been gone for several days. Lucia wondered when the Duke would return. The butler helplessly told her it would take at least about a month. Lucia only knew that the Duke had gone to handle affairs in his territory. Previously, she had deliberately not paid attention to these matters. But now, she wanted to know more about the Duke's affairs. The butler didn't know that they had reconciled. Fearing that the mistress might misunderstand, he explained that this trip was just an annual routine matter. Lucia took a sip of tea as she listened to the butler's description. Suddenly, she covered her mouth and gasped, startling the butler. Lucia remembered that she had forgotten it was the Duke's birthday today. She had been so busy being angry with the Duke lately that she had forgotten about it. Lucia, with tears in her eyes, scolded the butler for not reminding her. Otherwise, she could have celebrated his birthday before he left. The butler somewhat dejectedly told Lucia that the Duke had never specifically celebrated his birthday and was unwilling to mention his childhood experiences. Lucia suddenly felt sad. Did the Duke not have any childhood memories worth cherishing? Even though her own childhood wasn't good, she had happy times with her mother before entering the palace. Lucia recalled the West Tower tragedy the butler had mentioned before. She felt that behind this incident, there must be an unspeakable truth. Why could his brothers only make such a choice? Given that the Turon family's bloodline was thin, logically, the Duke should want more descendants. Then it made even less sense for him to resist her pregnancy. But Lucia remembered the Duke mentioning that he didn't need to leave his bloodline. She could sense the deep-rooted disgust in the Duke's tone. Lucia was curious. Could it be that Damien was a child born secretly by some woman against his wishes? But Lucia also felt that the Duke was too indifferent towards Damien, as if he wasn't his own son. Lucia was shocked by her own absurd thoughts and quickly interrupted her speculation. In the evening, the maid prepared medicine for Lucia to drink. Lucia had also heard that Anna had been constantly searching for treatment methods lately. It seemed she had changed the prescription again. Lucia picked up the medicinal soup. She took just a small sip and found it was too bitter. But for Anna's sake, she had to force herself to drink it. However, after drinking it, she realized that the taste of these herbs was surprisingly similar to the medicine Philip gave her in her dream. The next day, Lucia looked at the sunny weather and sighed that she should go horseback riding. At this moment, the maid hurriedly ran over to tell Lucia that young Master Damien had returned. Lucia suddenly learned that young Master Damien was back, so she rushed to the entrance. Upon seeing Damien, Lucia was stunned because she discovered that Damien was simply a miniature version of the Duke. She had previously doubted that Damien was the Duke's biological son. Now it seemed impossible that he wasn't. Damien looked at the dumbfounded Lucia. He thought Lucia must be at a loss for words now. Newly married, only to find out her husband had an illegitimate child. He even imagined Lucia's next actions. A. Glaring angrily due to the shock. B. Storming off in anger. C. Looking down on him with disdain. Or D. Without thinking, directly slapping him. But in reality, Lucia only politely said hello. This greatly surprised him. In his view, compared to those who wear their emotions on their faces, the Duchess's impassive expression made her seem like a high-level opponent difficult to deal with. He recalled his previous conversation with Yashin. Now it seemed she was indeed very beautiful. The butler standing nearby reminded Lucia at this time that the young master had a tiring journey and needed rest. Then he asked Damien if he had eaten lunch. Damien replied that he didn't have much appetite, but Lucia firmly stated that this was a period of growth, and he shouldn't be like this. She instructed the butler to prepare some easily digestible food for the young master. After Damien politely bowed to Lucia, he followed the servant into the palace. Watching Damien's retreating figure, Lucia let out a sigh. She thought Damien was simply too adorable. Seeing him was like seeing what the Duke must have looked like as a child. Then she curiously asked the butler if Damien was really only 8 years old. The butler didn't know how to explain, so he just answered that perhaps the young master was naturally tall. Lucia thought about it and agreed. After all, the Duke's son couldn't be short. The butler suddenly became a bit worried that Damien's appearance might be hard for the mistress to accept at first. But the next second, Lucia burst into pink heart bubbles, saying that Damien was too cute and seemed so well-behaved. The usually calm butler was shocked for 1,000 years. He didn't know how Lucia saw that young Master Damien was cute. He was clearly as cold and distant as the Duke. He even doubted if the mistress's eyesight was working properly. But by this time, Lucia was already looking forward to having dinner with Damien. Watching Lucia leave while humming a tune, the butler thought either the mistress had gone mad or he had. The butler couldn't understand why Lucia was so happy about this sudden appearance of an illegitimate child. Or was she too shocked to react? Thinking of this, the butler wiped his tears, feeling that the mistress was simply too pitiful. In the evening, waking from his sleep, Damien smelled a fragrance of flowers. So he went to the terrace. Seeing the blooming flowers in the courtyard, he decided to go to the garden to appreciate them properly. Just as Damien was immersed in the flower fragrance, a voice came. Damien turned his head to see the smiling Lucia. He was puzzled why the Duchess seemed so happy to see him. Lucia then gently asked if he was hungry. This made Damien realize that not only was the Duchess beautiful, but even her voice was very friendly. He increasingly felt that the Duchess was a formidable opponent. They were not on the same wavelength at all. Lucia thought she might have disturbed him. Damien hurriedly denied this, and somewhat shyly explained that he had never spoken with young women before, had no memories of his birth mother, and the academy was all male, so he felt a bit awkward. The usually cold Damien even unexpectedly commented that the garden was very beautiful. Hearing this, Lucia became even happier. She then invited Damien to take a walk with her. Damien looked so much like the Duke that Lucia couldn't help but steal glances at him. She found that looking at Damien could slightly ease her longing for the Duke. At this moment, Damien suddenly turned his head and stared back at Lucia. Caught in the act, Lucia felt a bit embarrassed. She quickly changed the subject, asking Damien if he was on vacation now. Damien replied that he didn't have vacations, but could apply for leave. Lucia was even more surprised. She felt that Damien's solemn tone of voice was very similar to the Duke's. Damien continued to explain, "It was the Duke who ordered me to return. He also told me to pay my respects to the Duchess." Damien actually addressed her as Duchess. Was he trying to distance himself from her, starting with the form of address? Lucia thought for a moment. If he had directly called her mother, she probably would have been startled. Thinking of this, Lucia told Damien seriously, "To be honest, it's also difficult for me to suddenly consider you as my." Hearing this, Damien became a bit flustered. He hadn't expected the Duchess to take this approach at all. Lucia continued, "I guess it's hard for you to see me as a mother, right?" Damien thought he must have done something wrong to make Lucia say such things. However, Lucia explained, "I'm not blaming you. It's just that we've only just met. We're strangers to each other, so naturally there's a sense of distance." Damien frowned. He didn't know what the Duchess's purpose was in saying these things to him. Lucia was surprised to find that Damien had entered a defensive state, like a bristling little black panther. Lucia covered her irrepressible smile. She found this Damien incredibly cute. She wanted to pinch his cheeks and ruffle his hair, but she was worried that doing so would make Damien even more guarded. So Lucia tactically coughed twice to calm herself down. Lucia remembered that she was only 10 years older than Damien. She pondered for a moment, then said seriously, "If that's the case, it would mean I had a child at 10 years old. Then your father should be considered a criminal." Hearing this, Damien almost burst out laughing. Then Lucia told Damien not to be so formal and not to call her Duchess so coldly. She extended her hand to Damien, telling him to just call her Lucia. Damien didn't understand why Lucia was doing this. To him, he was someone who shouldn't exist, and if the Duchess had her own children, he would be a stumbling block. As the Duchess, she had no need to be on good terms with him. Lucia, seeing Damien's delayed reaction, thought he might be unwilling. Damien also didn't know what Lucia's intentions were. He could only extend his hand, deciding to take it one step at a time. Lucia noticed that Damien was in a state of maximum defense towards her. She knew that even if she told Damien now that she wasn't an enemy, he probably wouldn't believe her. After all, as an illegitimate child without a mother, the first thing he must have learned was to be wary of others. But it didn't matter. Lucia believed that time would reveal the truth. Damien would have lunch and dinner with Lucia every day. Before meals, he would thoughtfully pull out the chair for Lucia, and Lucia would thank him. Damien stole a glance at Lucia sitting across from him. He found it amazing. Although the time they spent together each day wasn't long, just meals and after-dinner walks. Somehow, he found himself looking forward to this time more and more. And because of the Duchess's undisguised kindness towards him, even the servants became more attentive when taking care of him. Damien believed this was all thanks to the Duchess. In the evening, Lucia learned from Katie's letter that Mrs. Michel had sprained her ankle. So she gave a letter to the butler and instructed him to send Mrs. Michel some good medicine and flowers. Lucia thought she should find time to visit her. She suddenly wondered what Damien was doing. She then asked the butler, who told her that the young master was studying all the time except when dining and walking with the Duchess. The next day, when Lucia saw Damien, she praised him for his studying and said he was such a good boy. Suddenly being praised, Damien blushed a little. Lucia found the blushing Damien adorable. Damien explained proudly that he studied hard just to avoid falling behind when he returned to school. At this moment, Lucia suddenly stopped walking and faced Damien. "Why don't you call him father? Did he tell you not to?" Damien was a bit surprised. Then he lowered his head dejectedly. He thought the Duke would dislike being called that. Lucia couldn't understand why Damien would think this way. She advised Damien to call him father, assuring him that he absolutely wouldn't dislike it. Lucia then remembered that Damien had never called her by name either. So she pouted and complained, "You don't call me by my name either." But in her heart, she thought, "Don't think I don't know you're deliberately omitting the title." Realizing his little trick had been discovered, Damien became flustered and quickly denied it. Lucia then leaned slightly forward, gently inviting Damien to call her by name. She added, "I call you Damien too, don't I?" After a moment's hesitation, Damien called out Lucia's name. Lucia's attending physician, Anna, accidentally ran into Philip. She heard that Philip was also the Duke's family doctor and was highly skilled. In order to cure the Duchess's illness, Anna visited her. However, she ultimately didn't tell Philip about the Duchess's infertility. She felt that as a woman of noble status, it wasn't appropriate for others to know about her condition. After returning, the butler summoned Anna. He learned that Anna had gone to see Dr. Philip. He warned Anna not to let Philip see the Duchess, nor to mention anything about her to him. This was the master's order. Although Anna understood Philip's medical skills, the butler's words left her feeling quite helpless. Meanwhile, Katie, who hadn't been seen for a long time, arrived. Katie enthusiastically linked arms with Lucia, telling her that her great-grandmother was much better and thanked Lucia for the medicine she sent. Hearing Katie's words, Lucia finally felt relieved. At first, Mrs. Michel often came to teach Lucia. But later, after Lucia's tea parties were successfully held, Mrs. Michel reduced her visits, citing health reasons. Afterwards, they only occasionally communicated through Katie. At this moment, Katie ordered someone to bring a basket. She held the basket like a treasure and told Lucia that this was the gift she had promised to give her last time. Lucia was very curious about what Katie had prepared. She let Lucia open it herself. A fluffy little fox appeared before Lucia's eyes. Lucia was instantly melted by its cuteness, exclaiming how adorable the little fox was. Katie also smiled and said that it was her first time seeing such a beautiful little fox, and that it might look even better when it grows up. A few weeks ago, Katie had promised Lucia to give her a fox for hunting. Lucia thought she was just saying it, but didn't expect Katie to actually remember it. Lucia was very touched and thanked Katie for giving her such a wonderful gift. But Katie replied, "I'm happy that you like it." At this moment, Lucia covered her mouth, suddenly remembering it was time to go horseback riding. Then she invited Katie to go together. But before that, she wanted to introduce someone to her. Lucia handed the little fox to the maid and then asked her to invite Damien over. Katie was confused about who Damien was. Lucia explained that Damien was the Duke's son and now also her son. Katie was instantly dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Anna was seriously studying medical texts. Since the butler had spoken to her, she never went to see Philip again. But she felt that Philip was knowledgeable and didn't want to miss any chance to cure the Duchess. So without realizing it, she found herself at Philip's doorstep. As she was still hesitating whether to go in or not, Philip suddenly opened the door, smiling brightly and inviting Anna in. They talked until evening when Anna thanked Philip and prepared to leave. At this moment, Anna suddenly stopped, turned back and asked, "Can I come to see you again next time?" Philip smiled and said, "Of course, anytime." Since then, Anna often went to see him. Dr. Philip would always share his knowledge generously. Lucia called Damien and introduced him to her best friend Katie. At this time, Katie's expression was very nervous. She thought, "I'm not mentally prepared for this." Damien politely greeted Katie. Katie also stammered, saying it was an honor to meet the young master. Katie felt that even when she fell in the city before, she wasn't as unable to control her expression as now. However, Lucia really liked Damien's mature way of speaking. Then Lucia asked Damien if he could ride a horse. Damien said he had learned at the academy, so Lucia wanted to invite him to go horseback riding together. Hearing this, Katie looked horrified and incredulous. Damien wanted to decline Lucia's invitation, using studying as an excuse. But Lucia persuaded Damien, saying it wasn't good to stay cooped up inside all the time, and warned that he might not grow tall if he continued like this. Damien trembled at these words and had no choice but to nod and agree. At this time, Katie reminded them that the riding ground was only for women. Lucia tilted her head and said she knew, but she thought since Damien was only 8, he didn't count as a man. Damien was shocked by this unexpected statement of not being counted as a man. Katie couldn't help but laugh. She looked at Damien's somewhat shy expression and thought this was how someone his age should be. At the riding ground, whenever Lucia received greetings from the noble ladies, she would always introduce Damien to them. And these noble ladies would invariably wear expressions as if they had swallowed flies, even thinking Lucia was unreasonable. But Lucia didn't care. At first, Katie couldn't understand why Lucia was doing this, and even suspected she might have ulterior motives. But after careful observation, Katie found that Lucia wasn't the kind of person who was two-faced or hypocritical. She even slowly accepted this under Lucia's influence. After the three of them finished horseback riding, they came to the restroom. Lucia couldn't understand why everyone looked at Damien so coldly when he was the heir personally announced by the Duke. Katie told Lucia that this might be due to accepted tradition, as there had never been a case of an adopted illegitimate child inheriting a title. Lucia was chatting idly with Katie in the restroom at the riding ground. At this moment, Countess Philia approached with 2 baskets of yellow roses, expressing her wish to give them to Lucia and Katie. She told Lucia that she recently had a new granddaughter, and in the northern custom, yellow flowers are given to people around to bless the healthy and beautiful growth of one's granddaughter. Lucia was surprised, as she had never heard of this custom before. She happily congratulated the Countess. After the Countess left, Katie leaned close to Lucia's ear and told her that although this was a northern custom, few people actually did it because yellow roses were too expensive. On the carriage ride back, Lucia stared at the basket of yellow roses, somewhat dazed. At this moment, Damien suddenly spoke up. "May I ask you a question? Don't you hate me?" Damien believed Lucia should rightfully hate him, but Lucia lifted Damien's chin, telling him that negative emotions torment oneself first. Why bother making yourself miserable? I don't hate you, and I don't plan to hate you. Damien thought about it. He felt that if Lucia had a child, he would become a stumbling block, and then her kindness would instantly turn into malice. Damien told himself not to believe what Lucia said. At this time, Lucia continued, "Before I got married, I already knew of your existence, and it was on the condition of accepting your existence that I made your father agree to marry me." Damien was suddenly ashamed and incredulous. He had never heard of this before. Lucia explained to him, "Although the Duke is not exactly a loving father, you shouldn't think he hates you. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made you his heir." Damien suddenly wanted to believe Lucia, because apart from her, no one had ever said such things to him. Damien greatly admired the Duke, because he thought the Duke was very powerful. He remembered that the Duke had promised that as long as he could graduate, the position of heir would be passed to him. Damien believed that his current goal was to secure his position as heir, because he was afraid that if he didn't even have the value of being a qualified heir, he would be ruthlessly abandoned. He felt that just being recognized by adults was already satisfying enough. As for fatherly love, he had never expected it. Lucia encouraged Damien, "You will definitely become as strong as the Duke, because you are his son." Damien shyly agreed. After Lucia returned with a basket of yellow roses, the butler was shocked as if struck by lightning on a clear day, frozen in place. These were the yellow roses that the Duke hated the most. After Lucia handed the flowers to the butler, she left with Damien, leaving the butler alone, crying and confused in the wind. He looked at the yellow roses in his hands, not knowing what to do. The scene changes. Lucia was having afternoon tea with Damien. Lucia suddenly mentioned again that there seemed to be no roses in the courtyard. So she turned to tell the butler that she wanted to turn the garden into a rose garden next spring. The butler immediately froze. Then he persuaded Lucia to reconsider, saying that the Duke didn't like it very much. Hearing this, Lucia turned to ask Damien if he had noticed before that there were no roses in the courtyard. Damien sat up straight and answered seriously. Lucia thought that if someone wasn't particularly interested in flowers, they generally wouldn't notice. The butler burst into tears, thinking that the Duke was exactly that kind of person. Lucia even doubted whether the Duke knew the types of flowers. Then she suddenly remembered that the Duke must know one type. Before she could say it, she was interrupted by the butler's deliberate cough. Lucia was successfully amused by the butler. She said that even if she planted roses, she would exclude that color to avoid worrying the butler. But the butler was very distressed. It wasn't about the color at all. The Duke had once ordered that roses were forbidden to appear within his sight. Late at night, the air was filled with the smell of blood. The butler, along with knights and servants, waited at the entrance to welcome someone. It turned out that the Duke, who had gone to suppress the barbarians at the border, had returned. After learning from the butler that the Duchess had already retired, the Duke nodded. Then, he unconsciously came to the door of Lucia's bedroom. After a month, he didn't know how Lucia was doing now. Just as he was about to open the door, he suddenly paused. Looking at his blood-stained body, he clenched his fists. He found that the smell of blood, which he had never cared about before, had become so pungent. The Duke didn't want Lucia to see him like this. Then he went to the bathroom. He felt that the smell of blood on his body couldn't be washed away no matter what. He remembered that Philip had once said that the special feature of the Turan bloodline was that it could pass on extraordinary physical abilities and comprehension to descendants. And the bloodline flowing in his body was stronger than anyone else's. After bathing, the Duke sat down at Lucia's bedside. He found that just looking at her smooth face stirred something deep within him. He carefully pulled back the covers and lay down beside Lucia. Seeing Lucia's sound sleeping face, the Duke couldn't help but show an indulgent smile. He even gently placed a kiss on her cheek. Then he held Lucia tightly in his arms. The Duke discovered that embracing this soft body could actually calm the strength in his own body. But after a moment, he suddenly blushed, realizing that another part of him seemed unable to calm down. The Duke warned himself not to wake Lucia, who was sleeping so soundly. He had originally just planned to sleep while holding her, but then he thought that he had just returned after so long, and Lucia was just sleeping soundly. Wasn't that a bit too much? Convinced by his own excuse, the Duke leaned close to Lucia's ear, intending to gently wake her. But he found Lucia had no reaction. So he wrapped his arms around Lucia's slender waist, gently shook her twice, and softly called Lucia's name. But Lucia still had no reaction. The Duke was at a loss for words. Even this couldn't wake her up. Provoked in a battle, he had no intention of letting Lucia off so easily. So he directly pulled off the covers and started kissing Lucia's neck. Suddenly, Lucia was awakened by this strange sensation. The Duke appeared before her eyes. She reached out her hand in disbelief, caressing the Duke's cheek. She thought she was dreaming, but the Duke had really returned. The next second, Lucia tightly embraced the Duke. Then she took the initiative to kiss him. The Duke held Lucia's back, and Lucia wrapped her arms around the Duke's neck. They were both eager to feel each other's presence. What follows is a scene that some might not prefer, so we'll skip it. The scene changes. The two were being affectionate again. The Duke was kissing Lucia's nape. It made Lucia feel very ticklish. So the Duke said it wasn't ticklish enough, and he actively went for it. At this moment, Lucia suddenly slapped the Duke's hand away. Then she pushed him away, saying, "No, I have to get up early tomorrow." The Duke looked at Lucia in confusion. It turned out that Lucia was preparing for a garden party 3 days later, as it was her first time opening the garden to outsiders. She had vowed to make this event perfect. The Duke suddenly realized that Lucia seemed to have been doing quite well during his absence. Although he didn't want Lucia to be crying all day, he still felt a bit displeased. At this moment, Lucia suddenly told the Duke that Damien had returned. Lucia hoped that father and son could get along well, so she suggested having lunch together. However, the Duke said he would only be available for dinner. Then he asked if Damien had been disrespectful to her. Hearing this, Lucia was stunned. She was exasperated to find that the Duke didn't understand his son at all. Damien was actually mature and steady, impeccable in his conduct. The Duke continued, "If that kid dares to disrespect you, just tell me. I'll teach him a lesson." However, to the Duke's surprise, Lucia told him that would never happen. She even said, "We got along very well while you were away." After saying this, Lucia fell asleep in the Duke's arms. The next day, Lucia woke up in the glaring sunlight. She moved her fingers and found her whole body was weak. But then she remembered that the Duke had really returned last night, and she couldn't help but hide under the covers, secretly smiling. She recalled how the Duke looked when he returned last night. Lucia felt as if she was walking on clouds, floating. How could she be so happy? She felt she could do anything well now. She even cheered herself on, determined to prepare well for the party. But before that, she first had to get through the awkward bathing time. The Duke had come straight to her room when he returned last night. The maids would surely gossip about her and the Duke again. The busy day quickly came to an end. Lucia looked forward to the healing dinner time after a whole day of busyness. This was to be the first dinner for the three of them as a family. But when the three sat at the dinner table, the atmosphere was dead silent. The Duke and Damien were completely awkward. However, Lucia, with her unique perspective, thought that the father and son now looked like an adorable lion king and cub. The maids watching this atmosphere thought, the Duchess is really amazing. If I were to eat in such an atmosphere, I'd probably choke. Lucia believed that the Duke didn't dislike Damien, and Damien had also said he respected his father. So she thought if she could mediate between them, it should be fine. So she told the Duke that she wanted to bring Damien to the party. The Duke coldly glanced at Damien. However, Damien, who had just learned about this, was already terrified and panicking. The Duke was a bit curious. Isn't this a ladies' party? In Lucia's eyes, Damien was only 8 years old and shouldn't be considered a man yet. As soon as she said this, the dining room fell silent. Then the Duke chuckled and agreed with Lucia's point of view. Damien, whose face was originally red with embarrassment, was instantly shocked. The Duke had actually said something vulgar at the dinner table. After failing to dissuade him, Lucia angrily stood up and stormed out, slamming the door. The innocent Damien was left with a face full of question marks. He didn't know which words had made Lucia angry. The Duke was amused by Lucia's angry demeanor. This laugh from the Duke shocked Damien for 1,000 years. He realized then that the Duke could actually laugh. This laughter was neither cold nor mocking, but a genuine laugh from the heart. And all of this was because of Lucia. At this moment, Lucia came back again, poking her head in from outside the door, asking Damien to go for a walk with her. Both the Duke and Damien were stunned for a moment. After coming to his senses, Damien secretly glanced at the Duke. Then he sheepishly ran to Lucia's side, leaving the Duke sitting alone in the empty dining room. The Duke was left with a face full of question marks, wondering what was going on. Lucia and Damien went for a walk in the courtyard. Damien stole a glance at Lucia, finding it amazing that she wasn't afraid of the Duke. Lucia was amused by Damien's words. She told Damien that no wife is afraid of her husband. She even asked him if he would want his future wife to be afraid of him when he gets married. Damien shook his head. Damien's reaction made Lucia smile with satisfaction, but Damien still couldn't understand. Lucia was a petite and gentle herbivore, while the Duke was a powerful and fierce carnivore. How could two people at such extremes get along so well? At this point, Lucia curiously asked Damien if he was afraid of his father. Damien indicated that he was a little, but when Lucia asked him why he was afraid of the Duke, he couldn't answer. Lucia closed her eyes and earnestly told Damien, "It's because you don't understand your father that you're afraid of him." Lucia asked Damien to repeat after her, saying the word father. This unfamiliar word made Damien very hesitant, but Lucia kept urging him. Finally, Damien, with a red face, called out the word father. Lucia smiled with satisfaction and instinctively wanted to reach out her hand to pat Damien's head. But before she could touch him, Damien warily dodged. At this moment, Damien was like a startled little cat. Lucia then realized she had overstepped her bounds. So she apologized to Damien and explained that people usually pat children's heads when praising them. She added, "If you don't like it, I won't touch you." Damien hesitated for a moment with his head down. Then he awkwardly expressed that he didn't dislike it. He just had never had such close contact with anyone before. Lucia found Damien's reaction adorable. She tentatively asked, "Can I pat you now?" Damien shyly nodded. Lucia carefully reached out her hand and placed it on Damien's head. Her heart was racing, pounding nonstop. After patting for a while, Lucia was amused by Damien's obedient demeanor and couldn't help but grin. Damien, with his little face blushing, obediently let Lucia pat him. Lucia suddenly thought that since Damien had been staying at school all the time, he probably didn't have a tailcoat to wear to the party. She was a bit troubled, wondering what to do. At this moment, Damien behind her said, "Actually, it's okay if I don't attend." Before he could finish, Lucia directly rejected his request. Although Lucia didn't want Damien to do anything against his will, there was a custom in social circles. Children who would enter society in the future needed to be introduced to everyone in advance. This party had invited all the celebrities from the northern social circles. Lucia believed that if Damien was formally introduced on such an occasion, his status would certainly be different. Just then, the Duke arrived. Lucia wanted to bring Damien to attend the party, but she was troubled because Damien didn't seem to have a suitable tailcoat. At this point, the Duke came and told Lucia that they could prepare ready-made clothes for Damien. After all, this was just a garden party, and there was no need to be overly concerned about attire. Lucia thought they should prepare clothes for a 12-year-old for Damien, but the Duke was confused, saying Damien was only 8 years old. Lucia explained that although Damien was only 8, he was like a giant compared to his peers. She even teased the Duke, saying, "He might even be taller than you were at 8 years old." As soon as she finished speaking, Damien beside her began to tremble. He noticed a sharp gaze sweeping towards him. Lucia then asked the Duke why he hadn't gone to his office after dinner. Hearing this, the Duke felt as if he had been interfering with the two of them. At this moment, Lucia came to the Duke's side. She wanted to use this opportunity to have Damien formally greet the Duke. Lucia waved to Damien. Damien, with a red face, reluctantly came before the Duke. Then he bowed and greeted. "It's been a while since I've greeted you. Have you been well lately?" Lucia whispered from the side, prompting Damien to call him father. Damien lowered his head and remained silent for a moment. Then, with determination in his eyes, he raised his head and called the Duke father. At this moment, Damien's heart was very anxious. He had never uttered this word before. He was very afraid that the Duke would reject him. Hearing the word father, the Duke was a bit stunned. At this point, Lucia gently nudged the Duke with her arm. Then she flashed a bright smile, as if silently pressuring him. The Duke had no choice but to turn and look at Damien, acknowledging his call of father. Upon receiving the Duke's response, Damien instantly lit up, revealing a satisfied smile. Lucia also looked pleased seeing this scene. Then Lucia cheerfully suggested going for a walk together. However, the Duke raised an eyebrow and glanced at Damien. Damien, with his carnivorous instinct, sensed a hint of danger. Although he didn't know why, he felt there might not be a place for him here. So he immediately bowed to Lucia to say goodbye, wishing them a pleasant evening. After saying this, he turned and scurried away. Watching Damien's retreating figure, the Duke suddenly felt that he might not be so useless after all. However, the Duke truly hadn't expected Lucia to get along so well with Damien. He had previously prepared to turn a blind eye as long as the two didn't cause too much trouble. But he found that Lucia seemed to exceed his expectations in various aspects. The Duke didn't understand why Lucia wanted to bring Damien to the garden party. Lucia explained to the Duke that since Damien was now the Duke's son, he was also her son, so she wanted to introduce Damien to everyone. The Duke was surprised that Lucia could say the word son so easily. Lucia paused, asking, "Do you want me to be indifferent to the child?" Then she sadly wondered, "Or do you think I have ulterior motives for approaching Damien?" The Duke hurriedly grabbed Lucia's shoulders, explaining that it wasn't like that. It was just that the scene of Lucia patting Damien's head reminded him of long ago, when Hugh also liked to pat his head. Even though he disliked it, he couldn't resist Hugh's silly smile. He would even actively let him pat his head. Thinking of this, the Duke tightly embraced Lucia. His face beamed with happiness, as if he had gained the whole world. He now finally understood how Hugh felt when he had that expression. He wanted to tell Hugh that he had also met such a woman, even though he was already married to her. After their walk, the Duke and Lucia went to the study. Fabian presented a dense report. Although it was mostly trivial gossip, the Duke discovered that in the capital, people were gossiping about him, giving Lucia a mine as a wedding gift. What shocked the Duke even more was that there were rumors that the Duchess was a peerless beauty, and that the Duke had abducted her to his territory to prevent her from being seen. The phrase peerless beauty reminded the Duke of Lucia's radiant smile. He felt the rumor might not be entirely baseless. After reading the complete report, the Duke thought these rumors didn't seem to cause any major problems. Lucia never expected that right after she had bathed, with her hair still damp, the Duke would impatiently pick her up. Ignoring her struggles, he directly started kissing her. Although Lucia protested verbally, her arms wrapped around the Duke's neck. The Duke found Lucia's contradictory behavior too adorable. We'll skip the next paid segment. After that, Lucia was curious why the Duke had sent Damien to a boarding school. The Duke, holding Lucia, explained that it was because of Damien's illegitimate status. There would be many obstacles among the ministers and nobles. After all, there had never been a precedent of an illegitimate child becoming the heir. To protect Damien from strange looks and rumors, he was sent to a boarding school where no one could interfere. After learning the reason, Lucia suggested letting Damien stay in Rohan, but the Duke told her that he had promised Damien he would let him inherit his position after graduation. If he didn't go to boarding school now, Damien might feel he was being deprived of his inheritance rights. Hearing the Duke's words, Lucia realized she hadn't considered everything thoroughly. The Duke couldn't help but reach out and gently caress her cheek. Then he embraced Lucia and kissed her again. It's another familiar paid segment, so we'll skip it. The next morning, Lucia opened her eyes, but soon felt drowsy again due to exhaustion. When she woke up again, she found a warm hand stroking her forehead. The Duke, hearing Lucia hadn't woken up, was worried and came to check on her. The Duke leaned close to Lucia, expressing relief that she seemed to be fine. After saying this, he couldn't help but kiss her. At this moment, Lucia suddenly let out a scream. Then she pulled up the blanket and wrapped herself tightly. The Duke was worried, not knowing what was wrong with Lucia. Lucia stammered, unable to speak for a while. The Duke thought Lucia was sick, so he suddenly got up to call a doctor. Lucia quickly stopped the Duke. She poked her head out from under the blanket and told the Duke that because she hadn't dried her hair properly yesterday, her hairstyle was now a mess. Lucia didn't want the person she liked to see her unkempt side. The Duke rolled his eyes in exasperation, pulled away Lucia's blanket, then sat down and gazed at her adoringly, saying, "You're really beautiful." But Lucia scornfully retorted that the Duke was a playboy who said that to everyone. Then she lay down, pouting. The Duke was at a loss. He felt that Lucia must have a long grudge list where she had recorded him like that. Lucia was stunned by this comment. Then she sat up and asked the Duke what he meant by a grudge list. The Duke was a bit embarrassed, but patiently explained to Lucia, "It's like you have a list in your head to record your dissatisfaction with me, where you curse me. Don't you diligently record it item by item?" Hearing this, Lucia's expression gradually lost control. Then she burst into laughter. The Duke watched Lucia laughing so hard her stomach hurt, feeling bewildered. He didn't understand why she suddenly started laughing when he was talking about something serious. Lucia hadn't expected that the esteemed Duke would have such strange ideas, and even seriously explain it to her. Seeing Lucia laughing to tears, the Duke felt utterly confused. He still couldn't understand what Lucia was laughing about. Lucia wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and continued to ask when new content would be added to the grudge list. The Duke coldly retorted, "Why are you asking me? Shouldn't you know better?" This sentence made Lucia burst into laughter again. She held her stomach and rolled on the bed laughing. The Duke beside her was full of confusion. Lucia never imagined that the Duke could have such an innocent side. She explained to the Duke through tears of laughter that she didn't have the kind of grudge list he mentioned, nor had she accumulated so many complex emotions. At this point, the Duke suddenly leaned close to Lucia and questioned, "Then what did you mean earlier when you called me a playboy?" Lucia was stunned for a moment, then shyly answered that it was because he suddenly said she was beautiful. Lucia felt that the word beautiful seemed to have nothing to do with her. The Duke didn't understand. He had just expressed what he saw and felt. Was there something wrong with that? Lucia's heart suddenly started racing. She realized that a casual remark from the Duke could affect her so much. Lucia grabbed her hair and asked the Duke shyly and hesitantly, "Do I really look beautiful like this?" The Duke sighed helplessly, "I don't know what you're fretting about." Then he looked at Lucia seriously and said, "You're really beautiful." Lucia was stunned. She thought to herself, the Duke is so excellent that even if he did nothing, many women would approach him. So he probably didn't need to say such polite words, right? Could it be that the Duke was telling the truth? Thinking of this, Lucia's cheeks instantly heated up. Seeing Lucia not responding for a long time, the Duke thought there might be a problem with his way of expressing it. Then the Duke used all his learned compliments on Lucia. Beautiful beyond compare, as radiant as the stars. So beautiful it's hard to look directly at you. Seeing the Duke say this so easily, Lucia suddenly felt like he was just teasing her. The Duke was getting a bit impatient. He didn't know what exactly had made Lucia unsatisfied. At this moment, Lucia shyly asked the Duke again, Am I really beautiful? Lucia understood that even if the Duke was being insincere, hearing his compliments would still make her happy. The Duke looked at Lucia and seriously stated again, "You are really beautiful." This answer made Lucia completely fall for him, and she smiled sweetly. At this point, the Duke warned Lucia not to smile like that anymore, or he wouldn't be able to control himself. The Duke noticed that Lucia seemed more relaxed than before he left for the battlefield. During his absence, the Duke had been constantly thinking about her. Although he was grateful for reconciling with Lucia before leaving, he felt there was something unfinished lingering in his mind. The Duke now understood that he wanted to have Lucia completely, both her body and heart. At this moment, Lucia smiled and gently asked the Duke how his work had been recently. The Duke was surprised to find that Lucia's tone seemed much softer than before. He realized that Lucia was happy when complimented on her looks. The Duke thought this discovery was quite nice. What exactly did the Duke say that made Lucia's cheeks burn? They were originally talking about work matters. Lucia firmly believed that the Duke couldn't stop working and must work hard to earn money to support his wife. Lucia's childish idea made the Duke laugh so hard he cried. Lucia was very confused. Although she liked seeing him laugh, she really didn't understand what was so funny about what she said. The Duke said that supporting her wasn't difficult. He earned money and gave it to her, but she didn't seem to spend much. Lucia looked aggrieved. She insisted that she did spend money. After all, hosting a banquet cost a lot, and she had also bought flowers to plant in the garden. However, in the Duke's eyes, these were trivial. He wanted Lucia to spend his money on personal items, like dresses and jewelry. But Lucia, who had grown up without support, was used to a frugal life. She thought that tailoring dresses was expensive, and the accessories in the Turon family treasury were enough for her to use for a lifetime. Generally, families with titles would have clothes and accessories passed down through generations, but in case of divorce, these wouldn't belong to the wife. So, to be prepared, noble ladies would strive to purchase a large number of accessories. The Duke thought Lucia must know this, so he shyly asked her if she didn't want to spend his money. Lucia was surprised to find that she had never seen the Duke like this before. She covered her face with both hands, unable to suppress the love bubbles popping up, thinking this version of the Duke was incredibly cute. Lucia also hadn't expected the Duke to be so thoughtful. She smiled and explained to the Duke that she simply didn't like buying non-essential items. Learning the reason, the Duke was still displeased. He wanted Lucia to spend his money, but couldn't order her to do so. Meanwhile, Lucia continued to gaze at the Duke adoringly, covering her face. It was the first time the Duke had met someone like Lucia who had no desire for power or money. He wanted to know Lucia's demands so he could keep her by his side and prevent her from leaving him. The Duke suddenly wondered if it was about children. Thinking of this, the Duke helplessly clenched his fists. This was something he could never give her. Suddenly, the Duke thought that if he could make Lucia feel lonely and unable to sleep when he wasn't around, perhaps this primal desire could keep her with him. But before that, he needed to confirm with Lucia if she liked it. The Duke glanced at Lucia. Then he directly asked Lucia if she enjoyed spending nights with him. Hearing this, Lucia was stunned. Her cheeks instantly turned burning hot. Then she turned around, lay down, and covered herself with the blanket, saying she needed to sleep more. She told the Duke to go to work. However, the Duke kept asking incessantly. Lucia had to lift the blanket and loudly admit that she liked it very much, telling the Duke not to say anymore. Hearing this, the Duke was very happy. Then he stood up and leaned close to Lucia. At this point, Lucia became very flustered, asking if he had no sense of time and place. Next is the paid segment that everyone dislikes. We'll skip it directly. Early in the morning, the Duke looked through the window. He saw Lucia and Damien again in the garden, walking and talking. He noticed that their relationship seemed to be getting better and better. The Duke couldn't understand. Damien usually didn't get close to others, but Lucia had managed to tame this beast-like child into an obedient puppy in just a few weeks. He recalled the butler's uncontrollable smile when introducing the Duchess. He realized that Lucia seemed to have some superpower that made everyone take her side. However, Lucia was going to host a garden party tomorrow. The Duke wasn't sure if bringing Damien would be problem-free. After all, The nobles and social circles wouldn't believe that the Duchess would genuinely care for her husband's illegitimate child. Many would surely suspect her motives. When Philip brought Damien years ago, he told him this was Hugo's son. At first, he didn't believe it, but Philip explained that young Master Hugo already had a lover. The Duke also remembered Hugo, saying he had someone he wanted to marry. But after Hugo's death, Damien's mother also died in childbirth. At that time, the Duke was busy with the war. He hastily found a wet nurse for Damien and went to the battlefield, never mentioning that Damien was his son. But unexpectedly, half a year later, when he returned to Roy, he found that everyone was treating Damien as his biological son. Meanwhile, Lucia, holding the little fox given by Katie, asked Damien to name it. Damien looked down at the docile and cute little fox, then replied, "Let's call him Asha." Lucia was curious. "Does the name Asha have any meaning?" Damien explained, "I hope he can grow up healthy and have a strong vitality like this name suggests." Actually, when Lucia asked him to name the little fox, he even put aside his studies and frantically flipped through dictionaries to find this name. Of course, he didn't intend to tell Lucia this. Lucia hugged the cute little fox, nuzzling it against her face. She thought Asha was a great name. Then she directly handed Asha to Damien. "You named him, so give him a hug." Damien immediately became nervous and flustered, not knowing what to do. However, Lucia continued to urge him. Damien reluctantly reached out and took Asha. He held it tightly in his arms. He discovered that he could actually feel the pulse of this little life beating. He told Lucia that his feelings were strange. Lucia bent down worriedly and asked what was wrong. Damien felt that he didn't dislike this feeling, but it was a bit uncomfortable and his heart felt a little warm. Lucia leaned down to be at eye level with Damien. She told him this was a feeling called affection. When affection is full, the heart feels tight. At this moment, Asha suddenly yawned. He even nuzzled his little head against Damien's chest. This scene made Damien smile genuinely. At this time, the Duke arrived. Lucia told the Duke that this was the little fox Miss Katie had given her. The Duke glanced at the little fox, thinking that it seemed she planned to take this little fellow everywhere from now on. Lucia often took Damien with her when she went out, and now there was also a little fox. The Duke couldn't help but sigh, realizing that he still had a long way to go to completely win Lucia over. The Duke was quite displeased, because he found that not only was Damien competing with him for his wife, now there was also an adorable little fox. He felt that he still had a long way to go to completely win Lucia over. So he seriously told Damien that fox hunting was a boring pastime, unhelpful for real hunting, and told him to return the little fox to its owner. Hearing this, Lucia became very angry. How could he say that petting a little fox was a boring pastime? It was clearly so much fun. However, Damien didn't dare disobey the Duke's words and had to obediently return Asha to Lucia. The Duke then turned and told Damien to follow him. Lucia, holding Asha, was confused. Where was the Duke taking Damien? The Duke replied, "We're going to have a man-to-man talk." Then Damien looked up at the Duke and followed him, leaving Lucia standing there dumbfounded. Lucia was displeased. She loudly questioned, "Are you two isolating me now?" "Damien, I've been trying so hard to get close to you, and with just one word from your father, you turn and run off with him." After complaining, Lucia showed an angelic smile again. She sincerely hoped that the father and son would become so close that it would make her jealous. The Duke looked at the dazed Damien, feeling a bit awkward. He realized that although he had brought him over, he didn't know what to say. So, he casually inquired about Damien's situation at school. When he learned that Damien loved reading books, he took him to his study. Damien was shocked by the enormous study. This study had always been off limits to everyone except Lucia. At this point, the observant Damien noticed that there was another door in the study. He curiously pointed at that door and asked, "Is that also a study?" But the Duke told him it was full of trash. In fact, that room held the secrets of the Turan family. Only the head of the Turan family could enter. The Duke also planned to burn everything inside before Damien inherited the title. The Duke told Damien, "You can look around freely. If you want to read, you can come in any time." After thanking the Duke, Damien scampered off towards the study. The Duke remembered how Damien smiled while holding the little fox. It was exactly like his deceased brother. The Duke realized that the person he missed the most had been by his side all along. Damien hadn't inherited the madness in the Turan family's blood. He was kind, pure, and loved life. The Duke believed that the Turan family would surely be renewed under Damien's leadership. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of the banquet. The invited ladies gradually arrived at the Duke's mansion. Katie warmly greeted Lucia, but Lucia noticed that Mrs. Michel hadn't come. Katie expressed some regret, telling Lucia that the elderly lady was in poor health and couldn't make it. At this moment, a maid informed Lucia that the young master was waiting in the first floor hall. So Lucia hurriedly said goodbye to Katie and followed the servant. Meanwhile, Katie was worried about whether this banquet would proceed smoothly. She knew that Lucia wanted Damien to make his formal appearance at this banquet. But those noble ladies were ignorant and arrogant, especially in their attitudes towards an illegitimate son inheriting the title. She wasn't sure if Lucia could handle it. The biggest obstacle for this banquet was the Countess of Wells. She was of equal status to her grandmother, but despite her high reputation, she was obsessed with power and enjoyed others' flattery. Katie just hoped that the Countess of Wells wouldn't stir up trouble and ruin the banquet today. The Duke was working in his study, but he was still worried about today's banquet. He asked the butler about the banquet preparations. Although the butler assured him that everything was going very smoothly, the idea of Damien appearing at the banquet still made him uneasy. At this point, the Duke seemed to remember something. He asked the butler if he had ever heard the name Lucia. The butler honestly replied that he had, saying it was the madam's pet name. He only learned about it by chance when he heard Miss Katie addressing the madam that way. Hearing this, the Duke looked terrified. Then he slumped back in his chair, as if deflated. The Duke had also heard this nickname by chance in Damien's conversation. He had thought it was a special name between them, but now he realized that everyone knew Vivian had this nickname Lucia, except for himself. The Duke felt that Lucia's heart was still closed to him, never having opened. Since his brother's death, the Duke's world seemed to have lost its color. But meeting Lucia had brought color back to his world. He thought his long-frozen heart had started beating again. The Duke understood that although Lucia was now his wife, marriage couldn't bind one's heart. He worried about what he would do if Lucia ever fell in love with someone else. Meanwhile, the maid led Lucia to meet Damien, who was waiting in the hall. Lucia covered her mouth in astonishment. She found that Damien in a tailcoat looked exactly like the Duke. She then urged Damien to follow her. But Damien stood still, clenching his fists. He was still hesitant. Lucia understood Damien's concerns. She told him that in the future, he would stand before many more people. Today was just the beginning. He didn't need to feel any burden. She even put her hands on her hips and said that if anyone bullied him, she would stand up for him. Damien stared blankly at Lucia. Lucia thought Damien found her unreliable, so she added that she could also tell his father, who would surely teach anyone who bothered him a lesson. Damien was successfully amused by Lucia. Lucia directly took Damien's hand, telling him to follow her. Damien, with a flushed face, looked up at Lucia's back. For some reason, he found Lucia incredibly alluring at that moment. Her radiance was so captivating that he couldn't take his eyes off her. On the Duke's side, Secretary Yashin brought an urgent report about an epidemic. Dozens of residents in an area not far from Royan had shown the same symptoms and fallen ill collectively. The Duke sighed helplessly. Then he instructed Yashin to arrange for immediate departure and to find a doctor who could ride a horse to accompany them. Lucia stood on the terrace, smiling as she welcomed the guests. Although she had previously organized some small-scale tea parties, this garden party was by far the largest she had ever hosted. The invited guests were of varying status and rank. Lucia told the guests at the party that she wanted to take this opportunity to introduce someone to them. Then she brought Damien to her side. Damien's appearance caused a stir in the garden. Although Katie was a bit worried, she silently cheered for Lucia in her heart. Lucia introduced Damien to the guests as the young master of the Turan family, who would inherit the title of Duke of Turan and become the head of the Turan family in the future. This announcement surprised the guests in the garden. The Countess of Wells, however, slammed her teacup down on the table with a loud thud. This action caught Lucia's attention. She looked at the Countess and asked if there was a problem. The Countess coldly stated, "As far as I know, today is a banquet for ladies." This seems to be against the rules, doesn't it? Lucia shielded Damien behind her and firmly refuted that he was just a child. Although he was a boy, such things were not uncommon in the capital. Lucia knew her firm attitude might hurt the Countess's pride, but she wanted to warn the Countess that even a celebrity in the northern social circle was just a frog in a well compared to the capital. The Countess didn't expect Lucia to dare speak to her like this. She then gave a cold smile. She had heard various rumors about the Duchess circulating in the capital, and Lucia's marriage to the Duke was also full of suspicions. She believed that the Duke was not the type to be held back by a woman. So the rumors about the Duke and Duchess being in perfect harmony must also be false. The Countess cleverly assumed that if Lucia wanted to maintain her high position, she would definitely need a reliable ally. Her actions today were meant to show Lucia her influence in order to form a connection. She coughed twice. The previously buzzing garden suddenly became unusually quiet. The guests all covered their mouths. They sat expressionless like dolls, except for Katie, who realized this was heading towards a ruined banquet. She tried hard to ease the atmosphere. She made efforts to chat with her neighbors on both sides. However, it was to no avail. A ruined banquet refers to a verbal battle between the host and the guests. The method of ruining a banquet is for the participants to remain silent. If some problems occur during the banquet leading to its ruin, the participants will maintain a silent stance until the issue is resolved. If no one of similar social status to the initiator steps in to break the deadlock, then according to custom, others should tacitly agree and follow this behavior. Katie gripped her skirt, thinking that if her great-grandmother were present, it wouldn't have come to this. All she could do was try to make some noise while eating. This feeling was sometimes even more cruel than a real battlefield. What's worse, Lucia also realized it was a ruined banquet. She had witnessed ruined banquets in her dreams. They only occur at large-scale women's gatherings. The solution is for the host and the participants to reach a superficial reconciliation. Otherwise, if the banquet collapses midway, it would be a great shame for the host. Lucia certainly knew that having Damien leave would resolve the situation, but she had no intention of doing so. So she faced the crowd in the garden with a determined look and announced a pause in the banquet. This news caused a commotion among the guests. To protect Damien, Lucia angrily announced that she would end the banquet early. Back in her room, Lucia sighed helplessly. Covering her face, she couldn't understand why the Countess of Wells would publicly humiliate her. This was clearly a losing proposition for her. After all, in the north, the Turon family's power was above all else. Lucia, like a deflated balloon, leaned back on the sofa. She felt that she should have been more cautious about Damien's adoption and inheritance of the title. Lucia didn't know how the Duke would resolve this matter when he returned. But then she remembered the Duke's indifferent expression when he learned that she wanted to bring Damien to social gatherings. Perhaps the Duke hadn't even considered this matter. Lucia blamed herself for being too hasty. Because she was worried that Damien would soon return to boarding school, she felt she couldn't waste this opportunity. As a result, she messed it up. Lucia stood up and looked out the window. She didn't know how Damien would view this incident. Thinking about this, Lucia felt a headache coming on. At this moment, Lucia remembered that she had already sent a maid to call Damien, but he hadn't come yet. It turned out the maid had already gone to fetch Damien, but he had ignored her. Lucia continued to ask what Damien was doing outside. The maid hesitantly replied that the young master was just staring at her expressionlessly. Meanwhile, the garden was in an uproar. Guests were discussing how the usually gentle Duchess had become angry. The Countess of Wells, on the other hand, felt unprecedented fear. She recalled Lucia's harsh words as she left in anger. "You who have insulted the mistress of the Turon family today will soon find that this was not a wise action. One day, your sons or grandsons will serve my son as their master. Let your descendants bear the consequences of this account." The Countess of Wells had thought that Lucia would panic when faced with a ruined banquet and hastily send the young master out to ease the atmosphere. Then she would bow her head and apologize when Lucia calmed down, thus repairing the Duchess's wounded pride and forming a close alliance with her. But she never expected that everything would exceed her expectations. In the room, Lucia was calming herself down. Katie held Lucia's hand, comforting her that she shouldn't be too upset or feel too embarrassed. Lucia actually didn't care about these things. She was grateful for Katie's support at the banquet. What truly saddened her was the feeling of helplessness. She just learned from the butler that the Duke wasn't in the mansion. She felt somewhat relieved that the Duke wasn't there, yet also melancholic because of his absence. Later, she told the butler that she would inform the Duke about today's events herself. No need to relay it. What exactly happened that made both Damien and Lucia's eyes red from crying? After the butler left, Damien came to the room. Lucia casually waved, inviting Damien to her side. Unexpectedly, Damien lowered his head and knelt before Lucia, saying, "I'm sorry, it's all my fault." Lucia stood up in shock. Her eyes gradually moistened. "You don't need to apologize. This clearly isn't your fault." Lucia recalled the events at today's banquet. She hugged Damien tightly, feeling very guilty. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Damien had said from the beginning that he didn't want to go, but she had insisted on persuading him. The result was this chaotic ending. Lucia believed it was all her fault. In fact, Damien didn't care about those strange women's affairs at all. He was already used to such rumors. Along with constant apologies, Lucia's sorrowful tears fell like a spring. Damien slowly reached out to hug Lucia back. He really was fine, but he didn't know why he couldn't help but cry. Damien wanted to tell Lucia not to worry, because when she spoke about him, he had already forgotten those words. He wanted Lucia to stop crying for him, but his throat felt blocked and he couldn't make a sound. This was the first time someone had cried for him. In the evening, the Duke finally returned, covered in dust from his journey. The butler, seeing the Duke's return, hurriedly went to greet him. Upon learning from the butler that dinner wasn't ready yet, the Duke went to the study. As soon as he sat down, he saw a mountain of documents in front of him. He casually picked up a document and inquired about today's garden party. The butler hesitated. He remembered that the Duchess had said she would personally inform the Duke about today's events, so he could only reply that the party went smoothly. Lucia suddenly heard that the Duke had returned. She instructed her maid to quickly bring her a towel soaked in cold water. Her face was flushed as she thought about how it was obvious she had been crying hard. She didn't want the Duke to know she had cried like this over such a small matter. After applying the cold compress, her eyes seemed a bit more normal, but still somewhat swollen. Lucia felt very low. She shouldn't have cried like this over such a small matter. Then she asked the maid beside her, "Is the swelling of my eyes very noticeable?" The maid told her it wasn't too obvious at first glance. Lucia thought it over. She decided to get through dinner tonight, and then casually tell the Duke about today's events later in the evening. She was curious how the Duke would react when he found out. Lucia never expected the Duke to be so attentive. As soon as he sat down in the dining room, his pupils dilated, noticing her red eyes from crying. He lifted Lucia's chin, asking worriedly what's wrong. "Have you been crying?" Lucia avoided his gaze, not wanting the Duke to see her like this. She told him to finish dinner first before talking, but the Duke couldn't calm down at all. He angrily questioned the butler about what had happened. The butler truthfully told the Duke that the noble ladies had initiated a ruined banquet at the garden party. Upon learning the reason, the Duke felt very guilty. He shouldn't have left her at this time, allowing those decadent and ignorant ladies to hurt his innocent wife. The Duke urgently wanted to know what those people had done to Lucia. Lucia had originally planned to casually tell the Duke about this after dinner, but now she felt like a child who had been wronged. She wanted to tell the Duke it was nothing, but as she tried to speak, tears began to fall in large drops. This broke the Duke's heart. He could only pick Lucia up and let her lean on his shoulder. Then he instructed the butler to bring the meal upstairs. Before leaving, he didn't forget to add that Damien should return to his room after dinner. With that, he carried Lucia back to their bedroom. Damien was a bit worried. He knew Lucia hadn't left her room all day. He hoped to see his mother smiling as usual tomorrow. Back in the bedroom, the Duke gently patted Lucia's back to comfort her. But Lucia couldn't hold back and began to sob loudly, like a child who cries more easily when comforted. It was as if the Duke was telling her that this wasn't her fault. At this moment, although the Duke was still gently comforting Lucia, a raging fire had already ignited in his heart. He didn't know what those people had done to Lucia, whom he wouldn't even hurt a hair on, to make her so heartbroken. The Duke thought he must not let them off, because he understood that although Lucia looked delicate on the outside, her heart was very strong. And for her to cry so bitterly like this. After calming down, Lucia rubbed her swollen eyes. She noticed that the Duke's clothes were all wet. Only then did she realize what she had done to a husband who had just finished work. Lucia felt a bit ashamed, so she reached out to unbutton the Duke's clothes, intending to help him change. However, when she undid all the cuffs, this heart-stirring physique made her involuntarily swallow. She even unconsciously reached out to caress it. At this moment, Lucia suddenly came to her senses again. She quickly turned her head away with a blushing face, saying she would go get a new set of clothes. But the Duke grabbed Lucia's hand and pulled her back, giving her a mischievous smile. Seeing the Duke's passionate gaze, Lucia's heart couldn't help but race. Lucia was used to being the only one in the Duke's eyes. She feared that the flame in the Duke's eyes, when he looked at her, would cool down. So she took the initiative to lean in and kiss the Duke. Lucia was being too naughty. After teasing the Duke, she suddenly wanted to get off the ride. She pushed the Duke away, saying it was all her fault for making him miss dinner. The handsome Duke was speechless. "In this situation, you can still think about eating," he said, then embraced Lucia again. Lucia struggled, asking the Duke to wait. But the Duke certainly couldn't wait. He told Lucia that missing a meal or two wouldn't matter. Lucia suddenly put on a pitiful expression, saying she was hungry too. Helpless, the Duke had to tidy up Lucia's disheveled clothes and then pick her up in his arms. He thought it was fine if he went hungry, but he couldn't let his dear wife go without food. Lucia didn't expect the Duke would actually get up without hesitation. She felt a bit regretful in her heart. What a contradictory woman. After they finished eating, the Duke came to Lucia's side, bending down to gently ask if she was still upset. The petite Lucia leaned on the Duke's shoulder, answering that she was fine now. Because she had cried it out, she felt much better. Lucia curiously asked the Duke in return, "Haven't you ever had times like this?" The Duke thought of his deceased brother, but he didn't want to bring it up. He told Lucia he had never cried. Then the Duke changed the subject, asking Lucia to tell him what exactly happened today. Lucia casually said it was just because introducing Damien had offended the guests, and she didn't want to back down, so she ended the party. Finally, she emphasized that this was just a very common occurrence. The Duke didn't believe a word of Lucia's lie. He continued to ask what else happened that made her cry until her eyes were swollen. Lucia reiterated that there really wasn't anything else. She was just sad because she had caused harm to Damien. The Duke thought for a moment and felt she wouldn't reveal any more. But speaking of Damien, the Duke remembered that Lucia had never asked him about Damien before. He had previously thought Lucia didn't care at all. He didn't expect Lucia would cry for that boy. So he asked Lucia why she never inquired about Damien from him. It turned out that the reason Lucia never mentioned this was because when signing the marriage contract, she had brought up Damien. She noticed that the Duke was full of caution. If she were to dig deeper after marriage, Lucia feared the Duke would suspect she had ulterior motives. The Duke suddenly felt he couldn't refute. He realized that Lucia could always perceive people's hearts in subtle ways. Lucia not only refused to be intimate with the Duke, but even wanted to send him to sleep in the study. Just now, the Duke told Lucia that he had called Damien back because of the adoption matter. Lucia was a bit surprised. She had thought this had been taken care of long ago. The Duke looked at Lucia and explained that even if she had agreed before, he wouldn't have done it without saying a word. Lucia really hadn't expected that the Duke would care so much about her feelings. Seeing her surprised expression, the Duke understood that Lucia must have thought of him as a villain again. So he turned his head with a grieved face and complained to Lucia. This suddenly made Lucia feel guilty, thinking she had wronged him. So she hurriedly patted her chest and explained that she didn't think that way at all. She clumsily praised the Duke as a super great lord, saying that before coming to the north, she didn't know it was such a stable and livable place. Faced with Lucia's explanation, His Grace the Duke didn't seem to buy it. Lucia hastily changed the subject, saying Damien would be her son from now on. Thinking of Damien's bright smile, Lucia felt very content. She made a silent vow that even if she and her husband divorced in the future, Damien would always be her son. However, the Duke told Lucia, "You can treat your son as you like. Just don't let yourself be bullied in return." Lucia was very angry when she heard this. She loudly refuted, "Damien would never bully me. You don't know how well-behaved he is." The Duke leaned closer to Lucia. He was very puzzled about where Lucia's trust came from. Faced with the Duke so close, Lucia nervously swallowed. Then she explained to the Duke that it was because Damien was very much like him. The Duke stared intently at Lucia. He replied with a slightly threatening tone, "If he's like me, you should be even more careful. Haven't you heard about me?" The Duke's intimidating presence made Lucia very nervous. She thought the Duke was referring to drinking blood. The Duke looked confused, not understanding what Lucia meant. At this moment, the slow-to-react Lucia realized she had misspoken. She hurriedly gestured and explained, "Just some rumors about you." The Duke couldn't help but laugh. He had never heard rumors about himself before. Then he tightly embraced the petite Lucia and asked, "How did you become curious about this?" Lucia quickly denied it, saying that was only in the past, but now she absolutely wouldn't have such thoughts. Seeing Lucia's flustered explanation, the Duke couldn't help but smile. He involuntarily leaned closer to Lucia and teased, "You're quite a brave woman, daring to marry a blood-drinking monster." Lucia shyly replied, "Don't make fun of me." As soon as she finished speaking, the Duke embraced Lucia and kissed her. But Lucia suddenly pushed the Duke away. She said, "We can't. Sir, you should go to work now. Then she abruptly stood up, making a random excuse, saying she was too exhausted today, her head hurt a bit, so she needed to go out for a walk to get some fresh air. After saying this, she forcefully pushed the Duke, telling him to get out. The Duke was very helpless. He could only console himself that there would still be a chance before bed at night. The Duke was truly miserable. Not only was he rejected 3 times in one day, but now he was even being kicked out of the room. When Lucia rejected him for the 2nd time, he still had some hope, thinking there would still be a chance before bed at night. However, when he came to the bedroom, all cleaned up, Lucia directly told him to go back to his own room. The Duke didn't understand. What was wrong now? Lucia's explanation was that she had cried so much she had no energy left. The Duke immediately felt a raging fire in his heart. He believed it was all because of those hateful female guests causing trouble. He absolutely couldn't let those people off easily. He reluctantly promised Lucia that he would just sleep obediently beside her and do nothing else. Although Lucia found it hard to believe, she remembered that last night because she had to host the banquet today and needed to sleep early after telling the Duke. He really did just hold her while sleeping. While Lucia was still considering, the Duke suddenly slipped under the covers and embraced her. He promised again that he would just hold her to sleep like this. But Lucia noticed that the Duke's hands seemed a bit restless. Lucia blushed and scolded him, telling the Duke to stay away from her. However, the Duke closed his eyes and complained, "You've been busy with the banquet lately and with Damien's matters. Now that the banquet is over and Damien's registration is done, isn't it time to pay some attention to your husband?" Speaking of Damien, Lucia was curious why he was sent to a boarding school. It turned out that the Duke believed the Academy's status was rising, and it was also a good place to build connections, which would certainly be helpful for Damien. The Duke's answer was so candid that it surprised Lucia. She realized that whenever she asked a question, he would try to answer as thoroughly as possible. To confirm her thoughts, Lucia asked the Duke a few more questions. Without exception, the Duke answered seriously and in detail. Lucia found it amazing that the Duke would answer all her questions. At this moment, the Duke reached out his hand, gently caressing Lucia's swollen eyes, his eyes full of concern. Lucia then lay in the Duke's arms, saying it should be better tomorrow. The Duke suddenly asked who had started the trouble. Lucia looked up at the Duke. Those dark eyes. She understood the Duke wanted to stand up for her, so she quickly stopped the Duke, telling him not to do anything. However, the Duke remained silent. Lucia anxiously made the Duke promise her, "In social circles, if you intervene, they won't dare to give you trouble. They'll only stab me in the back." Hearing this, the Duke angrily exclaimed, "Who dares?" But Lucia stared at the Duke with teary eyes. How could the Duke resist this ultimate move? He could only shyly turn his head away. He gave in. Lucia's expression changed instantly, reiterating, "You promised me." Unable to escape Lucia's offensive, the Duke could only cover his face helplessly and say he understood. The Duke had just promised Lucia last night not to interfere with the banquet matters. Early this morning, he took the guest list and summoned the ministers of the territory. Then he coldly announced that for the long-term development of the family, it would be better to rectify the family's conduct. The Duke's tone made the ministers feel as if they were facing a great enemy, thinking he was announcing that everyone on the list would die. After saying this, the Duke smugly thought that this level of action shouldn't violate his agreement with Lucia. After all, he didn't do anything directly. The butler beside him instantly understood that something big was about to happen. The ladies who attended the banquet were in for trouble. Sure enough, not long after, rumors began to spread in social circles that if anyone offended the Duchess, Duke Turun would stand up for her like a fire-breathing dragon. A week passed in the blink of an eye. Rohan was as peaceful as usual, as if nothing had happened. But Damien could never forget the deep-seated feeling of helplessness he experienced at the garden party. He clenched his fists, feeling it was all because he was too weak. If his father had been there, the situation wouldn't have been so bad. Only by becoming stronger could he better protect Lucia. He realized that the most useful things he learned at the academy were strength and power. So he came before the Duke and told him he planned to return to the academy. With determination in his eyes, he stated that he wanted to be the top student at the academy. However, the Duke replied, "As long as you can graduate successfully, this position will be yours." To this, Damien explained, "I need to hone myself to become stronger. Only then will I have the power to protect those I truly care about." Hearing the word stronger, the Duke finally looked up at Damien. "How can you prove that what you learn at the academy will make you stronger?" Damien knew that regardless of his grades, as long as he graduated successfully, the Duke's position would be his. But besides his father's gift, he also wanted to achieve something on his own. Damien clearly knew he didn't have the ability to become his father's successor, so he needed to find a way to become stronger in his own way. So he told the Duke with determination in his eyes that he wanted to become the president of the student council at the academy. Hearing this, the Duke's pen suddenly stopped. He knew what Sita meant in Damien's words. In recent years, Sita's influence had become particularly prominent in wartime, and it would only grow stronger. The Duke was puzzled. Damien, who had never been interested in anything other than studying, now suddenly wanted power. He reminded Damien, this position isn't something you can get just by studying hard. If you can't handle it, you'll be dragged down. If you want to reach the top and stay there, you need to be strong enough that others don't dare to challenge you. Finally, the Duke told him, you've already been registered under your mother's family. At the mention of his mother, Damien suddenly felt a bit shy. After that, the Duke told Damien to inform Lucia about his return to the academy. When Lucia suddenly learned that Damien was returning to the academy, she was saddened, thinking it was because of the garden party incident. Damien shook his head, explaining that he just wanted to keep up with the courses and improve. But Lucia still felt a bit dejected. Seeing Lucia's prolonged silence, Damien asked what was wrong. Lucia thought that if he was leaving tomorrow, maybe they could take a break from studying today. She looked at Damien expectantly. Why don't we chat? Tell me what life at the academy is like. Damien happily agreed, and they spent a rare, wonderful time together. Today was the day Damien returned to the academy. Lucia, acting like a worried mother, kept talking endlessly, reminding Damien to eat well and take care of himself. The Duke, somewhat impatiently, reminded her, that's enough. Lucia tried hard to remember if there was anything else to say. At this moment, the butler brought a basket and handed it to Lucia. Lucia took the basket and gave it to Damien. Asha seems to have accepted you as her master, so you should take her with you. But Damien was a bit worried, as the academy seemingly didn't allow pets. At this point, Lucia looked at the Duke and said, don't worry about that. Your father will take care of it. The Duke nodded in agreement. Lucia hoped that having Asha's company would make Damien's life at the academy less lonely. Damien was stunned for a moment. Then he took Asha and thanked Lucia. Finally, he bowed and said he should leave now, asking her to take care. Just as Damien turned to board the carriage, Lucia suddenly called out to him. Damien stopped and curiously poked his head out of the carriage to look at Lucia. Lucia wanted to hug him one last time before he left. After Damien agreed, Lucia ran towards him. She hugged him tightly. During this time together, Damien realized that the Duke and Duchess had a very close relationship. So, sooner or later, they would have their own child. This would make his position precarious. He also knew he couldn't compete with a daughter. Damien hugged Lucia back, but now he didn't mind anymore. She just wanted to protect this warmth and her mother's smile. Lucia affectionately told Damien, because of you, I'm happy every day. I'll miss you and write to you. These words warmed Damien, who had never experienced a mother's love before. He felt he would never forget this moment, including Lucia's expression and this warm embrace. And he would cherish this day as he strived to become stronger. Finally, Damien kissed Lucia's hand and said affectionately, Dear mother, although I don't know when we'll meet again, I wish you peace and prosperity. Lucia was so moved by being called mother that tears streamed down her face. Watching Damien gradually disappear into the distance, Lucia leaned on the Duke's chest, unable to calm down for a long time. Meanwhile, in the carriage, Damien gently stroked Asha. He understood that even if a brother or sister were born one day to take his place as heir, he would sincerely give up his position. Because even if such a thing happened, this precious sentiment wouldn't change. After Damien left, Lucia felt very low. She remembered that this was the first time Damien had called her mother, but now she couldn't hear it anymore. However, she then recalled the image of Damien kissing her hand. She thought about how young Damien was, yet already so charming, truly worthy of being the Duke's son. Lucia automatically blocked out the maid's repeated urging to take a bath. Completely immersed in her own world, Lucia thought that she absolutely couldn't raise Damien to become the kind of bad man who makes girls cry. Initially, she had worried about Damien being too mature. But after spending time together, she realized her concerns might have been unfounded. Damien wasn't mature because of his environment. From the beginning, his thought patterns were already close to an adult's. Damien should be considered a genius. He was too smart, so it was difficult for him to have the kind of childhood ordinary children have. Lucia had once in a dream seen a child similar to Damien. His name was Bruno, a year older than Damien, with silver-white hair and gray eyes. Bruno would often cause trouble to vent his dissatisfaction with his father. For example, using clever tricks to drive away family tutors and such. In the end, it concluded with his father rewarding Bruno by sending him to study at the academy. Although both were genius children, Lucia thought her Damien was much cuter than Bruno. At this moment, the Duke suddenly appeared and lifted Lucia's chin. Lucia was still surprised at his arrival. The Duke directly kissed her and pushed her down onto the sofa. At this point, Lucia came to her senses and pushed the Duke away. Blushing, she said she hadn't taken a bath yet. The Duke was exasperated, wondering why she always had to torment him like this. Then, displaying his manliness, he lifted Lucia high. He carried her on his shoulder to take a bath. Lucia wanted to call for the maids to save her, but unexpectedly, the maids tactfully and quickly left the bathroom as if they had oiled their feet. Lucia covered her blushing face in embarrassment, feeling utterly mortified. What follows is a paid segment that people don't like. The Duke actually became jealous of Damien. After bathing, they went to the bedroom. Lucia snuggled in the Duke's arms. She was still curious about many things regarding Damien. Unexpectedly, the Duke said he didn't want to hear Lucia mention another man in bed. Lucia was bewildered, saying, "What other man? That's clearly your son." But the Duke retorted that even so, it wasn't a daughter. Lucia was strangely convinced, thinking it made some sense. But what puzzled her was that although the Duke had said he didn't dislike Damien, he had never shown a loving side as a father. This attitude was almost close to indifference. What surprised her even more was that such a cold Duke could have a child as obedient and kind as Damien. So she wanted to know what kind of person Damien's birth mother was. Lucia thought that occasionally meeting the birth mother would be better for the child's mental and physical development. After all, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't compare to the unique love of a biological mother. However, the Duke told Lucia that she was dead. This answer caught Lucia completely off guard, but she thought Damien's birth mother must have been a great beauty. Unexpectedly, the Duke coldly replied that he didn't know. He had never even seen her. This statement made Lucia very angry. The Duke also realized he had said something wrong, so he grabbed Lucia's arm, wanting to explain, but didn't know how to begin. The Duke's hesitation to explain made Lucia even angrier. She coldly said, "Let's sleep and lay down." Lucia was very hurt. She couldn't help but wonder, if a woman who bore a child for him wasn't worth remembering, then how much value did she, who couldn't even bear children, have in his heart? Thinking of this, Lucia resentfully questioned the Duke. "You'll probably forget what I look like in the future too, right? After all, you can't even remember the woman who gave you a child." The Duke was a bit flustered, but still didn't know how to explain. All along, Lucia had told herself not to be impatient because the path to loving him was bound to be difficult. But every time she saw the Duke's heartless and cold side, her seemingly solid resolve would crack a little. She didn't even dare to hope that she could melt the Duke's cold heart. Lucia knew the Duke didn't dislike her, and maybe even liked her quite a bit. But this wasn't love. Thinking of this, Lucia's emotions suddenly collapsed. She sat up and loudly questioned, "What do you mean you've never even seen her? How could she have a child for you if you've never even met?" The Duke anxiously tried to calm Lucia down. However, at this moment, Lucia couldn't hear anything. The Duke had no choice but to look into Lucia's eyes and call out her name loudly. After Lucia calmed down, the Duke finally confessed. Damien was actually the son of his twin brother. In terms of generation, he should be his nephew. The Duke finally admitted to Lucia that Damien wasn't his biological son. Although Lucia was very shocked, she was more concerned about whether Damien himself knew. The Duke said that besides himself and now you, no one knows about this. Lucia asked the Duke if he would tell Damien the truth when he grew up. The Duke planned not to tell him unless Damien asked. Lucia was a bit surprised. If they never told him, then she would have to keep this secret forever. But what puzzled Lucia was that if Damien wasn't an illegitimate child, he shouldn't be subject to various prejudices. Lucia thought about it again and realized it wasn't quite right. Compared to the title of a rebellious son, being an illegitimate child was better. Because in the story version Lucia had heard, the twin brother who was abandoned at birth killed his father for revenge. At this point, the Duke told Lucia that there was actually more to that story. That guy was forced into a corner and had no choice but to do such a thing. Of course, part of it was also the former Duke's own fault. Lucia was very surprised. She noticed that the Duke's way of referring to his twin brother was very natural, as if they had known each other for many years. Lucia wanted to know more about the Duke's relationship with his brother, but the Duke's eyes became distant. He only answered very briefly, not wanting to reveal more. The Duke clenched his fists. He explained to Lucia, "It's not that I don't want to tell you, but this is something I'd rather die than let anyone know." At this point, Lucia took the Duke's hand. She understood the Duke because she had secrets of her own. The many things she had experienced in her dreams, she planned to keep to herself for life. Lucia comforted the Duke, saying that if telling others your secret is painful, then you don't have to tell them at all. But the Duke worried that this secret would cause Lucia pain. Lucia replied, "If that's the case, then I'll leave it to you. Please decide later whether you can tell me the secret or not." The Duke was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said he understood. Lucia caressed the Duke's cheek, and they gazed at each other lovingly. Then they embraced tightly. Lucia whispered in the Duke's ear, "Damien is your son, and he is also my son. This will never change." Although her feelings for Damien wouldn't change, Lucia still felt some regret about not being able to be the mother of her own biological child. Lucia realized that the Duke seemed very afraid that once they had a child, the Turon family history would become public knowledge, just as she was afraid that everything in her dreams would become reality. After learning about Damien's background, Lucia finally understood why she always felt that Damien and the Duke didn't look alike. Hearing this, the Duke was speechless. "Didn't you say before that we looked like we were cut from the same mold?" Lucia explained that in terms of appearance, that was indeed the case, but their inner selves were completely different. Words like pure and obedient seemed to not fit the Duke at all. The Duke felt like he had taken 1,000,000 points of real damage. But the next second, he smiled again and hugged Lucia, saying, "But I'm pure and obedient to you, aren't I?" Lucia blushed instantly at his flirtation. The next moment, she hugged the Duke's head and laughed happily. The Duke then took the opportunity to push Lucia down. Lucia was curious. "Since Damien looks so similar to you, your late older brother must have looked exactly like you, right?" The Duke complained, "That guy only looked decent on the outside. In reality, he was just a pushover." Lucia understood. It seemed Damien took after his father, which was why he was so pure and lovable. Lucia still wanted to know about Damien's father. Mentioning the name reminded the Duke of those painful memories. Lucia also noticed that the Duke seemed hesitant, so she said it was okay if he didn't want to say. But after a moment of hesitation, the Duke still told her that his brother was called Shio. Lucia covered her mouth in surprise, because she found that this name was incredibly similar to the Duke's. The Duke was confused, wondering how they were similar. Lucia repeated the names Shio and Shio. Then she said, "If you say them quickly, aren't they the same?" The Duke was shocked, because what Lucia just said and her expression were exactly the same as his deceased brother's. Lucia caressed the Duke's cheek. "Does your name contain both your and your brother's names?" The Duke hugged Lucia tightly, calling her name repeatedly. Lucia responded passionately. The Duke now understood that his heart no longer belonged to himself. Without Lucia, he might die. The next day, the Duke finally found an opportunity to take revenge on the Countess of Wells who had made Lucia cry. He smiled mischievously. Although Lucia had asked him not to intervene, the Duke had been holding a grudge about this matter. He had always hoped to catch the Wells family's weakness, and this time he wouldn't let them off easily. The Duke ordered his subordinate Elio to thoroughly investigate the past transaction details and tax payments of the involved merchant group. He specifically emphasized not to miss even a speck of dust. Although Elio didn't know exactly what had happened, he understood that the Wells merchant group had been completely targeted by his master. And the Duke was not only a grudge-holding person, but also had a long-lasting impact. Soon after, Lucia hosted another tea party. Katie also came specially to congratulate Lucia. Lucia was grateful that Katie always cared for her. Katie had heard from her father that Duke Turon had become famous for killing all the lords of the rebellious lands along with their families. The northern nobles were extremely terrified because of this. During this time, Duke Turon had also summoned and severely reprimanded the nobles because Lucia had been insulted. So the husbands or fathers of the noble ladies would specifically require them to attend Lucia's tea parties. Everyone was swept up in the storm. Only Lucia, at the center of the storm, was unaware and appeared very calm. Katie understood that only she could explain the current situation to Lucia, but she felt it unnecessary to tell Lucia and make her worry about it. Since the Duke had stood up for Lucia, the wives of the northern nobles would rack their brains to attend Lucia's parties. Lucia also felt that the atmosphere was a bit strange on the day she hosted the tea party. Although everyone's attitude was similar, those who had attended before seemed a bit at a loss and particularly cautious, while those who hadn't attended the garden party before kept mentioning the revolution case, as if trying to gain credit. Katie was excited inside, wanting to tell Lucia the truth. It's all because your husband is too scary. But she knew she absolutely couldn't say that, so she told Lucia not to worry too much. Katie was overjoyed inside. No one would dare to casually offend Lucia in the future. Lucia looked at Katie's smile and felt somewhat strange for no reason. Later, Lucia received a letter from Damien, which filled 3 pages densely. Damien's letter was like a report, clearly detailing what classes he attended and what he said. It was as if one could witness his life firsthand. At the end of the letter, it was written, "The weather is getting cold. Please take care of yourself. Yours, Damien." After reading the entire letter, Lucia felt very gratified. Then she remembered that it was almost the end of the year, and she needed to prepare a gift for Damien. Just then, the maid informed Lucia that a guest had arrived. It turned out to be the haggard Countess of Wells. At first, Lucia was confused about who this person was. When the maid explained, Lucia was shocked. She had lost weight so quickly. Then Lucia composed herself and coldly stated that she was very displeased with what the Countess had done at the banquet. However, to Lucia's surprise, the Countess of Wells directly admitted that she had been foolish due to her old age and pleaded for Lucia's magnanimity to forgive her. Lucia was somewhat astonished. She hadn't expected the Countess of Wells to admit her mistake so easily. This made her suspect that something wasn't right. However, since the Countess of Wells had already apologized, the kind-hearted Lucia didn't intend to pursue the matter further. So she accepted the apology and prepared to leave. At this moment, the Countess of Wells called out to Lucia. She had one more reluctant request for Lucia. Hearing this, Lucia felt a bit angry. How dare she still ask for a favor? How thick-skinned. It turned out she wanted to ask Lucia to appease the Duke's anger. She confided in Lucia about the difficulties their family's merchant group was facing, hoping the Duke would show mercy. That evening, Lucia brought up this matter to the Duke. However, the Duke believed that as a leader, it was reasonable to call for a cleanup of family conduct. Lucia thought it was too outrageous. She said, "There are now rumors that you severely punished the Wells Earls merchant group because of the garden party incident. You're supposed to be someone who clearly separates public and private matters." The Duke felt very embarrassed and could only sheepishly respond, of course. Soon after, following a thorough investigation, the Wells Earls merchant group was finally released without charges. However, the amount of levy remained unchanged. As a result, Duke Turan's identity as a wife-protecting maniac became a consensus in the northern social circles. Of course, all of this was within Katie's expectations.